Okay, folks, well, here we go. Good evening and welcome to the 28th meeting of our 25th City Council. I will call this meeting to order. We have a few changes to the lineup this evening. All of our councilors are present in some way. Councilors Benton and Jones will be attending via Zoom. And so we will be doing roll call votes tonight on all of our votes, so we'll ask you to be patient with us. Madam Vice President, would you get us started, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. A moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilor Lewis and the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish by Councilor Pena. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or other outbursts during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. At this time, we have proclamation and presentation. Councilor Jones.
Councilor Jones, can you hear us remotely this evening? Madam Vice President, why don't we put this item further down on the agenda? We'll see if we can gather Councilor Jones and maybe take our other items in the meantime. Is that okay?
Sure. All right. At this time, we will have a presentation from APD Deputy Chief Josh Brown regarding alarm responses and false alarm calls.
Thank you for allowing me to kind of give you this presentation and kind of the reason why behind it today. So looking back over the years, we have a plethora of calls that come in, and we look at each way, how do we streamline these calls? How do we make things more efficient for the police department? And one of the things that we got to doing is we went to that 180-minute rule where we respond to calls in under 180 minutes. But looking at those calls and what's been holding the longest and what our officers get dispatched to, I had them do a poll of alarm calls. And when you look at it, and we have a PowerPoint presentation, if we can go get that pulled up for you. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, next slide. That's not the right one. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'll go over this for you. There you go. Awesome, thank you. So go to the next slide. So if you look at, since what we did was we broke it down from 21, 22, and where we're at currently in 2023. And that, a little bit over two years span, we've got 38,000 calls that are nothing but alarm calls. That is commercial calls, residential. They're all tied to burglary somewhere, shape, or form. In 2021, we had 16,393. 2022, 19,000. And then so far, year to date, we're already at 3,200. So if you look at it, that's total calls of 38,619. Estimated officer hours is 39,000 for an estimated officer cost of about $1.3 million a year just responding to alarm calls. Next slide, please. You good? There we go. All right. All right. So we'll kind of to break it down into perspective. The next slide kind of shows like how we go year to date. So this is covering 21 through 23. Historically, at the first part of the year, between January and February, we have a slight decrease, and then it kind of goes up as the year goes through. When school gets out, when the holiday season kind of ramps up, and things like that. So that kind of just shows like throughout the months, kind of where they stand. Next slide. And here's where it kind of becomes evident of what the issues are. And so if you look at the slides that are up there that you're presented, if you look at through the months, and the light blue and the dark blue on each one of those months are a percentage of calls that were false alarms. So but if you look at the very bottom of it, which is where there were actually a true alarm or a report was written or some kind of enforcement action had to take place. At the bottom, it's about less than 2% of all alarm calls that we respond to are actual alarm calls. So that means out of 30,000 calls for service, less than 2% of those are actually valid alarm calls, which is, to be honest, it's a waste of time. We respond to them over and over and over again. I mean, this has been going on for years. And this is one of those things where it's, well, why do we do that? Well, that's how we've always done it. This is where we kind of need to change directions to become more efficient as a department. Next slide, please. Overall total alarm calls per month have increased by about 50% from 21 to 22. That's been steady over the years, and at least over the last 2 years. Approximately 2%, it's actually about 1.479% of all calls result in a true alarm, or reports actually been written. The call disposition codes indicate that a small can be considered true. I'm not going to sit there and just read off this thing for you, but I'll explain it more as we go through the PowerPoint slide. So kind of next slide, please. So if you go to the alarm calls by land use with the highest number of calls is residential. So we get about 11,000 out of those per year that are residential alarm calls. And there's another slide that I'll show you where it's usually when people are going to work or coming home when it's a tripped false alarm. And for one shape or another, they continue to make it a call for service where an officer has to go out and make contact with the owner or figure out what happened because there's no response either from the alarm company. I think it's important to realize too is if you look at the alarm companies and whoever monitors your alarm, like a vast majority of these companies aren't even in the state of New Mexico. They're a call center somewhere. And so they're not local. They have no bearing on, they could be in Phoenix, wherever. The next one is going to be your retail land use is the second from commercial, and then commercial services is the third. So these are more of your industrial areas, your mom and pop businesses, or whatever business it may be, but it's going to be more of the commercial side of it. Next slide, please. So if you look at the increase in the slides, so over the pandemic, which is 2020, we didn't have a whole lot because everybody was home, businesses were closed, and things kind of slowed down. And when we started looking at calls and what's important on how we kind of see what kind of calls, how we're going to respond, we started looking to see where they fell within that time period. So if you look on here, there's low-density residential, commercial retail, commercial services, and office space. So they've all been on the rise since the beginning of 2021. It's a steady increase as we go through the year. It just kind of keeps building and building, and I expect that it's going to keep going into 23, same pace, 24, as things keep going. As more people get alarms, as our population grows, we're going to see a continued increase in alarm calls. And again, less than 2% of those are actually valid alarm calls. Next slide, please. Alarm calls with a report. So the majority, about 66 of all the alarms are from commercial retail land uses. The calls with a report by land use. So only about 0.3% of calls, approximately 4.5% of commercial retails have an attached report, which means somebody actually broke into that house or broke into that business where there or caused some kind of damage or something where an officer would have to make a report when they get there. So if the officer goes on scene and there is a valid burglary or a break-in or something of that nature, we have processes in place for that where an officer has to write a report. They call out the CSS to take latent evidence. And so that it's still getting done, but that's less than 2% of the time out of that 30,000 where it's actually, it goes that full gamut, but it's still taking up over an hour of an officer's time to respond to those. Next slide, please. I kind of like I spoke about before, so a lot of the calls are associated with people leaving for work, arriving at work locations, arriving at home. So a lot of the business calls are going to be when they're closing up for the night, tripping the alarm. Alarm company calls, the poor kid who's working the late shift has no idea how to reset it or knows what the code is. An officer goes out and responds to that. There are fewer callers or total alarm calls between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. pretty much because everybody's at home sleeping. So the bulk of them are going to be from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Some of them, they also look at it, was from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. And all this data, it came from our crime analysis unit. We had them pull every alarm call where it was coded an alarm, 52. There's a gamut of how they come in, 27.5. Those are all just some of the 10 codes that are used. Next slide, please. So here's kind of what we came down with. So if you look at this is just kind of telling. So in a report and arrest, so it'd be a 42A. That's how it's coded if there's an arrest made. So out of those 35,543, there's 25 cases of where an arrest was actually made out of 35,000. So minuscule, I mean, that's about less than 0.5%. Next slide. Again, this kind of goes into the same thing. This is just the alarm calls by land use with the report and case number. And go ahead and do the next one. So if we look at where they're occurring, it's kind of in the geographical locations. We have the hot spots where the alarm calls are coded at. Next slide. And the next one is where there was a true reported alarm call. So some of them kind of overlap with where the alarms are actually true alarms, where we have a high, what we target when we do our crime analysis on where our hot spots are. When we start to put in a burglary attack plan or directing resources. So we know where these areas are. And last slide. So here's kind of the solution for this. And one of the things that I looked at was where do we get the information from? So this is what we're calling a verified response, and it's pretty much going nationwide. There's departments, with Las Vegas Metro, Salt Lake City, Utah. Most of the departments in Colorado do this. So what it is essentially where alarm companies that are equipped with the capability of some sort of audio-visual equipment will be required to provide a valid verified response that a crime is occurring. This could be accomplished by requiring that an alarm company verify by audio, visual, or on-scene security when available that a crime is actually being committed. This can also go for dual zone verification. So if you have a front door motion trip and interior motion plus a broken window, more layers of verification, that's something we'll respond to. Instead of having, the alarm code went off, they're getting no extra trips, no nothing else, and then we're still sending an officer out there to walk around and do absolutely nothing for 99.9% of the time. One of the things I do want to bring up, though, is that for like duress alarms or hold-up alarms, things like that, we still will respond to no matter what because of the nature of what the alarm call is. AFR is the AFR stuff. I won't get into their stuff with like the medical alarms and stuff like that. We still respond to some of those, but that's on the other side of the house a little bit. And they still respond to those as well. That doesn't affect AFR's response at all. So, and with that, that's kind of it in a nutshell. So if anybody has any questions or staff for comment.
Counselors, Counselor Davis?
Thank you, Madam Vice President and Chiefs and Chief. Thank you. So I was around long enough to remember the first time, or at least the most recent time, I gave myself a headache trying to do verified alarm response ordinance. Is APD proposing a policy change here, or are you requesting an ordinance, or what's the implementation for this?
President Davis, members of council, what we're talking about is a policy change within APD on how we dispatch to these calls for service. But when I became chief of police, I referred to our gas mileage, so to speak, at the Albuquerque Police Department. We talked about the fact that we got about 3 miles a gallon for what we were doing. And this is just another attempt of ours to continue to reduce those call wait times. Last week and weeks prior, we had released some response times, and our response times since 2022 have greatly improved. And what we want to do is to continue upon those improvements, and we think that eliminating these 30-some thousand calls would definitely assist us in being able to respond more quickly. But we wanted to make sure that we spoke to council about it and that we gave council an update as to what we were doing. We learned our lessons. We did that with open space once, and we took a lot of questions later that we should have answered earlier. So we're trying to avoid that this time, and that's why we brought this to council so that we could have that discussion beforehand and take any considerations into anything into consideration before we make the change.
Madam Vice President and Chief, thanks. I think that is a better process, and thanks. Let me say, though, I think Councilor Sanchez and I will always do that. I was a former cop thing, and we agree it's a huge, I think I can speak for him and say most of those calls are a huge waste of time. That said, a lot of folks count it as an extra layer of comfort and security, and when we tried to do this ordinance under our last chief, I somehow got ranged with it, and we'll never touch that. I can say now that I'm not running for reelection. I think it's a good idea. We should do it. It's a smart way to do this. But the alarm companies sent emails and letters to every person in the city with an alarm and said you have to call the city and tell them that APD is not going to respond, or verified alarm, you have to have a camera in your home. The city wants to put cameras in your home. We've been down this road twice since I've been here, and both times we've overwhelmingly heard from constituents that that's not the right response. I think it is the right policy for APD, but I'll be the one to say I think our community will give us a lot of pushback. And so I'm hoping the department will take some public comment. This is one of those things that I think falls under the rules and regulations provision of city ordinance that the council has the ability to force you to do if you guys do something and we want to reverse it. And so I think we want to tread lightly, and I encourage us to have that public conversation, but I do hope APD won't do that too soon until we have that conversation. I agree, it's a big waste of time. But I think there are a lot of folks who count on it as an extra layer when they feel like APD is not coming. That said, congratulations. Like, response times are better, and a lot of that is the efficiencies with bringing in extra bodies and reallocating folks. We've seen homicide clearance rates go up. We've seen priority 1 calls, response times go way down in the last little bit. Priority 3 calls, which I thought were pretty impressive because those are kind of usually report after calls, but you're doing some good things with PSAs and TRU and other things. I really think that's making a difference, but I'm anxious to tread lightly on this one because I've banged my head against the wall a few times.
President Davis, members of council, the one thing I will say is I appreciate that. I think you're absolutely correct. We have to do a good media campaign prior explaining what this means, what the possible impacts are, and make sure that we get that out into the public. And the beauty about this time is, the public will beat up on the chief, not the council about it. And you guys get the phone calls, you can blame the chief.
I think they should call the mayor. 768-3000. You should send your input about the alarm response to APD.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you. Well, I'm not a former police officer, just a wannabe, but thanks for this. When would you be implementing the policy?
So we still have some work to do as far as looking at how we would verify the response and going through, looking at the CAD data and finding out, what the capabilities of a lot of the alarm companies are. One of the things, and Councilor Davis hit it on the head is we're not telling people we're not going to respond. We're just asking for an added verification before we take the officer out of service from another call and send them to that call. So if you look at, we're essentially a third-party actor to a private company who's making money and using us as a free service to check your house. Whereas, I think they should take some of that burden.
Chief, you mentioned some, media, helping the public understand, the policy change there. But would it be safe to say that once you put the policy in place, there could be some people who might think that, hey, I have the system that would require a response from APD within 180 minutes there, and yet with this new policy in place, I may not have a system that would allow for an officer to come.
President Davis, Councilor Lewis, I think it's important, and we do take the advice you give us, and I think that public education portion is very important. And as we stand up here, I just thought, and Josh can write it down because he knows me, but I think we also need to do a better job in training and educating dispatch. to make sure that when that initial call comes in from the alarm company, they're explaining the process to the alarm company, making sure they understand, and hope that they also pass that on to their constituents. And we will have to make sure that our commanders and everybody who hit various community meetings are also passing this information out. The Albuquerque Police Department, I think, has the third biggest social media platform in the city of Albuquerque, and this is something that we'll have to also put out on our social media and make sure that it's getting out to the public that these changes are underway. And we could also give it a period of time to make sure that all that is out before we implement. So we're going to take council's advice into consideration, slow things down, take our time, and make sure that that public education and that education within the Albuquerque Police Department, especially with dispatch and our uniformed officers, is there.
I would think that would be a pretty extensive education process. You mentioned other cities that have implemented this. Have you gathered some data on? I'm assuming that many people in our city don't have the technology. They don't have the alarm systems that would require in this new policy a call from APD or APD to respond. Is there some data that shows the cost? I mean, that a typical resident might need to invest to be able to get a response from APD if that were to happen?
You know, Council President Davis, Councilor Lewis, I think it's important that one of the key things Josh was talking about is multiple layers within an alarm. And most people do have an alarm that has different zones within their house currently. And that is one of those layers that would trip a response from APD, is that you've got multiple signals from within the home. The front door is going off, the living room showing motion, and a rear door. That's multiple places. And most alarm systems do have that. So we could do a little bit of more homework in this, and we could come back and make our presentation to council, some of the answers to the questions you've had, and bring together a good media plan, or may hit you up for some funding for the media plan. And then we will roll this out after we talk one last time.
And I think, regardless of the amount of police officers that might be responding at a typical time, this would probably be something you would implement. But I do think, I would think also that the amount of police officers that would be responding at a typical time of the day would improve, even though a certain amount of those officers might be responding and, to a false call. You do have more officers that are responding to calls where people need them. And so I guess I'm bringing that up again to think that, this is not a stopgap because hiring more police officers is old-fashioned or unrealistic. I mean, I think the priority is on, we want enough police officers where we can handle all of these calls while we're reducing the amount of false calls. I think that's important. But, again, I wouldn't want something like this to be a stopgap for the fact that we don't have enough police officers responding to calls.
President, Vice President Grout, Councilor Lewis, I agree. But one of the things that we've seen that have occurred, we've been lately releasing our weekly statistics. Last week, our field officers produced 240 misdemeanor enforcement actions. Our number one complaint is a lot of misdemeanor, low-level quality of life issues. Our officers have been able to increase those issuance of enforcement activities because they have more free time. So I think that it's a balancing act, that even though we would get more officers, it's not necessarily about us trying to devote them immediately to being dispatched to 30,000 additional calls. I would like to see them more proactively having the time to look for stolen cars, to look for and assist individuals who have criminal trespassing problems and work through some of those problems that we're having, and to get to know their communities where they're working more. So while I do agree that it's important that we continue to grow the ranks of the Albuquerque Police Department and get as many officers as possible, I think it's also very important that we continue to reduce the amount of calls that we're taking so that our officers have the free time, the undedicated time, as we refer to in law enforcement, to be able to go out there and practice community policing and be proactive in some of the measures that they're taking to lower crime.
And Chief, last question, the mayor sent down a budget that does fund less police officers than last year as far as hiring new police officers. And my question to you is, do you feel like you have everything you need from this council? Is there anything else that you need from this council to be able to meet those hiring numbers that is the goal. I mean, if it's budgeted, that's the goal of the city. We haven't got anywhere close to there. But is there anything you need from this council to have the kind of support that you need to be able to hire those officers?
President Davis, Vice President Grout, Councilor Lewis, I think it's important, number one, that we recognize and that we be responsible teammates for everybody within the city of Albuquerque. We do know and we do recognize that we're in a budget crunch. And without a doubt, I know I could lift my hands and I could cry that we're being underfunded and we need more money. But what would it result in? It would result in the loss of services to other departments and my counterparts behind me. And I won't do that. I do recognize that I've been assured by the administration, I've been assured by members of council that if we did get up to the hiring numbers that we needed, and that if we did need additional funding, we would all sit down, we'd work together, and we would get what we needed. I've always felt, I've had that from city council. I reached out to Councilor Bazan last week and I said, we could use a little funding for something. Each one of you is going to be hit up by your commanders for some funding issues that we need now towards the end of the year. We'd like to buy lockers for our property, for property to be issued to officers at each substation so they don't have to drive downtown to get property. House Bill 9, it's a big House bill. We supported it. Safe storage of firearms. We'll be proposing to look for funding to make sure that every single one of our officers has a lockbox so that their firearms are secured and we don't embarrass ourselves as an agency violating the state law and that we weren't prepared for. So I think as long as we're open to positive, constructive conversation like we've had today, and that we're able to communicate with one another, work with one another, that even though that we may be going into this budget season with less money than we've had in the past, I feel confident that I have relationships with almost everybody up there that I can make a phone call and say, we need help. And without a doubt, we would get the assistance and help that we needed. The mayor's always been great. Lawrence has been great. Lawrence works countlessly to make sure we get the funding we needed. That raise for our cadets was huge. It's going to make the difference with us being able to continue to be the top recruiters in the state. So I think as long as we have these conversations, that we're open with each other and that we keep these lines of communication open. It is a tough budget season. I will always say I wish I had more money, but I also recognize that being selfish at this point in time is going to come at a cost to, like I stated earlier, my colleagues in the back and their processes.
But Chief, even with, just a comment, even with the money that's proposed right now, you have enough money to be able to hire 1,040 police officers, right? So you don't need more money to hire them. I'm just asking you if there's anything else you need from this council to be able to get to the goal of the officers that we need to be able to respond to the kind of calls that our constituents have every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Real?
Mr. President, I just wanted to make sure that for all of the councilors and for those folks listening to the council meeting, the purpose of the presentation was simply to begin the conversation as the chief just described. The education purposes, for one, is to describe the magnitude of the number of calls, if you will, that officers respond to where the really all just false alarms. And part of that is also to educate the community that sometimes inadvertently, people who have alarms forget to close the back door or forget to tell the children that the alarm is on or that something is going on that then trips an alarm call to APD and then thus triggers the response. So the key here is this is the beginning of the process. I just want to assure you all that I've been around this conversation before and I get the calls that will come to you all. I think the point in the presentation is simply just to begin to have the conversation. There may be other alternatives that may be out there as well that we can think of collectively in using either others that might be able to be helpful to responding to some of these calls, et cetera, but no decisions have been made. I asked the chief and deputy chief to make the presentation just simply to begin to impress upon all of you and the community of how important these alarm calls are as it relates to the time that it takes to work through them. And to the point that if we start talking about people being really careful about when they set their alarms and ensuring that we're not tripping a false alarm and taking a police officer from an important call to a call that may not have been what they thought it was when they first were called out to the scene. So with that, Mr. President, I just wanted to make sure that you all we'll work with you all and we'll work through the process here as we move forward.
Thank you. Any other questions for the officers? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Royale, do you have another presentation that you wanted to say?
Mr. President, if you would mind just giving us indulgence for a minute, we were just awarded a very important award, and Ms. Melendres from our Office of Equity and Inclusion is here, and I'd like for her to make a quick presentation to you. It'll be very short.
Thank you, Mr. Royale. I have beautiful trophies to share with you all. So thank the administration also for inviting me to share this with you all. Albuquerque, as a city, was just awarded the first place award in the big cities category for cultural diversity. And it's really a reflection on all of your work, as well as the policy work and what the administration and the Office of Equity and Inclusion have done with your help. And so we wanted to share this with you. Our team got to go to Washington, D.C. and receive this at the National League of Cities Summit last week, and just wanted to share that with you. It'll be on display for all to see in the mayor's office.
Congratulations. That's wonderful. Good job. Okay, Councillor Jones, are you available to do the proclamation? Okay, I'll go ahead and do it for her.
Here I am.
Oh,
Here I am.
very good, very good. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a proclamation recognizing sexual assault awareness. Whereas April 2023 marks the official 22nd anniversary of National Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And whereas sexual violence is a widespread, preventable public health problem in New Mexico. And whereas nationally, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes. And whereas nationally, 1 in 8 female rape victims report their sexual assault occurred before the age of 10 years. And 1 in 4 male rape victims also reported occurred before the age of 10 years. And whereas recent estimates put the cost of rape at $122,461 per victim, including medical costs, lost productivity, criminal justice activities, and other costs. And whereas in 2022, there were 537 sex crimes reported in the Albuquerque Police Department, and the statistics do not represent the true incidence and prevalence for multiple reasons, including not all victims report the crime to law enforcement. And whereas for 50 years, the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico has provided services to sexual assault survivors, and in 2022 assisted 1,146 sexual assault survivors, with youngest survivor being under 1 year old, and the oldest survivor being 86 years old. And be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 Sexual Assault and Awareness Month. And with that, we have some people who would like to come up and talk with us about this.
Thank you, yes. President Davis and Vice President Grout, thank you very much for giving us this time. Councilwoman Jones, thank you for giving a voice to this issue. Sexual assault does happen in our community way too often, and we don't talk about it. So April is the time to give space and time and thought of this violent crime. The purpose, teal is our color. So as much as it's a serious crime, we also have to recognize to give space, we have to make it safe. So teal, we're going to paint the town teal. City Council, City Hall is illuminated for the month of April in teal. And I hope when you leave tonight and you go outside and you see teal on your building, but also teal around the city, we're doing several campaigns and they all involve teal, that you will recognize that your work and your voice have added to ours, and we want to say thank you for that. More importantly, the agencies here include Albuquerque Sexual Assault Nurse Examiners, Rape Crisis of Central New Mexico, and the Coalition of Sexual Assault Programs, and we all want to give recognition to the Sex Crimes Unit at the Family Advocacy Center. We could not do this work without them, and they are fully engaged in the work, and we appreciate them, and thank you very much for supporting our work and for standing with us.
And if I may, Madam President, or Madam Vice President, I would like to thank all of these ladies and all of the organization for the support and the hard work that they put into this. It is absolutely invaluable. Thank you all.
Thank you. I have to agree with Councillor Jones. I'm so thankful for you and the work that you do in our community. It's much needed, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
We have a certificate for you here.
For us?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we have administration questions and answer period. Councilors, do we have any questions for the administration? I'd like to start with Councilor Bassan. Okay.
Madam Vice President, thank you. I do have a few questions. I was hoping that we could either hear, or both, someone from DTI could be here and Gilbert Gallegos. I know that many of us heard from constituents about emails getting blocked. And I would like to make sure to be very clear that I never directed anyone to block my emails for the city. So I would be prevented from, I don't want to sit there and pick and choose who I hear from my constituents, and they're very upset. So I'm wondering, my questions are, who did it? Who blocked it? Who permitted it to happen? I mean, this is preventing a constitutional right. And I know that, accidents happen, but this seems like a really big one, and it is very worrisome to me.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Councillor, if I can give a little bit of context, my name is Mark Leach. I'm the Director for the Department of Technology and Innovation. DTI is responsible for the safety, availability and integrity of city technology systems, and we make sure that people can get in contact with City Hall, and that includes via email. So I want to give you a little bit of context. We have around 8 million incoming emails that the City of Albuquerque received last quarter. 40% of those, which is around 3 million, were blocked for one reason or another, with another 700 that were turned in as spam or phishing by City employees. So when it goes wrong, when we do receive some malware or that kind of thing, I want to give you some numbers as to how much this costs. Bernalillo County in January 22, they allocated $2 million in remediation. APS in January 22, they allocated around $300,000 in remediation. Atlanta in 2018, 17 million. And Baltimore, 2019, they allocated, their cost was 18 million to remediate after a ransomware attack. So these are big numbers, and we're obviously trying to keep the city protected. We have to be correct every single time against those 3 million emails. And the cycle time to diagnose and make the right call is getting shorter. So the IT security team bases their analysis and responses on well-established security protocols.
Thank you, Director, and it's nice to meet you, Madam Vice President. So how can we reassure the public that we are not sitting here censoring them and preventing them from reaching out to the people that they elected to serve them? They're very angry, and I frankly am as well, and I also respect that we have to be safe and keep the city protected, but we're here to serve, and if we can't do that, how do we reassure them that this is not going to happen again in this magnitude, or how do they sleep at night knowing when they reach out, they're going to be able to get a hold of us?
Yeah. So, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Council, that's a great question. obviously, after any time that this kind of thing happens, we do reflect. We do look for ways of improving, as do our adversaries. So again, this is kind of like a little bit of an arms race going on here. We don't block emails just because they are blocking. They are blocked because they match known or suspected malware or malicious activity. So if you don't fall into those categories, we'll do our best to make sure that the email gets through.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know, Madam Vice President, I have a question on a different avenue, but I don't know if any of the other councilors
Does
might have
anybody
something.
else, Counselor, have a question for him? Counselor
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I know you just gave that spiel, but who permitted it? That blocking, and why did it happen? And if you can explain the details of what we're talking about. We're asking a specific question. Councilor Bassan asked a specific question about who does it, who makes the blocks, who permitted it, how's it decided to do so, and why is it done without the permission of the owner of the email? You didn't answer any of those questions. You just went on a different tangent. So if you can please answer the specific question.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Councillor, so I believe that a lot of what I say, it's kind of like when you have your home network, your antivirus and your email blocking going on at home. A lot of the time, you don't know that the emails are being blocked. It is being blocked because they are suspicious, or because they contain malware, or because they could potentially contain malware. Yeah, could you give it a little bit more information as to which incident you're talking about blocking?
Every one of us received an email from an individual who stated with timing in reference to a story that he put out on his blog that all of a sudden after that story that was put out, he was blocked and the counselors were censored. So that's what I'm referring to. And all we need is specific information. The timing is very suspicious in reference to that blockage. And who permits blockage in your office? Still asking the same question.
Mr. President, Madam
Is it the mayor?
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Councillor, no, it's not the mayor. When we block, it is because we're detecting something that looks suspicious. And in this case, it looked like there was I believe the reference to which you're making, there was a private email address which we know that the bad actors use. It looked like they were going to, that it could have been an attack, so we had a very short window of time in which to make a decision. We made the decision because in order to keep city assets safe, and it was a very quick decision.
But this same email has come to every single person who was on that list over and over and over and over again. And what I'm asking you is, again, who permitted it to happen? And I think there needs to be some sort of investigation in reference to this, because you're not giving us the straight answer. And this happens over and over and over again. And this body up here, we're the city council, we're the legislative body of city council. So our job is to check and balance the administration. So we need to know exactly what is going on. And we don't get those answers.
Okay. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, again, we were seeing suspicious activity at this point, so therefore we have to take action pretty quickly. We didn't block any councillors' emails. This was just this one email address, which again, without going into details and tipping out how we make those decisions, it looked very much as if we were getting a potential attack from a private email address. We know that the private email addresses are a big problem. We have to be right on these things. We have to make sure that we have to make a very quick call on these. And as soon as we realized that this wasn't the case, that it wasn't an attack, we then unblocked that email address.
Yes, I do know. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I do know that it was unblocked. but only after it was brought to the administrator's attention. And that's also concerning. It almost seems to a normal person looking in at this is that they didn't like what was said on such and such blog, so it got blocked, counselors got censored, and then all of a sudden now we have a release of now it's unblocked based on the fact that that now we know it's not a threat. So it just doesn't, it sounds very, very fishy to me, and it sounds like it wasn't done properly, and it could have been done to actual censor the counselors from reading what this person had just because it may not agree with the mayor. That's what it looks like to us.
Mr. President.
Mr. Rail? Mr. Rail?
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, look, all of us in this modern time of communications, when we have our own personal emails and our own machines, we have spam blocks on information that we don't want to read and have content about. However, when you look at an organization the size of the city of Albuquerque, and as Mr. Leach just described, the possibility of what a phishing malware expedition, if you will, would create against the city's computer system, that is, we are highly dependent on. Anything from police dispatch to paychecks for employees to everything else that is processed in the city is all in one system. And yes, we do block some emails from time to time whenever it is determined either through the systems that we have embedded in our IT world that actually flags those as either phishing expeditions or whatever the term may be in that world of IT that could signal that there could be some folks trying to phish information, et cetera, out of our system. This happened to Bernalillo County just within the last 12 months, and it shut down their whole systems. Unfortunately, the timing on this particular one, as it relates to this particular email, because I too got a note from citizens asking me, or from someone asking me the question on this particular blog. Once it was determined that it wasn't a phishing expedition, it was unblocked. And no, it has nothing to do with the executive, Councilor Sanchez. I had no clue that it had been blocked either, and I know the mayor did not as well. So I just want to make sure this is done from an IT perspective, clearly straight up as a mechanism to protect the IT system of the city and to ensure that we're not spending millions of dollars and inconveniencing, hundreds and thousands of people in this community because we can't have our systems operating. It's unfortunate that we have this security world that we live in, but this is what our world has evolved. We depend on these systems all the time, and it has nothing to do with politics, Councilor Sanchez. It just simply happened that the way that email was formatted and the if you will, the domains that were used created a concern as it relates to whether or not this was a phishing expedition. It was since determined that it wasn't, and it was unblocked, just straight up.
The difference is we have our private emails, and these are public emails. And based on the timing and the fact that this individual has sent hundreds of emails, why the timing? And so I'm having a hard time buying it, but I understand your explanation.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Madam Vice President, before we continue, I do want to remind folks, we had some new folks join us, and as a good reminder for us to review our rules this evening, I want to say a few words about decorum and the rules that are in place here in our chamber. Some of you have been here before, and if you haven't, there are copies of our rules. Thank you, Mark. You can have a seat. Thank you, Mark. There are some rules available for you to inspect outside as you came in. There are no signs, props, posters, or banners allowed in our chambers, and any materials that can be waved or in a manner that blocks the view of others or creates a distraction from the speaker or the business at hand is not permitted. Items displayed on the overhead must be removed from the projector at the end of our public comment, and only the person whom the council president has called on to provide public comment at that point may stand at the podium. There will be no tolerance for disruptive public outbursts. There is a handicap landing area. Those desiring to record the meeting will be directed to a handicap landing area next to the dais, and the fire marshal is instructed to strictly enforce ingress and egress rules. We do provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption and reserve the right on a second or continued disruption to ask someone to leave our chambers. And I apologize, I know some folks had joined us and didn't get that. I will, gentlemen, I don't mean to call you out, I just know that, that you've been here before, and I know we don't allow filming there, so if you'd like to be able to film, folks behind you, that creates a distraction and they can't see you. So we'll ask you, we made a space here in the front row on the end of our dais, and you're welcome to join us there to do that so that other folks can see, and we thank you for being here. Madam Vice President, we welcome you to continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Feeblecorn? Oh, Councilor Brisson? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Councilor Brisson.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Madam Vice President. I do have one other question for administration. I have had constituents reach out to parks, and they're curious why the senior rates at golf courses are not the same on weekends as they are during the week, and I'm wondering if we can have an explanation for that, please.
Mr. President and Councilor, I don't know if our Parks Director is in
He's
the
here.
audience.
He's here.
Is there?
Councilor President, Councilor Brisson, sorry, take the long way around. Yeah, we've received one inquiry lately on that subject. You know, we've been doing some research into that subject so that we can have a full grasp of how all courses in the area treat that issue. We have a pretty robust discounts in place for our seniors right now, and they haven't extended to that time period presently because it is the busiest time of the week. So we're just looking at how all other courses are doing it, and whether we, will look at a change to that is kind of, I'm trying to get a full picture of all that right now.
Thank you, Director. I mean, one could argue that a lot of seniors are retired, so maybe the week is fine, but for those that aren't retired or that want to golf on the weekends, I see that it would be beneficial if we could make that happen, but thank you for the answer.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And Mr. President, if I might just add a little point on that too. It's in the past, one of the concerns has been is that for the very point you just made, Councilor Brisson, which is if the seniors have an opportunity to get the best tee times on the weekends, then those folks that work every day can't get the best tee times. So you have to manage and balance the two. So as I think, as Director Simon said, we're trying to look into that to see how we can offer the best of both worlds for folks that want to use the golf courses.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This question's for CAO Rael. I received your memo today about what I consider a severe limitation on admin Q&A, and I'm just wondering the rationale for that and a little bit of background. You know, I've had one director tell me in the past that, she would not answer my questions in front of the public unless she was made to by the mayor. It's not very transparent. It's not very open to the citizens of Albuquerque. So I'm just wondering if you can give a little more information on this new limitation on our ability to question and answer directors and people from the staff who, is one of our only chances to learn what's going on in some circumstances.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn, I appreciate your question. On the practical matter, and from observing our council meetings for some time now, a lot of questions from all of you have come up on many of the council meetings. My interest and intent with this letter to you all was that some of you are sending your questions in writing and giving us the opportunity to have an explanation, if you will, on the questions that you all are concerned about. And others don't, and that's fine too. I think that's obviously your all's prerogative. My memo was simply to try and provide all of you, if you will, that we'd love to be able to provide all the information that we possibly can. And it's a lot easier for us to get department heads to and their staffs to get together and answer those questions if we get them in writing sooner than later. Obviously, there's always an opportunity for you all to ask the questions as we are tonight, and we'll make every effort to try and answer those questions. And if we don't have the information, we will, obviously, as I suggested, that we would return back at the next council meeting, or quite frankly, during the course of the week, and answer the specific questions. But the idea here was simply that if we want to get more of answers to all of your questions, it would be helpful to us if we got those in writing earlier. And it was just an attempt to get to that point. Look, I know we've had this conversation before. I know some of you feel strongly about asking the questions here at the meeting, and I appreciate that, and we'll do our very best. But the idea here was simply to try and set up a process where we might be able to get you better information and more thorough discussion at these meetings.
Yes, can I follow up, Madam?
Yes.
So I'm wondering if you could just speak to the claim by one director that, questions will not be answered unless made to by the mayor. Because it's my understanding that the city council does have a right to ask questions.
Mr. President and Councilor Bibelkorn, you certainly have the right to ask questions, and to the extent that that may have been represented, I would say to you, under the city charter, et cetera, you need to, those questions obviously will always be directed to me, and I will ensure that we'll get you the answers. But look, we want to be collaborative and cooperative as much as we possibly can, and I think we've shown that we are willing to visit with all of you and try and answer your questions as best we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly think that's true for you, Mr. Rael. I just don't think that it translates to all of the directors, and I think it's something that we should work on, and I think that the public has a right to have these Q&As happen so that they know what's going on in our government. So thank you for the answer.
Madam Vice President.
Mr. President? Councilor Davis? Councilor?
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Rail, you said in this memo, for any questions raised during administration Q&A that were not provided by this deadline that you described, our practice will be to respond to those in writing prior to the next council meeting. That sounded kind of like the definitive part of your memo. There was no, hey, we'll do the best we can to answer those if they come up after the Friday deadline. I think it's pretty convincing. I just want to let you know that's not going to happen. And you all don't set the policy or procedures for how we operate our council meetings. So I think the way you described it, though, was different than what you described in your memo. But I would expect, and I think this council would expect, that that every department would have somebody represented at a council meeting where we do the city's business for 5 or 6 hours at times every other Monday night at 5 o'clock at the end of the workday. I would expect that you'd have staff here and ready to answer questions regardless of whether you've been prepped on them on a Friday, 3 days before the council meeting. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you, and Councilor Lewis, thanks for doing that. And Mr. Rail, I appreciate our call this afternoon about your memo. We knew this was going to cause some discussion and conversation, and I appreciate it. You'll save me the time of a response, although I think I now have to do one, as other folks have asked me. But I do think, that the administration doesn't get to set those terms, and I understand the administration is trying to come up with a process to get better information, and that's all in good time, or in the right spirit. But I think the problem is that this council only does meet every other week, and you've been here for a number of administrations and back and forth. There have been different ways of doing this. But the fact is, we only have so many opportunities to understand how the city works, to translate that to the community. And so I think it's on the administration's onus to have somebody here who understands what's going on in the city, and if the council or the community has a question, this is that forum. And so if the CAO doesn't have the answer, I think it's incumbent upon them to have people here. And if that means every director needs to be here, as is the case of the last administration, so be it. We're here at the same time every 2 weeks, and we've been through that. But I think I think you've done a great job of responding in general and knowing sort of what's happening in the city. But the administration doesn't get to dictate the terms for that. You have the right to always say we're just not going to answer, or we need more time, and you've done that well. But we're going to keep asking questions.
Mr. President, and I don't want to belabor the point, but I would say this. Obviously, we are willing to provide the information that you all need to make your decisions on it every time we meet together. I just want to make sure that what you just said is really the spirit in the conversation, which is if we have the wrong person here for the question that you have asked, that you all would obviously understand that we may say to you, we didn't, the director is gone and the deputy for that area is not here tonight to be able to answer that question, and we will get back with you. It feels like I want to make sure you all know that we're not trying to not answer the question, but in some cases, we do have the wrong person in the room. And there are 9 of you with 9 opinions about different things. And I just want to make sure that every time I come to the council meeting, I'm trying to figure out what the questions are going to be and hopefully have the right people in the audience. But I do appreciate your remarks.
And Madam Vice President, I see Councilor Benton is raising his hand as well. So, Mr. Real, perhaps I'll suggest our directors will hate us for this, but since you brought it up, we do have remote options now. We have 2 counselors remote with us tonight. I think everyone but one of our last 5 or 6 meetings has had a remote member. So perhaps our directors could be on call, and we could work out a process where we could bring them right back after the lunch break to do those Q&As. I think technology is great, but I mean, this is that forum, and I don't want to pick a fight with the administration, but I think it's we would like to work better together, and I think we've got to be able to get the information we need to make decisions. And I'm grateful for you. We spent a lot more time together in the last couple of weeks working on stuff than we have in a long time, and I appreciate it. But I think the council wants to be sure we get the right answers. So let's figure out how we get more people here for the right answers instead of delaying them, because I think that is part of the challenge. We feel that people feel like it takes us months or weeks to respond to concerns, and I know we know better, and we've done well together. So thank you for doing that, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Councilor Benton?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You know, I've been through these Q&A sessions for a while now. And, you know, it is a two-way street. I'll just say that what I've always tried to do, and this is just what I do, it doesn't mean anybody else has to do it that way. But what I try to do is, when possible, is to give the director or the department a fair warning of what the question is. And if I can get an answer to that even before the meeting, then sometimes that's fine. Sometimes I want that answer to be stated in the public forum of our council meeting. And so I think we have a responsibility of ourselves to give a fair warning. And I do think, it could be questionable. It could be questioned as to whether every department director should be sitting in this room, in the room you're in tonight, and I'm not, at every meeting, and then having heard no questions for their department, they've taken that time that might be better spent on more important city business. So, I think we need to look at it that way. We're all in this together. We need to make this city government work. And I don't disagree with our right of any councilor's right. And when there's a hot issue, that can come up, and there's no chance for that fair warning. But I think that fair warning, when possible, is also incumbent upon us to give, and to try to at least give that opportunity for a proper answer and an answer that fulfills the actual question one way or another, because that's what we're really trying to do, and really trying to do this in our public forum. Oftentimes, sometimes it's just a question, and that I will ask, and I'll say, look, if you can't get me a question, then I'm going to be asking about, or an answer to my question, then I will be asking about it on Monday night, and that's okay too. But just an observation of after quite a few years of watching these interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilor Pena? Okay, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Rael, you mentioned it earlier, the reason why traditionally for a reason why we have all of the directors in council. And I've been there. I've sat in those chairs as an acting commander and as a lieutenant. And I've also sat there as part of one of the administration staff. And one of the things that I traditionally remember is that when a counselor asked a question of the director, that director could be able to get on their cell phone and find the right answer or find the answer to that question immediately. This is city government. You have a hierarchy, you have a director, and if a counselor needs to ask a director a question, and it's a specific question, then there should be no reason why that actual director cannot stand up there. If he knows his department, he should be able to stand up there and answer that question directly or immediately get on a phone and find out and come back within 3 to 5 minutes easily to answer that question. I don't understand why traditionally that can't happen, because that's the way it's been done. I've been a city employee for 26 years, and I've seen it over and over and over throughout those years. Why can't that happen? And it should be able to happen. And I just want to thank the other counselors for understanding that we are not going to give up our legislative ability for checks and balances based on this letter.
Thank you. Any other questions? This one? Okay, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. So I have a couple of questions. One, I just want to say, thanks to Councilor Bassan and Councilor Sanchez for raising the question about the blog. I just want to actually thank our PIO, because I think we still, even though I don't know what the administration or our main IT is doing, but as far as I know, we've received those emails. So I know he sends us our daily little notice. So I just want to thank you for just making sure we get all the information where we're being talked about. So, and then I actually wanted to bring up another item, 2 additional items, Madam Vice President. The issue on Gilbert Gallegos, and I know he's a PIO for APD, and some of the tweets that have gone out. I know that the administration and APD, and I don't know if this is for the chief or for Lawrence, I know we kind of stand by them, but I just hope that, you guys can go back and just look at that policy, because we receive lots of emails as counselors, and there's some pretty tough ones that we have to just listen to and swallow and decide how we're going to react to them. And, oftentimes I don't react, or I politely disagree, but I just think, though, especially at APD, I think it's important for anybody who interacts with APD. I mean, that's the biggest group of people that we have as our public safety arm of our city. So I think that any citizen shouldn't feel kind of like APD's. And I know it's hard, because we just got an email from someone who was like telling us all off and then calling me the R word. And if you know, I have a brother who has developmental disabilities, and when he called me the R word, I was like, oh my God, this guy's going down. But anyway, I didn't, I just responded, and I just respectfully asked that he would refrain from using that word, because it's very impolite to other people, even though he intends, that I'm, whatever he thinks I am, that's his choice. But I just really, really hope that APD and the administration can just look at that. And I don't know if you have a response to that, but I would appreciate some kind of, comment back.
Mr. President and Councilor Pena and city councilors, look, I think your comment there at the end of your comments is really sometimes, look, our city employees work really hard, and they are involved in trying to do public service, and obviously, really, when they feel like there is some issue that comes up that's perhaps unfair, or maybe folks are misinformed, or there's other ulterior motives that are generating those. We've always talked about, let's be professional, let's make sure that we deal with the issue for what it is, and not take it personal, et cetera. And so,
Mr. Rael, I'm going to interrupt you just a minute. Sir, I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. You have to remain seated. You can't interrupt our speakers, so you're welcome to speak to folks during our breaks or outside, but not during the middle of the meeting. So we'll ask you to return to your seat, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the point simply being is that I'd let you know, Councilor Pena and members of the council, that the chief and I have had those conversations, and we'll continue to have that with Mr. Gallegos.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, I appreciate, having that continued dialogue, because I think that, in the words of Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high. So I really think that we should do that as a city. So, and then my last is that I just want to thank Diane Dolan and Commander Torres for getting me some information, but it wasn't necessarily the information that I had requested. So I'll email back. I don't know if Commander Torres is in here or not, but I'm just going to say this publicly again. So the questions that I had asked was, one of them was the total amount that we have for ShotSpotter. The Journal had an amount of $3 million. I received an email that says 3.2. And then my next question was, how much does it cost to pay for the ShotSpotter, cost totally installed for each one? And then how many have been installed in District 3 total? And then the last question was, of that total, how many have been installed after 2021? And the reason I asked that question is because constituents and legislators from our side of town worked really hard to get a separate appropriation for District 3 for ShotSpotter, because, it's really helped to, one of those simple things that just helps to alleviate concerns for people in the community. And I just want to make sure that have any of the money that we advocated and received, has any of those ShotSpotters been installed since after 2021 when we received that money? So,
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, let me make sure we get you that information, and we'll provide that.
thank you. And they did give an attempt at it, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to follow up on those questions about the public relations. This is for Mr. Royale. How many employees work for the city in a public relations, media relations, communications, or social media capacity?
Mr. President, I know this question came up, I think, on the April 3rd meeting when I was not here. We reviewed that.
I saved them all for this today.
Thank you. We've reviewed the questions that you asked. There are approximately somewhere between 30 and 35 individuals in the city that have a portion of what your first question asks in perhaps their title. So there are folks, for example, that do a lot of work at the airport as it relates to day-to-day management, if you will, contract management, that are substantive in nature and business development, but also have some marketing in that. So not all of the employees that have that title are strictly doing that level of work.
Okay.
I've talked to our HR department to get that number refined so that I can give you a more accurate response to your question, but it is a little challenging because a lot of them have other duties as part of their principal duties.
Okay, thank you. How many are unclassified employees?
It is a smattering of in that world, there are approximately 4 or 5 vacant positions that are classified positions. There are, out of those 30, probably the majority of them, I would say somewhere between 15 to 20 are unclassified employees, simply because that category of work, if you will, especially the marketing work, usually folks move all the time around the different departments, et cetera, and it's a lot easier on our personnel system if they're unclassified. There are some that are unclassified simply because their jobs are wholly within that work in a couple of departments. A lot like your PIO in the council. There are some of those positions, for example, in the mayor's office, obviously, and a couple of other departments.
What are the basic salaries for these unclassified employees?
I looked at that salary range. There is an outlier that really tips the scale. It's one that, quite frankly, was I talked to the HR department. That position is really a business development position, and that one is at the airport, and so that one needs to be restructured. but they range anywhere from about $35,000 to about $65,000, if you will, somewhere in that range, depending on the size of the department and the level of work and how long they've been with the city.
Okay, thanks. Now I want to talk about the APD's PIO and his job description. Does it have parameters for official dialogue on social media?
Mr. President and Councilor, I don't believe that there are any parameters per se, but I must admit I did not look at that piece of it as in light of the conversations even tonight. So I will do so.
We'll need to find out. I'd like to see what it is. Mr. Cornelius, will you put this picture up on the screen? This is a picture that a constituent sent to me, and it's from Twitter. And down at the bottom, it has APD police public information officer and his reply to that tweet. We are all here to serve the citizens of Albuquerque. Do you think that that response is good customer service?
Mr. President, and Councilor Grout, I'm not, as I review his response, I would just say to you, look, I've gotten the point that you all have made.
Okay.
And we'll certainly visit with
Thank you.
that. I have always been of the opinion that we should be professional and stick to the subject matter and not, if you will, try and guess what the person on the other side is trying to say or what motivations move them to make their comments. However, I can understand sometimes people get a little ahead of themselves and look, this individual is a very dedicated public employee, and I appreciate you all bringing this to my attention.
Thank you. I think it's unacceptable, and I wouldn't put up with it in my business, an employee that I had, and so it needs to change. Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. President?
On that topic, Chief Medina, could you help us really quickly follow up on the APD's PIO policy? Chief, thanks for joining us. I'm glad you're here tonight. You and I have had conversations before, Mr. Real. You and I have had the conversations. Mr. Real, I want to take a little umbrance with you and say, we get along fine, but you and I have talked about this about a half dozen times privately. It's not that we just brought this to your attention. Chief Medina, to whom does the PIO in your department, the one who we're speaking of, report directly? Who is their direct supervisor?
Answers to the chief of police.
Chief, the APD, do they have a separate or distinct or different social media policy than the city as a whole?
Yes, we do have a separate media policy.
And Chief, why does the police department have a separate policy from the city?
We've just always had a separate policy. We do have different things within our policy. I'd have to research the history as to why it occurred that way, but we probably had a social media policy prior to any other department within the city. We started on very early, I think it was in about 2012-ish.
Mr. Rowell, the last time we had this discussion, the administration had just issued a new social media policy for the city. Did it include APD or was it separate from APD? It was indirectly in response to concerns about this particular account and, well, let's call it the account.
Mr. President, we had a policy that APD had as it relates to dealing with some very sensitive information that happens because of the APD and the world that they work in. We have since developed a policy that for the rest of the city, and it was really, if you will, fashioned around most of what APD had as it relates to dealing with the community as a whole. So, but the policy is still, obviously, I'm not intimately familiar with it to give you a lot more detail, but we are working on it.
Thank you, Mr. Real. And Chief, how many people have access to APD PIO Twitter account? Who all has the login and access and permission to post on it?
President Davis, Vice President Grout, I would say there's probably about 3 that could have access to the PIO account. There's probably about 3 that have access to the main APD account, and there's probably about 4 that have access to my account.
And thank you, Chief, that's very helpful. Chief, Mr. Real, I want to be careful not to get into personnel matters, but let me say this. This issue has been going on for quite some time. We've had personal conversations, we've had public conversations, we've had news stories. It is very clear that this account, in the way it engages with our community, is disruptive, is unhelpful to our engaging with the community and our positive relations. It is not that we are just bringing this to your attention. We have brought it to your attention, Channel 7 has brought it to your attention, the Journal has brought it to your attention, every counselor here has brought it to your attention individually, by email, by phone call. It is time to stop. Will you commit this evening that that person will no longer be allowed to operate that account until they are retrained? Or will you continue to allow this person to do so in violation of your policy that specifically says they must treat people with respect?
Mr. President, I will commit to you that we will have the conversation with the individual and with the utmost importance that it is about being professional and treating people with respect as you expressed.
Thank you, Mr. Real. I realize that's probably the best we can do in this forum, but let me make this clear. I will work personally to defund that position, to defund that account, and to prohibit the city from using Twitter in that way if we continue to not solve this problem. We are not going to pick a fight with people online on social media. We are not QAnon trolls, but we are participating in it, and we are encouraging it, and we are elevating all of those people by responding to it, and it is beneath the dignity of you and this department and everything you're working on, and we've had this conversation. People are allowed to disagree with us. We do not make fun of our former police chief's health conditions on Twitter. That is too far, and someone needed to be disciplined for it, and as near as I can tell, it hasn't happened. That's enough. We've done with this. I'm sorry, that's not a question, but you're welcome to respond. Please fix this.
President Davis, members of council, we will work on this. There is one thing, though. There is a value. Our officers work hard each and every day. And in the past weekend, I responded to several individuals, criticized our officers, 43 minutes to get to a response call. Was not true. I posted the actual facts online with a timeline that showed it was not 43 minutes. I will make sure that all of our responses are geared towards facts and that our responses are geared towards supporting our officers. This has become a very big political battle. There are members in this community that their hatred for our mayor, they will do anything at the expense of our police department and the hard work of our officers. And I'm committed to continue to support our officers and to make sure that we get proper facts. Last week, I released some information on something that was great, crime stats going down. And there are people, for political reasons, they'll sit there and they will smash and they will talk about the fact that it's not true and that we're lying. This isn't my work that is being questioned. It's the work of every single officer in the police department. So we will make sure that we're very professional and that we're very to the point and that we respond to individuals with facts and information as we did this past week. And that will be the big modification we see with the way that that account responds to anybody.
I'm not going to belabor this, Chief, but the fact is that response was about crime stats. So it's not the way we responded last week. It's the way we responded every other week before that one. Every time somebody said we will respond differently. So let's hit a reset. Find somebody else to run that account, please. They have plenty of other things he can do.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have just a couple more for Director of Family and Community Services. Hi, Director. How does it work when an agency like Heading Home gets city-funded housing vouchers to administer? Do they submit invoices to the city when they house people, and then they pay the landlords from there? How does that work?
Councilor Davis and Councilor Grouton, thank you for sending me these questions. So yes, we have a contract with Heading Home to administer housing vouchers. When they comply with the details of that contract and they submit to the city the rent rolls with the details needed so that we can then reimburse their voucher or their invoice.
Okay. We've heard that Heading Home owes one apartment complex $78,000. Is Heading Home submitting these invoices? Is the holdup with the city not paying the invoices, or is it Heading Home just not getting the cash out the door?
A couple of things here, Counselor Davis and Counselor Grout. So as of today, when we followed up on this, the agency reported that a payment of $56,000 was needed to reconcile with that landlord that we are aware of. And Heading Home believes now they only owe $2,000. So they are currently in contact with that landlord to reconcile that. I will say that the issue is not the city paying, it's receiving accurate invoices from the organization that we can then reimburse. And we've been working pretty diligently with this agency. They recently do not have a CFO, and they recently do not have a CAO, or their executive director, and they have an interim in there. So they've had some challenges of late, which we're very aware of and working with them. But our big thing, and now we are getting caught up, they are getting caught up with their billing and sending in more accurate invoices.
Okay, very good. How many housing vouchers does Heading Home have?
Let's see, I've got that. Where did I put that? Well, I had that. I think it's about, I want to say about 700. I can't read my own writing. I apologize. No, sorry. I can read my own writing and it wasn't 700. 280 vouchers. And they do have the capacity to administer those in a timely way. But again, they've just got to submit those rent rolls on time so then we can turn around the invoice.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, can we please get a copy of the Heading Home's financial statement? Because it wasn't on our report.
Yes, Counselor Davis, Counselor Grout, and I apologize, I did mean to send that earlier. We will send that. I don't have 22 yet. I did ask them today the timing. We received their financial statement for 2021 in April of 2022. Okay. So this is the interim CAO. I asked that question today. He didn't really know, but I'm anticipating we'll have that soon. But I do have the 21 and I will send that to you.
Great, great. Maybe we'll get that 2022 this month of April. And I have one final question for you. Do we have any city-funded vouchers to help people stay in their homes?
The majority of our housing vouchers are for people without homes that need that housing, so they're unhoused people. But with the housing voucher money in our budget this past year, we allocated about $750,000 to use for affordable units in multifamily properties. But the majority of housing voucher money is for people who are unhoused.
Is there any way that we can find some money for these? We have a lot of seniors that are calling us and they're just a little bit short because they're on that fixed income. And we've been looking for creative ways to help them, but we're wondering if we can get them vouchers or anything like that.
Counselor Davis, Counselor Grout, I know we had talked about this once before. We can look into that. Part of it is getting the affordable units, so a senior would be eligible for that, and we can also talk to the Office of Senior Affairs as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
All right. And then I have one final question that I didn't have planned, but it's for Director Sanchez with Arts and Culture. It's a quick one. Hi, Director. I've had several people reach out to me. Apparently, there is a fountain at the biopark that is going to be demolished. And that saddens me. And I'm wondering, I think a local artist made it many years ago, and I'm wondering if there's any way it can be saved. Why are we just getting rid of it?
Council President Davis and Councilor Grout, there actually has not been a determination about the outcome of the Doolittle Fountain. It's actually a part of the public art collection, so it's not the decision of the biopark. It's actually a decision of the Arts Board in terms of what should happen to it next.
Okay.
The artist is from northern New Mexico, and it was built 25 years ago. And if you have visited it lately, it does have some very serious issues in terms of delamination of the tiles, disintegration of the tiles, also some real problems with the structure, and probably as importantly, the infrastructure is of major concern. The reason that it's empty right now is that the water has been leaking, and we don't know where the water is going. So it's not that we can see the leak, but we fill it up, and we lose water way too quickly. So that is also of concern in terms of what is happening underneath the fountain.
Okay.
So the Arts Board has taken it up. They asked for a full report. They've asked for recommendations on what it would take to restore it. All of that information will be presented to the Arts Board.
Okay.
They will make a recommendation to the administration, and then the administration will act on the recommendations.
Okay.
So ultimately, it will be a question of how much money we can or have or are willing to invest in restoration of the fountain.
Very good. Well, I'm glad that there is a little research first. It's not just getting demolished. Hopefully we can find that leak and we can get it fixed up, because there are a lot of families that look forward to going to see that, take pictures there. It's really important to a lot of people. So thank you. Director Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Councilor Sanchez?
I just have one question. Ms. Sanchez, several meetings ago, I asked you for information, reference the One Albuquerque Fund, and you were going to get that information to me. I'm still waiting for it. When might I see that information, please?
Council President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, I believe the questions about the One Albuquerque Fund, the way that we left it is that I don't have any information specifically about the One Albuquerque Fund. The information that I have specifically only relates to the book, and I feel like I shared that information at the last council meeting. If there are specific questions about the One Albuquerque Fund, I feel like those would have to go to the One Albuquerque Fund or through the mayor's office to request that information. I only know specifically about any proceeds that are related to the book.
Okay, can you get me that information, please?
The information about the book?
Yes.
Beyond, Councilor Sanchez, what would you like beyond the number of books that we've sold and then the proceeds per book?
And where that money is directed to?
Councilor President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, there have been 97 books sold at this point. $2.35 of each of those books has gone to the One Albuquerque Fund. It is specified in our MOU that that money goes to the One Albuquerque Fund towards the priorities that are set out by the One Albuquerque Fund, and those include housing, recruitment, and other priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councilors? Okay, that's it for that. Alrighty, let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the March 20th journal. Okay, any questions? Nope. So, clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Fubelkorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis. Yes. Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Councilors, we're going to move on to our changes to the letter of introduction. We have several of those this evening, and so I'll move, to begin us off, I'll move that the rules be suspended for placing EC 270 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 270 is approval of the first supplemental agreement to funds for outside council services between Robles, Real, and Anaya and the city of Albuquerque. I will need a vote for the rule suspension. Make a motion for suspension. Several seconds. I want to ask our city attorney just very briefly, do you know why this is sort of a late introduction? As I recall, there was an error in the initial introduction, and this simply replaces it. Is that right? It's not that we're doing this at the last minute.
Councilor Davis, that's correct. There was an error in EC 264 in one of the numbers, which so made the communication incorrect, so we corrected that and resubmitted it.
Great. So there's just a technical change. It's not changing the substance.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to make that clear for the record. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of rule suspension to place EC 270 on tonight's agenda, say yes. Roll call, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yep. That counts too, though.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. I'll also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing 272 into EC 272 on tonight's agenda. That is a lease agreement between the City of Albuquerque and the National Alliance for Mental Illness, a nonprofit. We have a motion and a second from the Vice President. Seeing no discussion, will you please call the roll call?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm actually going to withdraw this bill, so I don't know if I should just, we can withdraw it another time, or I can move that it be placed on tonight's agenda, and then I can withdraw it. What would be the process there?
I think it'd be okay to place it and withdraw it, but I'll leave it to Mr. Melendres.
Mr. President and Councilor Pena, just because it is on the agenda and on the letter, to cross all the Ts, you would need to suspend the rules to get it in, and then it'll be withdrawn through a later vote.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify. So I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R119 on tonight's agenda for action. R119 is calling for the additional community input and good neighbor commitment by the city for the proposed West Side Housing Center drop-off located in the southwest area of Albuquerque.
We have several seconds. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R120 on tonight's agenda for action. R120 is approving the Transit Department's fare equity analysis of the proposal O2371 for permanent zero fares for ART and Sun Van service. Move it pass. Or,
Second.
yeah, thanks.
We have a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R124 and placing it on the April 17th, 2023 council agenda. R124 is approving 2 awards from Bernalillo County beginning in fiscal year 2023.
We have several seconds. Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R125 and placing it on the April 17th, 2023 council agenda. R125 is approving and authorizing a grant application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the 2023 Continuum of Care Grant and providing an appropriation to the Department of Family and Community Services for fiscal year 2023 and fiscal year 2024.
We have a second, but if I may, I want to ask either, I don't know, Mr. Grego, Ms. Dolan, or Director Pierce about why this is a late introduction and why we can't do regular order on this one. Grant applications usually give us a little time, so.
Counselor Davis, because we made a mistake. So we should have done this earlier. I met with the staff today. And so actually with this HUD grant, this Continuum of Care grant, you can anticipate, because it's on our calendars, you will see this this fall. And then that could appropriate that goes to those variety of agencies. We usually get notified in the fall, and it should have been on there sooner.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, other questions? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
We have a motion and a second. Will the clerk call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilors, that ends our letter of introduction. Just by way of order here, we're coming up on 7 o'clock, which is usually when councilors get grumpy if they're not fed. So here's what I think we're going to do this evening. We're going to try to rock through our consent agenda, which may take us a few minutes. I know there are some directors that are usually just here for that purpose, although some of you may be here for the budget bill anyway, so we'll be here together till midnight. But for those of you that are here for public comment, I expect that we'll take that up when we return from our dinner break. So if you want to get out of here for a few minutes, I think you'll be safe to do that, and we'll take public comment up after. And then unless, it's usually our practice to take the big budget bill last because it's going to take a little time. So for directors and other folks that want to go downtown, spend some money, support local business, you probably have time to do that. But hopefully people can make their plans accordingly. Councilors, we have reports of committees, but there are none this evening. We're going to move on to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, do we have any of those? Councilor Pena, I think you might have a withdrawal.
Thank you, Mr. President. R19, calling for an additional community input and good neighbor commitment by the city for the proposed West Side emergency housing drop-off located in the southwest area of the city. I move a withdraw.
Second.
We have a motion for withdrawal in a second. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Do we have any withdrawals or changes to the consent agenda? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to withdraw EC 265 from consent.
EC 265 is withdrawn. Are there any other changes? Seeing none, I want to thank everyone who's volunteered to be on a board and commission for the evening. We appreciate you being here and appreciate your willingness to serve. Ms. Hinojos, did you have something else for us or just reminding me to take a vote?
I just wanted to let you know that that EC is not on the consent agenda. It is under approvals.
Do you want to do something different?
No, I really thought it was under consent. So I will withdraw that out of motion.
Doesn't happen. It never happened. It didn't exist. Great. Seeing no, sorry.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
We have a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan. Now it's your turn. Thank you.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Sorry, Councilors, we're going to move on to announcements. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, April 10th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, April 12th at 5 p.m. in the Council Committee Room on 9th floor. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you, councilors. We have no financial instruments this evening. And so being that it's close to 7, I think this is a good break for us. So for those of you coming back for public comment, we'll invite you to stick around with us. And other than that, I think we'll take a quick break. See you in about 30 minutes.
Oh, anytime. No big deal.
Okay, folks, we're going to call this meeting back to order. I want to check and be sure that Councilors Jones and Benton are available, or at least can hear us. If you'll let us know. I think our staff checked a few minutes ago.
Here I am.
Welcome back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius, Councilor Benton was here as well. Is that right? Thanks. Great. All right, Councilors, at the request of Councilor Feeblecorn, she has a special guest here for that item that staff pulled off consent at her request. We're going to let them move forward on that. It's EC 265, and then we'll go to public comment. I think that presentation and that item will be very brief. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So I had pulled the Albuquerque Energy Council annual report from the consent, and I just wanted to have Ms. Mayani Barudin give us a quick overview of what's in that report. I think it's really important that we know the work that's being done there. We're saving a lot of money and a lot of energy with their work with that 3% set aside. So Ms. Barudin is on Zoom, so I'll turn it over to her.
Tonight. Yeah, I'm Mayani Barudin. I've been on the AUC Albuquerque Energy Council since 2021 and am now the chair of the council. For those of you who aren't familiar and maybe just sitting in, the Albuquerque Energy Council serves as an advisory committee for energy and environmental areas for the city. So we have responsibility for working with city staff for energy conservation programs within the residential, commercial, industrial, city government, et cetera. So there's a lot of cool stuff happening, and I'll try to, of course, keep it brief since I know you have a packed agenda. Part of our responsibilities are to see oversight of the capital improvement program money for different projects, and the annual report shows a vast number of those. So we've seen a lot of very cool things, and just to spare repeating it verbatim, I'll highlight some of the, I think, key elements that really showcase the council's or what the city has done within the past number of years. So at the time that this report was written, there were 123 projects. These total achieved more than $25 million of annual savings in energy operations and maintenance, et cetera. So that's a pretty big number. It's almost hard to believe it, just, this sheer amount of savings that were possible because of this. Projects had an average return of investment of 5.2 years. And then, of course, with energy savings, we saw huge amounts of decreases in carbon emissions, equivalent to removing more than 30,000 cars from the road. And also, more than 3 million trees planted. So it's a lot of really cool metrics that and positives that the city has been doing. The report really shows all of the different, details of them. For instance, there's a South Broadway Cultural Center and Library. So that was an energy efficiency initiative. The project cost was $433,000, but you can see that the actual, it ended up avoiding $21,500 each year. So it has very quick payback periods in most of, and if not all of these, and I think we're really seeing the benefits within our community. There was also the senior center, which was very cool. 402 lighting fixtures replaced. So I think, a lot of positives within the community and how these projects are being received for all of the different ones. The ones mentioned above recently were energy efficiency. We also have renewable energy projects. So the list is vast and I won't go into all of them, but we have libraries, Central, Unser, Cherry Hills, and downtown, visitor and business facilities, including the Sunport and the Convention Center, as I'm sure all of you know, community and senior centers all over the city. So the one I mentioned above was the Los Volcanes Senior Center, but we also have North Domingo Baca, Alamosa Multi-Generational Center. So a lot of different projects, and I think it's really neat, just how diverse the projects are, and that you can really see, where and how different parts of our communities are benefiting. There's also the BRAIN, which stands for Balanced Resource Acquisition and Information Network. So it's a data center and computer platform, and it's really, really neat. You can see real time, basically what is going on within the entire city. And for energy nerds like myself, I was fascinated with it, just the level of detail, and how we can use that, to really reduce costs, see where things are not running, see where we can improve them. And that also, just increases the livelihoods of anyone using those buildings and well-being, especially as we know that energy is essential for us. One of the main elements of the report as well is talking about the Year Out Energy project. So that's partnering with Year Out Energy to perform an energy-focused investment grade audit of 50 facilities. So the purpose of it is to identify opportunities for the city to reduce energy and water consumption, and to develop a scope of work to be implemented to address those concerns. Just a little bit of background about this, because it is a really neat project, and it's been, in the works for a couple of years now. But it began back in March 2021 with the investment grade audit. Looking at 50 sites, as mentioned, to improve, HVAC, lighting, electric domestic water controls, renewable energy, and other building systems. And the city established a target at the onset of the project of $280,000 just in first year operational cost savings. So that's, again, a big amount of savings that we're seeing. The project also significantly outperforms the proposed project that they're doing, even outperforms this with potential for savings of over $800,000 per year. Again, as the city climate action plan, the project is in line with that as well, seeking, to support 4 of the 7 themes in it, to reduce the city's environmental impact by CO2 impact, I'm trying to read this through very allergy-ridden eyes, as I'm sure many of you are. And then also just, so you are aware, this was done, the company was chosen, based off a pretty intense selection process. So that was just all of the different dimensions and aspects of this project made it the most favorable, and actually, even exceeded what the goals were. So we are hoping that that gets done. We really want to see, just this project touches upon so much that I think, it's pretty evident that it will have, the benefits that we're looking for. And then lastly, for the annual report, it is our job as the Albuquerque Energy Council to identify what is working, what's not working, and of course to offer our recommendations. And I will say, being within the council for the last couple of years, it's been really impressive seeing all of the different things that are going on. And the city's just moving so quickly, and I think really supporting a lot of cool initiatives. So, watching all of the senior centers, the libraries, everything, it's kind of, an honor to be involved in all of those projects. And as a council, us realizing all of the positives, wanted to see what we could do to actually even further this. And that resulted in us hoping to and recommending to increase the capital improvement project funding from 3% to 5%. For energy conservation and renewable energy capital improvement projects. So the current 3% was set in 2006, 16 years ago. So increasing it, I think just in terms of inflation and all of that, kind of is in tune. But also just because it is allowing for the ability to accomplish the city's resolution to have 25% of its energy come from solar resources by 2025, and Mayor Keller's commitment to using 100% renewable energy for all municipal operations by 2025, which is coming up very quickly. And then lastly within that is to expand the eligibility of capital improvement projects to also include water conservation. And there was a lot of water effort done in the last couple of years as well. I'm trying to, I encourage you all to read through the annual report, because it is, does have a lot more detail than I'm able to offer in a short presentation. But yeah, I think it's mainly just making sure that the city and staff have the resources to keep working on these projects, and that because we are seeing huge amounts of savings and huge amounts of benefit.
Thank you, Ms. Baruden. I just want to say I think the annual report is really well done this year. It's got a lot of information in it. I did have a couple of questions, and so I'll just quickly ask them. One of the things in the report that you mentioned is the need for water conservation and potentially increasing the set-aside. We'll be discussing the CIP budget later tonight. It is a 3% set-aside, and that's a lot of good work being done for that amount of money. But could you talk through what could be additional if we did water conservation, and what other kinds of projects could be added if we were able to, in the future, provide more funding?
Yeah, and I would offer more on water conservation, but I do feel like that's a little bit out of my element to offer specific recommendations, since we haven't discussed those yet. But there has been a lot, just basically also, as an effort to reduce water costs. But, I'm happy to circle back with the council and staff and get a little bit more concrete detail of exactly what especially the council was envisioning for the water conservation front. I think for all of the projects, there's just so much to do across the city. A lot of it is just upgrades that are needed, and, giving the ability to do that. So, the money, just I think with the amount, we're really having to see and prioritize how we want to, do the projects, of course. And just so everyone's aware, for each project, the council reviews it, re-rate it, and that determines if we're able to proceed on it. So obviously, there is a ranking system, but we are seeing a lot more need. So I think there's so much going on that not having to limit what is done, I think will be really helpful. And making sure that more parts of our community are able to benefit. So especially not only from the savings, but just, from those upgrades, from having better lighting, from having, even lit parking lots, all of those different things that have been done by way of this funding.
Thank you. And I see that Councilor Benton has one question. I'm going to ask one more, and then I'll let Councilor Benton take over. But I'm just wondering if, and it might be a question for you, it might be a question for the administration, but what is the status of getting that year-out energy service project moving? I've been aware of it for quite some time, and I still haven't seen it come through council. So can somebody give me an update on that?
Yeah, I think we have certification in hand. It was certified by New Mexico Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources Department back in October 2022. So yes, it is correct that we've been waiting, and this has been pending for 6 months or so now. So what I believe is that we just need certification and approval of funding so that this project can move forward. And I did circle back with SAFE, with the city of Albuquerque, and if there is further interest in the year-out energy project as well, I'm happy to provide some more detail or to circle back on that if you would like. I know that the annual report does have a couple paragraphs on it, but happy to provide even more if we can. But what I believe is that we just need approval and, of course, making sure that we have the capital to be able to move it forward.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn, it is a bit about the capital that but we are moving forward with the project.
moving forward with the project? Are we moving forward with the contract? Are we starting the work? What is the?
Moving forward with the contract with,
Okay.
you're out.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Counselor Benton.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the Energy Councils, past and present, but Chair Baruden and the present councils. Want to appreciate this presentation and also encourage the councilors to, if you haven't seen it already, go check out. I'm sure you've received an invitation to go see the brain and see how it works with a short presentation on that. It's really amazing. And, you know, having sponsored the 3%, I think we bumped it up back in 2006 from 1% to 3%, if I remember right. And thanks for Councilor Feeblecorn for her advocacy back in those days as well. But, you know, it takes this kind of investment to achieve these kind of savings and these efficiencies in city government. And, you know, our job is about, tonight it's about capital, but shortly we'll be talking about operating and what it takes, and they're very much linked. So having this panel of dedicated experts on the AEC to advise us is really valuable. And I just wanted to give a shout out and appreciation of their work. But again, encourage you, counselors, if you haven't seen it already, to check out what they're doing with this this brain, this ability to monitor all of our facilities eventually, and really down to minute detail to discover where we have inefficiencies that can then turn into more dollar savings for the people of Albuquerque, and that their funds, their operating money doesn't just go down unnecessarily down a wasted energy wormhole, if you will. So thanks, Madam Chair and Mr. President.
Other counselors before we go back to the sponsor? Seeing none, to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Ms. Baruden for coming and giving us that overview and all the work that they do. I served on the Energy Council before, and it's a really important aspect of city government, and I really appreciate it. With that, I will move that EC 265 Albuquerque Energy Council FY 2021 and FY 22 annual report receipt be noted.
Motion and a second from Counselor Bassan. Mr. Cornelius. All right, Counselor Ben, do you have something further? I'm sorry.
No, just seconding. Offering a second.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. Thanks. We'll take that one as well. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, folks, I know I'm getting several messages. I'm aware there's a national championship basketball game that you'd all rather be watching than watching us. I can't do anything about that unless these counselors decide not to ask any other questions, but we are going to try to move some things out of the way so some people can go home. Counselor Pena, you have a bill that I think we're ultimately going to defer. Do you want to handle that one fairly quickly so people here for that can go watch basketball?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and I had sent an email to the director, but I don't think he received it. So I just wanted to make sure he can go home if this was the only thing he was here for. So with that, I would like to, why can't I find it now?
I think it's R103, Counselor. Item H, is that right? Last on the agenda?
Yeah. Oh, it's on the last page here. Sorry. So directing the City of Albuquerque to provide a bilingual pay differential eligible to city employees. I move it do pass.
We have a motion and a second. Counselor, go ahead.
And then I have, thank you, Mr. President, I have a floor sub, and it's in the iPads.
Thank you. Counselors had opportunity to review that, and so we'll make that a motion for the floor sub. Is there a second? Several seconds. The clerk can pick her favorite. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Councilors, the floor sub is passed. Mr. Cornelius, I don't see anyone signed up. Is that correct? I'm trying to do better to not skip folks. Okay. Anything from the administration before we go back to the sponsor for the deferral?
Mr. President, just another point, since we were talking about communication earlier. We don't get copies of the stuff in the iPads as it relates to, so I don't have a copy of the actual bill you just passed. So just maybe a point of conversation about it. In the past, we would get a copy of those before the meeting, or at least sometime. So just for future reference.
Mr. Real, that's a good point, and I know we've gone back and forth a little bit. I see some staff nodding heads, and we'll be sure Ms. Dolan connects on that in the future, and maybe we could even get you an access. I think we've got some ways to do that. Back to the sponsor. In this case, it's going to be deferred, and so if that's okay with you, Mr. Real, we're just going to let the sponsor do what she does.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and I worked with the administration to come up with this floor sub. So with that, I would move a deferral.
And is there a date, Counselor?
Next council meeting.
I believe that 17th, I heard whispers of. Okay. We have a motion and a second to defer until the 17th. We'll ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
He'll be excused and be back.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Counselor Pena, for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Counselors and honored guests, we are back on general public comment. Let me remind you of our rules really quickly. Members of the public are available, are provided the opportunity to sign up for public comment to the council in person or virtually if you sign up for public comment per the instructions published on our agenda and on our website each Friday. There are public comment ground rules, so let me go over them now just to be sure we take care of that. You have up to 2 minutes to present. Your comments must be addressed to councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive comment will result in removal from the meeting. Remember, there is a 2-minute time limit, and a bell will ring here when your time is up. For those of you joining us by Zoom, you'll see a timer on your Zoom, and you'll get a funny noise when you get close to that time. Mr. Cornelius, we're going to turn this over to you. Would you please call our first speaker, reminding, of course, that if you are on deck, so if you're next up, come on down, sit in the front row so that we can keep you going, and we'll ask Mr. Cornelius to get us started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Brian Fayer, followed by Diego Lopez.
Hey, Brian.
Attending a few recent city council meetings, I've noticed that there seems to be issues with the mayor's office when it comes to communication with the council and the public. I've also noticed that when I've reached out to the mayor's office with a complaint or critique, even though I voted for him twice, they seem to view any criticism as partisan or political and therefore illegitimate. As I mentioned at the last meeting, here in the real world, criticism is a fact of life. It's how if you're able to listen, it's how you learn and evolve. I did eventually receive a reply from the mayor's office from my email on March 6th, on March 24th. The email stated, "We don't have to accept the status quo, and we all have a responsibility to step up and make a difference when it comes to public safety." The letter contained a link to register for the Metro Crime Initiative. I did. I never got a confirmation or heard back. What this city needs is not more initiatives or commissions or studies, but leadership. While doing some spring cleaning, I found the mayor's campaign plan from 6 years ago. He says, "To refuse to accept the status quo, we have to take responsibility. We have to reform the police department, restore trust by reforming APD from top to bottom, institute real community policing, finish DOJ efforts, hire 400 well-qualified new recruits, and change the culture." Which brings me to the mean tweets, which I really appreciate you all bringing up tonight. Tweeting derogatory comments about the death of a young 15-year-old boy isn't mean, it's vile. Posting out that calling out BS as a public service isn't mean, it's beneath the dignity of the city of Albuquerque. Cracking jokes about Alzheimer's disease, a horrific, brutal disease, isn't mean, it's sick. And I would just suggest to the mayor's team, the chief of police, and APD's PIO that they visit the New Mexico Holocaust Museum in downtown Albuquerque around the corner. They have an exhibit on propaganda and misinformation, and criticism is not misinformation. Thank you.
Diego Lopez, followed by Carl Vidal.
Thank you, councilors. My name is Diego Lopez, and I'm a
Airbnb host, and I'm speaking tonight trying to convince you that Airbnb is a good option for people that live in the state of New Mexico. I received a call late Saturday evening from the Edelweiss condominiums in Taos Ski Valley. They had many guests there. The hotel, it's a condo building actually. It was totally full, and the Taos Ski Valley lost water. The main water main broke. It also later that evening, the gas line got broke, and so they didn't have heat or water. And Mr. Martinez got a hold of me, and we were able to place families with children close to the airport so they could return to California early. Their vacation was going to end. He wanted to try and get people into Santa Fe, but he wasn't having any luck finding any place for them to stay. And the people that he placed with me, they really needed a place bigger than 2 bedrooms, and they needed kitchens because they had children and everything. So those options won't exist if this passes because, first of all, I would have to rent for a long time, and late at night on a Saturday night, you don't have very many options. And a lot of our guests are New Mexicans that are having problems with their homes. And thank you.
Thank you, Diego.
Carl Vidals, followed by Stacy Seidel.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I am here to discuss short-term rentals in Albuquerque, and I'd like to start by discussing hotels today. Currently, there's 3 hotels for sale in Albuquerque, and these hotels range in costs between $2 million and $9 million. The cash to renovate, supply these properties, deal with lead paint, asbestos, and other environmental factors. It's going to take an investor over $2 million to stand up that hotel. The regional banks that traditionally lend money right now are trying to stay solvent, and they're just not providing loans right now. Even before the bank insolvencies, banks weren't lending to hospitality due to the risk. You know, when you look at that, there's 2,500 hosts providing places for people to rent here in Albuquerque. Only a handful of these hosts, and I mean like maybe 1 or 2, has $2 million to go invest, right? It just doesn't happen. The 2,500 hosts that own properties here in Albuquerque, they are the 99%. They include retirees, veterans, single moms, their families. We're innovative citizens and we're embracing technology. We have invested our life savings into these vacation rentals, and we're just trying to provide housing. We're providing housing for workers, for visiting families that are coming to visit their family. We're providing housing for tourism. And last year we generated $215 million in economic impact. So I'm asking you, resist what the administration is currently doing and asking you to support this bill. Don't negotiate on it. We need you to stand behind our innovation. We need you to embrace us. And we really need to continue what we're doing with bringing Albuquerque to be a competitive city and support tourism and housing. Thank you.
Stacy Seidel, followed by Shane Dolinsky.
Hello, councilors. I'm Stacy. I appreciate watching what you guys do here tonight with, you know, the safety of our city, cultural and arts, energy, all of those things. It's fun. I am here to speak on the short-term rental bill as well. I am a single father of 2 girls, primarily a contractor, 6th generation Albuquerque local. And, you know, I actually am primarily a contractor. I like renovating historic homes. I have 3 here in Albuquerque and 1 in Santa Fe. The one here in Albuquerque, I'd like to talk about, it's on 120 Walter. It's the old McDowell Mansion. It's a 5,400 square foot Victorian property built in 1901 that I sank $250,000 into, right? To renovate. That's only possible because Airbnb makes that possible. I also did 904 Silver, built in 1906. I also did 609 Marble, built in 1916. That one's called the A.W. Hayden House. I'm looking at Edith, potentially, which, so these are historic renovations and restorations that I do. For the Huning Highlands, I know, Leslie with the Historic Preservation Division, Lauren Austin up there with the Historic Neighborhood Association. These are projects that I couldn't do without Airbnb. These Airbnbs are already in a trust for my two daughters, right? I think that we should be looking at family values, community values, strengthening neighborhoods, and not kind of pushing a short-term agenda. That long-term agenda of family values is what creates housing security. We're working against exactly what you say this bill is for. And that's my opinion, and that's my 2 minutes. So thank you guys for your work here.
Shane Dolinsky, followed by Jason Rubin.
Mr. President, councilors, thank you so much for hearing us speak. I'm also here to speak in regards to the short-term rental policy and ordinance that we are obviously vehemently against. As a short-term rental owner myself, I take pride in the ambassadorship that I bring to the world, not the city, not the country, but all over. I have guests that have stayed with me from Japan to Italy. Obviously, the Balloon Fiesta brings people in from everywhere, but I have people that come in that are contracting with the national labs. I have a short-term rental. Oftentimes that people will come in for 2 to 3 weeks and their contracts get extended. And of course, I extend my place to them so that they can stay as long as they want to and have security and knowing they've got a safe environment to stay in. I've had several guests pivot from hotels because they've had their cars and other personal items ambushed in the parking lot of these big hotel chains. It's a problem that we have here and we know it. I would say to you that these Airbnbs are actually safer for our guests from out of the city to come and stay. And I believe for myself, I've had over 1,000 different stays in the 5 homes that I have now, and I've had one issue, and that issue was resolved pretty quickly. Airbnb also helps people. We were in a meeting yesterday and we found out that someone's car got vandalized in front of an Airbnb. Airbnb stood up and actually paid for the repairs of their vehicle. That is something that they do in their guest guarantee. There's host guarantees as well. So not only is it to help our city and tourism and what is #1 in all of our state, really, tourism, but we're providing an environment that's more like home. So please don't take away our homes that we're sharing with others to give them that environment here. Thank you so much for your time.
Jason Rubin, followed by Tad Nimitsky.
Thank you, Council. My name is Jason Rubin. I'm a veteran and a local real estate investor. I'm here today to express my views on the short-term rental caps. I'm a small owner-operator. I have one short-term rental and one small multifamily property in Albuquerque. I started my small business to help support my family and provide income after I retire from the federal service. Owning multiple STR properties is part of my business plan, and these restrictions will limit my ability to grow my business. My short-term property helps me pay the mortgage of my multifamily property. Without that income, it would be even more challenging to provide those other housing units that families rent from me long-term. Tourism is one of the biggest sources of income in New Mexico, and short-term rentals help support that industry 100%. The statistics on how small the short-term rental market share is compared to total housing units versus the revenue that it generates is remarkable. As the industry grows, There will be a point where increased regulation will undoubtedly be required. It's my opinion now is not that time. It is my feeling that your energy would be better spent getting more short-term properties registered so the city can get all the revenue that is already being paid to the state by the booking platforms. That money would help fund a variety of public services that are currently underfunded. Capping short-term rentals that currently represent less than 1% of total housing units in Albuquerque wouldn't do much to solve the lack of housing in the city. Businesses like mine employ handy people, cleaners, laundry services, professional services, banking, lending, and more. Weakening those job sectors would weaken the economy of Albuquerque and my ability to provide for my family. It's my opinion this piece of legislation will have many unintended consequences. Please don't vote for it as it's written. Thanks.
Tad Nemitsky, followed by Janice Herrera.
Thank you. My name is Ted Nemitsky. Now let me start this way. Alan Varela, JD, Planning Department. Now, and his managers. Now, Jesse Muniz, and his director right here, City Council Director. As they know that I did file public records examination, that is state law, way over past due. This is timely matter. Do I have to get the AG again to enforce? No, I'm not gonna pay this way. I will file a lawsuit, and I received, plus I'm gonna sue for punitive damages. So now, why are you afraid that? What are you hiding? You must be hiding, oh my, must hiding something. Well, now I learned that 1-inch thick walls and city council chambers. Well, since everybody suffering during this coronavirus, now, same thing at mayor office, 1 inch before you get to the hallway, glass installed. Well, here we have problem in this city, in this country, this city. Thank you.
Janice Herrera, followed by Carlos Benavides.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, City Council members. I have a few issues I'm going to raise tonight. I'm going to start off with the decommissioning of the underpass at I-40 near 2nd Street that happened last week. I'll start off by commending the agencies that were involved for the things that I think went better than they have in the past. So there was no APD presence. I only saw Metro security and sanitation staff, which was great. Pets were allowed to go with folks. So I really appreciate that a hotel was found that would take people's pets as well as their persons. And then the third thing is that there was storage space allotted for each of the people who were lucky enough to receive a voucher. On the flip side of that, the area where we could really improve is on the number of vouchers that were made available for folks. So I talked myself to at least 4 people who were unable to get vouchers that day. It seems like the problem was that they hadn't filled out an assessment before the day of the decommissioning, if you will, which I'll add as a military term, which I find a little strange. But if there had been additional vouchers available the day of for people, I think that would have been even a bigger success to celebrate, because there were quite a few folks who were angry that they didn't get a voucher and felt that they didn't have enough advance notice. So I just wanted to share that with you all. The other thing I wanted to briefly mention is I found out today that the New Mexico Home Fund is no longer offering emergency rental assistance. And the website indicates this is because of the COVID funding wind down. So it tells folks to go instead to the eviction prevention website. I The eviction prevention website only provides help for people who are already in eviction court. So there's kind of a gap where people are falling through. The eviction prevention website tells them to go back to the New Mexico Home Fund otherwise. So it's a circular process. Thank you.
Mr. Herrera, thank you. I just want to say, Mr. Herrera, thank you. That is, I appreciate your comment tonight. I appreciate you leading with some of the stuff that worked better and well. I know that the Health Equity Council's really been working with our homeless residents in our city and just process in general to make things better, and I appreciated that. That's incredibly useful input today about what we're doing right, what we can do better next time, and I hope you'll continue to send us that. That's very useful, and thank you for your insight.
Thank you.
Carlos Benavides, followed by Timothy Krebs. Timothy Krebs, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Council President Davis and members of council, my name is Dr. Tim Krebs. I'm a professor of political science at the University of New Mexico with a specialization in urban politics and policy. I've been assisting Mayor Keller's policy team in the development of Housing Forward ABQ. This multi-pronged approach to Albuquerque's current housing crisis reflects best practices and the best current thinking about housing policy in cities throughout the country. Whether it's hotel, motel, and office space conversions, zoning changes to stimulate multifamily housing developments, encouraging more ADUs and regulating short-term rentals, expanding the housing workforce, or protecting both landlords and tenants, this plan is balanced, reasonable, and evidence-based. Many of these ideas are brand new ones. What is not particularly new is sort of how we think about zoning and zoning regulations and the production of housing units. The core challenge today, all across the country, not just in the city of Albuquerque, the core problem is that we do not have enough housing. And the research on this question is absolutely clear that there is a negative relationship between the amount of zoning regulations and so forth and the production of new housing. And so that's a critical part of it, but that aspect of it is not, again, not particularly new. Some of these other things, hotel, motel conversions, office space conversions, these kinds of things are relatively new in this current policy environment. Addressing the housing crisis will not be easy, but it will be worth the effort to provide decent and affordable housing options to our fellow citizens. As this initiative progresses, I urge the council's support. Thank you.
Andrea Calderon, followed by Dale McLennan on Zoom.
Hi, good evening, Council. It's actually really great to have two Indicators Progress Commissioners in a row speak. I just wanted to introduce myself, Andrea Calderon. I'm a commissioner on the Indicators Progress Commission. I also work for the Bloomberg Center for Government Excellence. I just wanted to give you all some insight on a project that we just started with Albuquerque. It is through an initiative that we have called the Opportunity Accelerator, which focuses on economic mobility initiatives for cities across the U.S. We're focused on place-based initiatives, and so we really only have 5 jurisdictions we're working with: San Antonio, Bexar County, Oakland, Alameda, Tulsa, Albuquerque, and Memphis, Shelby County. And so all of these cities have different needs. They focus on different areas of focus around economic mobility. Excuse me, apparently I'm nervous. And for Albuquerque, it's a Black homeownership and housing strategy. So I know you all have given a lot of time to homeownership and housing over the last couple of years. Actually, especially in the last couple of months, I've been up here advocating against some bills for others, have really appreciated your efforts. And also wanted to share that in the Indicators Progress Goals Forum, we heard a lot of feedback from residents that they were primarily interested in housing intersecting with all of the different goal areas that we have. So clean, green, healthy homes, right? Housing that's linked to transportation access. housing that's available for folks with disabilities, lots of different intersections. And we're focusing at my job specifically on the Black homeownership strategy. So I really encourage you to keep that population in mind when you're making decisions. They show some of the worst outcomes in terms of homeownership in the city. Folks between 18 and 45 years old are only acquiring homes at a rate of 34%, which is quite low compared to the Hispanic Latinx community, as well as white residents and residents of other demographics. So thank you all so much. Let's talk to you soon.
Dale McLennan, followed by Jesus Hernandez. Dale, you are muted.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, and council members, I'm here as a representative, I'm sure, of many people who are very concerned about our homeless situation. And all of the discussions about housing were very interesting. I appreciate the input that people had this afternoon or evening. I'm concerned about the homeless because I understand from reading statistics that we have so many more homeless than we have housing for them. Therefore, we have the tents and the things on the street. And one way to start a movement of getting them off the streets is for the Gateway Center. I understand you may be considering not funding that, and I want you to please reconsider. The Gateway Center would provide housing, it would provide counseling, also job training, job counseling, any number of things that would help these homeless people get their lives back together. And I pray that you will consider this. I saw a caption on PBS last Sunday or Friday about what Washington, D.C. has done. And it gave a wonderful description of the people that were in the homeless. It was a hotel that had been purchased. And they were changing their lives by getting their medication in order, by being able to have housing and food, to be able to think what they want to do with their lives. And thank you. Please consider.
Jesus Hernandez, followed by Julie Drakey.
Okay. Hello. I just wanted to say that zero fares is a big opportunity for people with disabilities such as myself to be able to get around places easier. That means I don't have to depend on anyone. I can just get a ride from them from point A to point B. And having free sunrun makes it better because if a rider isn't able to pay, they won't have to miss the ride because they weren't able to pay. Thank you.
Julie Drakey, followed by Molly Gish. Molly Gish, followed by Luis Colunga.
President of the Council and Council members, my name is Mari Gish, and I'm here to speak in regards to the short-term rentals. I own an Airbnb, and I live in the home and I rent rooms. And I want you to be aware that the range of guests that I have had and been able to serve ranges from people involved in the movie industry, families that are coming to work in the city and are looking for short-term while they're looking for permanent housing for themselves and their families. And I also want you to know that I am no stranger to the homelessness situation. Years ago, I was homeless myself. During COVID, I lost my job. I had to take care of my former mother-in-law who had a stroke, and I was able to take care of her and my father who has cancer, and I've been able to support my family because of the Airbnb. The limits that are being imposed with this new legislature piece will create unintended consequences. I have been afraid that I will face homelessness again. I've been able, like I said, to support my family and also my guests that are coming here for permanent housing, and as well as many healthcare workers. The majority of them during COVID were members of the healthcare industry. And I heard another person speaking to the fact that they come for a short contract and then they extend their contracts and they have been able to have permanent housing during their contracts. I urge you to really be conscious of the many, many other unintended consequences that may be if this legislature piece passes. Thank you for your time and your listening.
Luis Kalunga, followed by Kristen McPeak.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. My name's Luis Kalunga. I'm a constituent of District 6, and I just wanted to thank counselors for hearing us today, and wanted to ask for your support in keeping zero fares for the city of Albuquerque. Yeah, where I live, it's a little hard to get around, so usually I bike, but sometimes it gets pretty late and dark out. You know, the weather changes up on me, so spontaneously I'll get onto the bus. I like to take the art bus a lot, getting to downtown and groceries, because it is sometimes I feel unsafe on the streets, where the routes aren't the best, and so I think the bus is a really good way to get home safe. And I just wanted to urge you all to consider that and keeping zero fares for us. And thank you.
Kristen McPeak, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Good evening, President and Madam Vice President and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to address my concerns while humanizing legislation on the short-term rental restrictions as a property manager, and my father is an owner of two. I'm a fourth-generation native New Mexican and have no intention of moving or leaving the city or state. My income, taxes, and 98% of expenditures stay local. When we were in school, we were grilled about investments, sustainable and future-proofing investments. Housing was a major goal to invest in. It was never a get-rich-quick scheme with the mortgage, insurance, utilities, remodel, etc. But it was sustainable passive income. Then Mayor Tim Keller himself pushed for small business owners by saying small businesses are the backbone of our economy and a major job creator. Historically, the city has focused on courting out-of-state businesses, and while this is still a key part of our work, but we also need to address gaps for the homegrown small businesses that are vital to the economic growth. The small businesses will connect our local entrepreneurs, especially people of color, immigrants, and women, with the opportunities that will enable them to launch and grow small businesses that boost our entire community. Lastly, Albuquerque has pushed to buy local, and for every $100 spent in locally owned businesses, $68 stays in the Albuquerque economy through taxes, payroll, and other expenditures, as compared to only $43 when selecting to spend at larger change, as well as with Visit Albuquerque. To summarize, this piece of legislation will restrict the growth of my father's future business and retirement, my future inheritance, business, and eventual retirement, and so on. Further unintended consequences would be the city that the city is limiting other small businesses' economic growth, limiting the Buy Local and Visit Albuquerque initiatives, and limiting the tax revenue received from the hospitality and gross receipts taxes. Helping the unhoused and future-proofing the housing market are equally as important. This is just not the legislative piece to definitively solve these problems, and will create more in the long run. Thank you again for your time today.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Michael Brasher.
Thank you, members of the council, President and Vice President. I am speaking. I saw on the agenda that you have removed the various contests to the Dawn Legacy Point application for safe outdoor space, because as I've read in the paper, they have removed it because of some questions that were raised. And I understand this, and I'm not going to make any detailed comment, but the summer, we need to do something. There's been a proposal for safe outdoor spaces and then a reverse of our whole attitude toward it. And now as we're coming into the summer, I would urge you to work with the administration to try to come up with some way of handling the many people who are not going to be in sheltered settings, are not going to be in indoor settings, who are going to need water, who are going to need shade, who are going to need a place to spend the night. And what we're doing now, playing almost whack-a-mole with park benches and busing benches all over the city, is not helping the unhoused, and it's not helping the neighborhoods either. I know we can do better than this. I thought safe outdoor spaces would be a good first step, but it has been turned into such a political football that you can't get rid of it because you don't have a big enough majority to overrule the mayor, but you can't do anything with it because you haven't got a majority to do anything with it. And I hope this summer we will do something, because people are going to be suffering outdoors and neighborhoods are going to be being affected by our not dealing with this situation. Thank you.
Michael Brasher, followed by Anita Cordova.
Good evening. There are new relaxed rules enabled, and these are new rules enabled by O2254 that might be to the delight of residential property developers, Airbnb landlords, and non-owner occupied residential home investors. The rules have the capacity to destroy the character of residential streets and neighborhoods and the personal and economic investments residents have made in their homes. Not all neighborhoods, of course, are affected by the relaxing zoning rules. Neighborhoods typically, those in affluent areas, already have private restrictive covenants in place prohibiting the very kind of change the relaxed rules in O2254 permit. The negative impact of these rules will tend to fall disproportionately on those who must rely on government-afforded protections, those who, on the whole, are likely to be less affluent, and those who don't have the benefit of restrictive covenants as they exist in gated communities and more affluent neighborhoods. Zoning rules are intended, among other things, to protect the lifestyles and investments of residents. I object to the relaxation of the rules that afford that protection. Also, homeless is an issue that we're all very concerned about. Also, please budget for more code enforcement staff. More staff is needed. And the sound system of the last meeting was incredible. It did not work. It was difficult to hear from the general public and from the presenters. And if you could pay attention to that. And thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Anita Cordova, followed by Christopher Ramirez.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm a member of the Zero Fares Coalition. bus rider and board president of Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition. For nearly 2 decades, I have been working on the issues of homelessness and housing. And in all of these areas of interest, the necessity for public housing has been activated and is essential. I urge you tonight to vote yes for making Sun Van and Art lines permanently free. Transit-dependent residents, seniors, families, essential workers, people with disabilities, all deserve access to these transit services. As you all know and have heard us say before, the intersection between accessible transit and affordable housing is tangible. The 85% of riders who earn $35,000 or less are also the same people who pay 50% or more of their income for their housing and are, as a result, housing burdened. Providing transit that is barrier-free for this group is an essential step towards housing and transit equity by eliminating the barriers that prevent people from getting to the places they need to go and live healthy and fulfilling lives. I want to applaud the City Council for this bold and just effort to make Art and Sun Van permanently free. Please vote yes on this ordinance tonight. With my little bit of remaining time, I would also like to take a moment to thank the mayor for an additional $3 million that he has added to the whole Zero Fares project through fiscal year 2024. As no surprise to this council, the Zero Fares Coalition would like to see zero fares kept and free for all transit systems for all riders. Thank you for your time and thank you for your efforts on Sun Van and Art.
Christopher Ramirez, followed by Julie Drakey.
Good evening, Council President and Councilors. My name is Christopher Ramirez, and I am a bus rider and also with Together for Brothers, the Albuquerque Bus Riders Union, and Zero Fares Coalition. Together for Brothers and Albuquerque Bus Riders Union stand in support of making Art and Sun Van permanently free. According to ABQ Ride's own survey, 75% of bus riders have an annual household income of less than $25,000, and 80% of bus riders see keeping zero fares, including Art and Sun Van, as the single best improvement ABQ Ride can make to public transit. In 2017-2018, Together for Brothers was funded by the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and New Mexico Health Equity Partnership for the first youth-led Health Impact Assessment, or HIA, that researched the connection of health equity, social determinants of health, and public transit. Here are some of the research we were able to gather about free public transit in Albuquerque. 78.5% of youth in Albuquerque replied it would be easier to find and keep a job. 81% of boys and young men of color in Albuquerque replied they'd be more likely to access outdoor recreation. 72.4% of boys and young men of color in Albuquerque replied it would be easier to graduate from high school. And 68% of boys and young men of color in Albuquerque replied they would be more likely to participate in neighborhood activities, including access to exercise, healthy food, and seeing others in their community. The final statistic I want to give is that we learned that 90% of boys and young men of color who were transit dependent, using transit daily, also commented that they did not have the fare to be able to pay at least once in the previous month. Together for Brothers and Albuquerque Bus Riders Union see Art and Sun Van as steps in the right direction for transit equity and most impacted communities or transit dependent bus riders getting what they need. Thank you and vote yes to permanently free Sun Van and Art. And like Anita said, we would like to see that extended to the other fixed routes in the ABQ Ride system.
Lastly, Julie Drakey.
Mr. Cornelius, I think you had said she's having some technical issues. If we can't find her, maybe we can come back to her if we can reconnect with her later.
It does appear that way, Mr. President. Other than that, that does conclude general public comment.
Thank you. If you connect with her, we'll try to find a time to squeeze her in between next items if we haven't gotten to her. If you think we've missed you, why don't you come down and speak to our staff really quickly, and we'll visit with that while we take care of some other business, and we'll come back to you. In the meantime, Councilor Sanchez, I believe we missed you earlier during Q&A, and you wanted to respond to something from the administration, and so I want to give you a chance to do that while we work with our staff. If you think we missed you, come on down. Let's be sure we catch up, so.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we moved on a little bit quick, but Mrs. Director Shell Sanchez asked me to ask the administration for the financials of the One Albuquerque Fund. So I just want to go ahead and just ask the administration for the actual information in reference to the One Albuquerque Fund, donors, financials of the fund, expenditures, board of directors, itemized list of how the money is being spent. And then I also wanted to ask Mr. Rael if you've donated to the One Albuquerque Fund.
Mr. President, not that I'm aware of from a direct donation. I may have bought something that they may have been selling at some point, but I don't recall. But I will get the information you requested.
Okay, thank you. I just was hoping that you answered that way, because basically I was hoping that it wasn't a requirement of any city directors or deputy directors to actually be contributing to the One Albuquerque Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Mr. Cornelius, do we need to return to Ms. Strachey, or are we okay? And the other folks are for bills?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one person that signed up under a sort of a alias, but I'll go ahead and call her name. That is May Sagbacken. Thank you.
Mr. Cornelius, is that person still with us?
And she is a panelist now. May Sagbacken, you have 2 minutes to speak. May, are you there? Perhaps more technical difficulties, Mr. President?
Okay. So we're going to move on for just a minute. If we can join those folks again, we'll get back to them between our other items. We try to do our best to respect folks who are doing their best to get with us, but we'll have one more opportunity maybe after this next action item. Next up on our agenda, we've covered the EC that was covered by Councilor Feeblecorn. So we're going to move on to 070. Committee sub for 070 amends the Albuquerque Alcoholic Liquor Ordinance, and I would move it to pass. We have a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilors, this makes some technical cleanups to our liquor ordinance to more align with changes from the state liquor law. Mr. Cornelius, is there anyone signed up to speak? I didn't see it, but I want to be sure. 7-0. I don't think
No,
so.
Mr. President.
Thanks. I think we have an amendment, so I was trying to drag some time so Ms. Montoya could catch up to us. Because she's always on top of it. Thank you. I think we're going to see you a lot tonight. Give us just a minute to read through this. So, Councilor Pena, this is your amendment. Do you want to propose it?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
Basically, without reading the entire amendment, this would be floor amendment number 1. And what this does is this amendment reinstates the waiver review process when an alcohol establishment is proposed within 300 feet of a church. Applicants for church waivers would be reviewed under the same standards as school waivers. Both school and church waivers would be available for any license type and anywhere in the city in IDO zones that allow liquors, sale, or service activities permitted under the license. So basically, it just adds back in the church provision.
Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Grout. Councilor Pena, could I ask a question if you don't mind? Sure. I see there's also, I think this is new language in your section 2 that adds recognized neighborhood association that I don't recall being. Was that in ours now? Okay. Never mind. That's mine. Councilors, any discussion on this item? I have to say, we went around on this. I would oppose it. I don't know where the rest of the council stands, only because we didn't see a reason to treat churches anything special, any different than we would in other things, kind of becoming making these the establishments that used to serve alcohol, sort of treating them like every other business. I'm not aware of any issues that we've had in the community where churches, for example, have opposed an issue or had a big issue with a restaurant or someone next door because of alcohol. So we tried to simplify this process, basically trying to ensure that the basics for public safety and ensuring that licensure, insurance, those kind of things are covered appropriately, but not trying to grant special status to any particular type class or person or who may have a different opinion. But I respect that some folks may not want this adjacent to them if they exist before. But I would oppose it mainly because I think they would have an opportunity as a neighbor to participate just like any other neighbor and not be granted a special waiver or a special sort of status there. So I would oppose it, but I urge if the sponsor wants to make a case, I certainly would encourage that.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if there's any questions first before I close, but I just wanted to say that this was in there already. It was just removed, and I was just adding it back in because I do think that, this doesn't prohibit anybody from getting a license, but it's just that there's sometimes certain circumstances where, church or a school, for example, and I know we're not taking out the school provision, but with a church, and having a liquor establishment so close to it can create some issues for some, and in some instances, maybe the church is fine with an establishment going in next to them, and so this just gives that opportunity, and all it does is adds back that part of it. And I think there's a lot of things within your ordinance that is good, and it supports kind of expediting and helping to ensure that we can grow business in the city of Albuquerque. But this is just one that I thought it's important to be able to have the community's input in this regard. So I'd urge your support.
Councilors, seeing no other discussion, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll for floor amendment number 1.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
No.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
No.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
No.
That passes on a 5-4 vote.
So councilors, we're back on the bill as amended once. Is there any other discussion, any other questions, any other amendments? Seeing once, going twice, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grout?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
And that matter carries. Thank you, councilors. We're going to sort of do a little weird thing here. Mr. Cornelius, thank you for alerting us to this. So we have a commenter on 0100, which is going to be our last item tonight. But Mr. Soto is still has school tomorrow, and we're keeping him late. And so we're going to make a little special exception and let him speak to us now about 0100 so he can go home, get smart, get more rest than we will tonight. So Mr. Soto, come on down and let us know what you think. But now that we embarrassed you, you have to at least tell us where do you go to school. Great, Cottonwood Classical. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. President and Council, good evening. My name is Tommy Soto. I am 12 years old and I am a student at Cottonwood Classical Preparatory School. I'm here to talk about the Albuquerque Museum Education Center. Mayor Tim Keller recommended funding for a new center that would have more classrooms and offer more classes to the community. I was very excited to hear about this, but disappointed that the money might not be used for the museum anymore. I am sad to hear about this change. Let me tell you a little bit about my experience with the museum. I have been taking classes there in painting, drawing, sculpting, and many other things since I was 6 years old. I took classes on the weekends in the summer during the school year. I took classes on Fridays during the pandemic to get away from the screen, which was a good opportunity for me because I could interact in person and do art. It is important to remember that the public schools often do not offer many art opportunities. In elementary school, there were years when I had no art classes at all, and others when I had them once a week for only 1 semester. Then I discovered the art classes at the Albuquerque Museum. The museum classes taught me about art from all over the world, including Mexico, Japan, India, and Australia. I learned about different art techniques that I still use now and about different art genres. If I hadn't had this opportunity, I wouldn't be the artist that I am. The city of Albuquerque needs to offer more for the community. I was excited to hear that the Albuquerque Museum was planning to expand their school, and I hope that you will agree to that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think the several counselors have amendments to help do what you are asking us to do, so go home and watch us online if they make you go home. Thanks. Thank you for being here, Mr. Soto. Mr. Cornelius, do we catch up with any of our technical folks or we're just done?
I think we're done with public comment.
I suspect for people caring to weigh in on amendments and on homelessness or budgets that you're going to have your chance at several meetings coming. So come back and try us again. All right, counselors, thank you. We're going to move on next to R120, Counselors Feeble-Corn, Pena, and myself, but I'll let my co-sponsors present, whoever would like to.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is R120, approving the Transit Department's fair equity analysis of the proposal O2371 for a permanent zero fares for ART and Sun Van service. Move it to pass.
Second from Counselor Pena and several others. Sponsors, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is part of the 071 that was, months of negotiation. We finally came up with something we liked. We needed to do this equity analysis before we could move this part of the bill. So we removed that section of the bill. That's what we're going to hear next. And this is the equity analysis that supports that bill. So any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Councilor Lewis, you had your finger on the mic.
Mr. President, I'm just wondering why this isn't why wouldn't this be an acceptance? Why is it a resolution for approval when typically wouldn't something like this be just accepting the study? I wonder why.
I see Mr. Melendez thinking hard about that.
Council President, members of the council, as far as I know, the previous times that we've had equity analysis, it's come through a resolution. I think the last, because previously we had an equity analysis that went through and it was also in the form of a resolution, but that's to my recall.
But this is really a study that we asked that departments were required to do, has some results. They send it back to us, and in a sense, we're acknowledging that it was complete.
I think there is a trigger, though. I mean, it is a requirement for for another piece of legislation, right, Mr.?
That's correct. It is sort of precedent to the next piece, but Mr. Menicucci is also on Zoom. He may have something to offer as well.
Mr. Menicucci, I didn't even know you were here.
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, Mr. President, Councilor Lewis. Yes, historically, it has come in as a resolution, meaning that is to be accepted. No, I guess not accepted, but is to be approved by the council, kind of adopted in as part of our policy. I think to make consistent with the way the federal government, at least the Federal Department of Transportation, wants their local governments that receive funds to receive their to get their approvals on whenever they receive their grants or we receive their the grants or policy or equity analysis such as this. We've always historically done it as a policy. That seems to be what they're requesting, consistent with what they're requesting.
Councilor Lewis, anything further? Thanks. Thank you. Other councilors, and then we'll go back to sponsors and for if there's a presentation or anything further. I don't think there is. Seeing no other, is there anything else from the administration? I know the study's available. And Mr. Cornelius, we had some speakers. Is that still the case? No? Oh, no on this one? Okay. Not 120 on the next one. Okay. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we'll ask the clerk to please call the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
All right. Now we're on the actual ordinance. Councilors Feeblecorn, Pena, myself, whomever.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a committee substitute for 071, amending Chapter 1, Article 2, Section 1 of the Transit Ordinance to establish the permanent zero fare on Albuquerque Rapid Transit and zero fare for Sun Van service through the Transit Department's qualification process, expanding Chapter 12, Article 2, Section 19 of the Criminal Code related to offenses related to public order and safety. Move a do pass.
I'll second.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, this bill, again, was part of the original transit large bill that we had. We needed to get that equity analysis completed before we could have this section pass through council. So now that we have the equity analysis and it's been accepted, this is just completing that final part of that bill. And again, this would create permanent zero fares for Sun Van, so our paratransit operations, and for the ART system. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions, any comments?
I have
I'm going to go to Councilor Grout, and then I'll go to Councilor Sanchez.
Mr. President, thank you. Counselor, do we have projections on the future costs of running this service? Anybody?
I think we're going to pitch that to Mr. Menicucci, although I think we have a budget number that's been floating. Mr. Menicucci?
Yeah, Mr. President, on the fiscal, Mr. President, Councilor Grout, in the fiscal analysis impact on the write-up, it gives the existing cost for last, I think it was 2019 for operating it. That was the last full year they had Sunvan on it when their numbers were full. So that's the closest we could get. Because of the pandemic, their numbers for costs have probably decreased, and Transit's here to answer that better. A little bit, have decreased a little bit because of ridership, but ridership is now building. So we can't give you last year's cost. Again, we'll probably would have to look at the budget which just came out I think on Friday to see how they've adjusted for inflation and increased ridership. And so hopefully Transit's here to answer that question. But again, at this point in time, the fiscal analysis just shows the 2019, which is the closest we have for Sunvan. And I don't know if you're also asking about ART. But again, it's the same story with ART. Again, we're having to deal with the uniqueness of the impacts of the pandemic and trying to get close to giving you a number.
Thank you. Mr. President, a couple more questions. Can we predict the future maintenance and security costs at this time? Anybody?
That might be a Mr. Real/Transit question.
Mr. President and Councilor Grout, our transit director is here. I think the real practicality to your question is that it's very challenging to predict, obviously. Knowing what we know today and what we're paying today may be the best answer we can give you. I believe I'll have our transit director come up and give you at least a sense of where they are, but if you would like a more in-depth answer to your question, we would certainly want to have our budget staff go through their budget and give you a perspective going forward if that'll make you feel comfortable with it.
Thank you.
Director.
Councilor Grout. Yeah, as far as security and maintenance costs, I don't really have any projections for that. Tom did allude to some of the costs as far as ART goes and Sunvan, and those are based off of fiscal year 22 numbers. So essentially for ART, we're looking at an annual operating expense of about $5.5 million. I believe in your package you'll probably see about $3 million, but that did not include the number of drivers that are coming online off of a grant that we had for the past 3 years for ART. So it would be about $5.5 million for the operating, and we saw about $810,000 is what we would have projected in fare recovery at that time, so leaving us for about $4.7 million with the fare recovery on ART. And then for your Sunvan expenses, the annual operating expense with no fare recovery is about $7.1 million. And the fare recovery is even less on that at about $258,000. So you're looking at about $6.9 million there. And again, I would anticipate that, you know, we are starting to see our numbers come back for Sunvan and more applications. So that number will likely rise.
Okay, thank you. That's a lot of money for free. Have free fares improved the system in terms of efficiency, frequency, and quality?
Council President, Council Grout, I will say part of the reason why you go to a free fare is for the dwell times to decrease. So, you know, you have that easy on and off board access for our ART. That is one of the reasons that it's best not to have those fares for that. So yes, I would say that the dwell times have increased. What were your other 2 points?
Efficiency, frequency, and quality. Having free fares, has that improved the system?
Councilor Davis and Councilor Grout, I will say that, and you probably hear from a lot of the general comments that the free system has made it more accessible for a lot of individuals. So I will say it has improved in that cases. I still think that we have a lot to work on as far as the safety of the system and the cleanliness of the system. But I don't know that that's really just because of the zero fares.
Right. I had one other question. I'll think of it. Permanent's a long time. Permanent is a long time. And while I understand the accessibility and, you know, people have good reason to get on this bus and use it, permanent is a long time. And I don't know, while I understand the intent, it's expensive. We don't know how much it's going to cost in the future. Have we finished the pilot program? You remember we have the zero fare pilot program. Do we have the results from that yet?
Council President and Councilor Grout, we are in the midst of putting together our analysis on that. So we hope to have it towards the end of June with a recommendation that is due to Council at September 30th.
Is there any reason why we should be finishing this or approving this before that is done? That was an argument that was made prior to when we had 5 different amendments going. And I'm wondering why we're pushing this now when we don't have that analysis done yet.
Council President and Councilor Grout, I will say that, I mean, it's free right now, or is, and zero fares are also free for the Sunvan. So, I mean, this really just, it makes it permanent, but it is free until we make that analysis and make that determination. So I would believe that that would lie with the council.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Councilors, other questions or discussion for the director?
I had one.
I'm sorry, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question that I had is, I still have a question about the role of the transit security officer. I've been contacted over and over by different people in the union and also by different security officers themselves stating that they still are in danger based on what's going on. Also heard that there's planned to be a massive exodus of these individuals who want to go work at a different department, then have to actually enforce the law in reference to the ridership. Also, the officers, the security officers, as well as the officers that are actually in here today, are dressed similarly to a APD police officer. When back in my day at the city, they wore a light blue uniform, and now they're wearing a police uniform that is extremely similar to a APD officer's uniform. Same thing goes on with even our animal care people who are out there, the officers who are actually working animal control. They're also wearing a black uniform as well, concerned for their safety because they also have told me that they have been approached by citizens who think that they are police officers and can handle their problem. So we have an issue with that. Can you explain what you're doing to make sure that we're protecting the safety of the bus drivers and also the safety of these individuals? And what are we going to do if we do have this mass exodus of individuals who are actually leaving for the sake of that's not what they were hired to do?
Council President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Is it about security specific or bus
it's about the
drivers?
safety of the officers and about the safety of the security personnel who are asked to do more than before, and the fact that we have individuals who will be leaving the department probably because they still have time in city government before they retire to probably want to transfer to other departments. Apparently that's going on. Do you know that?
Council President Davis, Councilor Sanchez, I don't really have any information on that. Possibly Director Craig might. He does have all the security guards for Metro under his jurisdiction, so I'll let him answer that question.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council President, Council. John Craig, I'm Director of General Services. Metro Security is underneath the Department of General Services. We currently have about 24 officers that will be bidding in the coming week for security positions around the city. 24 positions for transit security officers that will be serving the transit buses and ART buses as security personnel. So what was the question regarding how are we going to keep them secure?
That's correct.
Obviously, we value all of our employees, and they sign up to be security guards. We have a training regimen for them. They do have two-way radios on them to call for backup if they need it from Albuquerque Police Department. We have communication with them regarding protocols for responding to incidences that our security officers have, whether it be at the transit centers or on the actual buses.
The reason I'm asking this question is because you're asking them to do more. And in reference to their old job, how do we keep them in a situation where the confrontation that they encounter is not going to escalate? Because now we're calling them peace officers, and we're giving them different powers. Is that correct?
That's not correct, sir.
Okay, so that is out of there.
Right.
Because I'm looking at this, does categorize. Okay, got it. So the question still remains. They're still dressed as a police officer, wearing the dark uniform, the blue uniform. The only thing that makes it look different from a police officer is the badge that they wear and also their patch. But to a regular citizen, they may not understand that. So is there anything further that you're going to be doing to make sure that the general public doesn't mistake them as a police officer?
I think our officers are trained that if anyone approaches them and asks them for help in regards to them being police officers, they would tell them they are Metro Security, and that is the job they do, just as they have done throughout the entire 40-year, 50-year department, Metro Security Department. So I understand that the issue is the color of the uniform. I think the badges are separate, as well as the insignias that they wear and type of belts that they have and the information there. So it is what it is in terms of metro security. Their cars are clearly marked. When they're on foot or on the buses, they are in uniforms. That is the approved metro security uniform.
Okay, thank you. I think we have some folks signed up to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything else? Counselors, any other questions or discussion about that item? Counselor Bassan? Oh, yeah. But anything else here before we go there? Mr. Cornelius, we do have a couple people signed up. I think we.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Janice Herrera, followed by Luis Cisneros.
Good evening. I come here as a member of the Zero Fares Coalition, as a member of the Health Equity Council, but also as a big sister. I just wanted to share a personal story today. My youngest sister, April Darling Rose, was born with Down syndrome. So shout out to Councilor Pena about negating the use of the R word. I'm totally on board with that and appreciated your comment earlier. My sister was very independent. She unfortunately passed from leukemia when she was 20 years old. But in her last year of life, she wanted to get married. She had a fiance who also had Down syndrome. And after her passing, he would still come visit our family and he would ride the Sun Van. So I'm very familiar with the workings of the Sun Van. And oftentimes, for the same reason that he was eligible to ride the Sun Van, he struggled to find his wallet. He came from a working class family. He had two parents with full-time jobs. And so sometimes he just couldn't get the fares together to be able to come all the way across town and visit us. And it was really detrimental to him. And so when I think about like this particular personal situation, and I extend it to other folks across the city who are living oftentimes with permanent disabilities, we talk about maybe making zero fares permanent for some people, but these are folks often living with permanent things that will affect them for the rest of their life. This can impact their ability not only to socialize and connect with their community, but also to get to doctor's appointments, to school. My brother-in-law held a job. So these are all things that he was dependent on the Sun Van in many cases to be able to access. And so I thank the councilors, President Davis, Councilor Pena, and Councilor Feeblecorn for your work to make the Sun Van permanently free. Thank you.
Luis Cisneros, followed by Rosemary Blanchard on Zoom.
Council President Davis, councilors, my name is Luis Cisneros. I'm the president of AFSCME Local 18, the Albuquerque Officers Association Union. I've worked for the city of Albuquerque for 22 years. The first 4 years I worked at BCDC and MDC. For the last 18 years I've worked for City Security and now Metro Security. I'm here for the security aspect of the transit plan. I have many concerns over how it's going to affect the public safety and officer safety. Some of my concerns are the lack of training, written policy and procedure, the SOPs, post instructions, our scope of our authority, the liability that will be under the city's liability, public appearance because of the uniforms, staffing and lack of staffing, crisis management training, fentanyl accidental exposure or other hazard chemical exposures, and medical training. Right now, what we're being asked to do is basic police work. We're being dispatched in a range of calls from down and out medical calls to aggravated assaults and everything in between. I've spoken with Sean Willoughby from Albuquerque's APD's union, and he has a number of concerns about what we are actively doing now. It's the union's position that we're barely able to do what we're being asked to do now, much less adding more duties and responsibilities and dangers. Given more time, I'm willing to answer any questions you may have about any of the concerns I've brought up. If not, it's my hope that any decision regarding the security aspect of the transit bill be placed on hold till we could speak with you and elaborate and expand more on the concerns we have.
Mr. Cisneros, thank you, and thank you on behalf of your members from Council 18. They make our city work, and we appreciate it. So we'll be in touch, I'm sure, if nobody has questions.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilor Pena.
Mr. Cisneros, just a couple of questions. So are you currently, are you currently asked to do some of the things that are outside your job description now?
Pretty much everything we're doing on the transit central corridor, we're not trained for, we're not equipped for. It's not because the officers don't want to do it. It's because of the lack of training we've been given over the years. We're carrying equipment that has been expired. OC spray. My OC spray has been expired for 16 months. They do a monthly uniform inspection on me. They note that on there every month. We talked about it the other day. I have officers that are afraid that what we're doing is a potential civil rights violation against the homeless population of Albuquerque because we don't have the authority nor the training to do what we're doing. We're responding to down and out calls, and we're getting there and we're basically assessing, does ACS need to be called? Does AFR need to be called? Is this person combative? Do I need to call APD? Or do I need to, can I get him to get up and leave on their own accord? It's something that we've never dealt with as security. We worked at other places. Transit security, it's a little different. When we merged 2 years ago, there's been little to no cross-training. As of tomorrow, I've never worked transit. I've never worked at ATC. I've never worked the mobile patrols. I could show up tomorrow, and if they want to send me over there, I have to go. I don't even know where to park. I don't even know where the office is. But I'm expected to go over there with no written instructions, no training, and do what they're asking us to do. Someone's going to get hurt.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, if I can
Go ahead.
indulge for a minute. Mr. Rea, so can you guys check into this? Because if that's the case, we really need to make some adjustments.
Mr. President and Councilor Pena and councilors, there's no question that this is a very different job than the job that they have been doing in many ways. It is a job that requires a lot more training, a lot more, if you will, support, and we certainly recognize that, which is part of the conversation we all had when that bill was actually being developed, when we talked about taking them off of the peace officer category. And this is a very different role for them, and we certainly will work through this process and provide them the training and the support. But as we all talked about, again, when we adopted that legislation, was we need to make the transit, if you will, safety group a very different group than what our standard security group is for the rest of the city. Because whereas other parts of the city where they're providing security to a building or if you will, an entrance to a program, et cetera, this is every day. This is almost it's a very different role. And so to your question, Councilor Pena, yes, we are needing to go through a process of training these officers or these individuals and really providing them, quite frankly, the support that they need from APD, because they are confronting situations that require a whole different skill set. We're very cognizant of that.
Mr. President, yes, thank you. Just hearing that, it's concerning. Obviously, we just can't ask, our city employees that are hired for a specific job to then just carry out additional duties and responsibilities without, the proper training and information. And so anyway, so I look forward to hearing more about this as you guys move forward. Thank you.
Councilor Davis, councilors, if I may.
Mr. Cisneros, very briefly, yes, sir.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's just, we are going to have people leave. Mm-hmm. We've had a number of people that have, over the last 3 years, we've lost 74 officers and we've lost 14 supervisors. some to retirement, some to, they were fired, and a lot of them left to other departments because they don't want to do this. I'm talking to the people at work every day. There's a small group of us that, yeah, they're okay with doing it, but not without the proper training. But for the most part, I would say 90% of the people I work with do not want to do this. And if they're made to choose, at this point, they're willing to take pay cuts and go somewhere else because over the 18 years that I've been with security, we've lacked training, equipment, and if someone's telling the council or someone else that we have this training and we have this skill set, they're misinformed.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. I don't think anybody's saying that you guys have what you need there. I want to ask Mr. Rail very briefly, what's the status of creating our dispatch center that we funded, I think, in last year's budget at this time for our security officers? Because at one point it was just a security supervisor with a cell phone that was our dispatch center. And that wasn't going to fly. Deputy, thank you.
Councilors, currently the funding for those positions are 8 individuals. We are currently hiring them, have been in the process of hiring them for about 5 months. We currently have only identified 5 that are eligible in our own staff. They are currently working and being trained in the dispatch area. The area on the first floor of this building is where the security dispatch will be placed.
Yes,
so that is being constructed as we speak. The equipment's been purchased, so it is very long in the process.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And let me remind everybody, just for folks following along at home or haven't kept up with the different versions, the original proposal for this was to grant our security officers some additional authority, which came with additional training and presumably funding in the budget. By hearing from your officers and others, we determined that wasn't the right approach. The only thing left in this bill directly addressing our security officers is it makes it a specific crime to resist or obstruct or fail to follow the directions of a security officer, really giving them a little bit of like legal backup there that what you tell somebody to do if it's enforcing the rules counts, and they need to do that, and at least APD or others can help enforce that. But I think we've got a broader conversation about sending our city employees, I don't care whether they are, I do care, but as a security officer or a lifeguard or whoever they are, to enforce city rules without giving them authority. Security officers are different. We're dispatching them into a situation we know where someone is supposed to be doing something wrong, and they need the authority to issue citations, in my opinion, which comes with the training, de-escalation training, and all the proper equipment. And so, Mr. Real, I haven't just gotten, if you know, I haven't gotten into it in the budget that far in that long document, but we've talked about splitting this back. It was a grand experiment that I think we all kind of agree was not a good fit to merge all that. Does the city administration's budget break that back out again this year? Breaks security back out into the metro versus transit departments?
Mr. President and members of the council, not specifically in the budget. However, we did establish the same structure with transit that APD has with the airport, in that there is a 24, as Mr. Craig just said, there are 24 officer positions now dedicated to transit.
Okay.
So that transit will have a dedicated number of security officers for that work.
I think that's important, and I'm glad that we recognize the difference, although I would say it is a difference when you're securing a building, but we've had incidents in this building that require de-escalation and those same techniques, and so I think there's just an across-the-board need to increase that. The world is more dangerous and scary and weird than it used to be. We started this, my very first bill we passed at this council was passing stab-resistant vests and some other tools for our security guards after one almost got stabbed at the zoo 8 years ago, and they didn't have any tools just to protect themselves, and we started down that path. And this council has supported us in adding extra funding for those series employees and others along the way, and I think we ought to revisit that, so I hope we'll do that. So thank you, Mr. Cisneros.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councilor Pena. Oh, Councilor Bassan.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Rails, you said this is a very different role, and it sounds like it is. It seems like on the surface I would have assumed that anyway, but now I'm hearing more. So you also indicated that we're in the process, or administration is in the process of coming up with training these officers, or in the process of coming up with a plan. What was that you meant about there's a process for training the transit officers?
Mr. President and Councilor, what I meant in that comment is simply that the role of these 24, if you will, positions that are assigned to transit is going to be very different than what we've got today as it relates to that group of employees that work to provide security. And we are looking at how do we deploy those individuals in mobile units and those that will be, if you will, riding the buses and providing the day-to-day, if you will, security. So evaluating that work and ensuring that we're providing, as for example, the question that Councilor Davis just asked, providing a dispatch so that we know where folks are and what is going on, and then creating the connections with APD to ensure that if there is a situation that arises, that there is a direct opportunity or contact with an officer, and then providing them the, it's very different, if you will, dealing with folks in a confined space as a bus or on a platform where it's a busy street. So all of that is new training that needs to be done, and I don't know if our director has any other comments to add to that, but that's the training I was referring to.
Director, Mr. President, I don't know if you have more to add, but I have
I do.
some more follow-up questions.
We've currently found the funds in the department to hire a training coordinator. That position is being cleared through the Human Resource Department currently. We expect that to be advertised this week to hire a full-time trainer for the Metro Security Department. Additionally, we're working with APD and ACS to receive general training, working through the trainer that we're hiring full-time to have the skills and be able to train those skills to the officers that are not only going to be on the transit system, but out throughout the city.
Mr. President, okay, thank you, Director. I'm wondering, so you're all going to chuckle, but I think I know the answer to this, but when are the transit officers going to be out in the field working?
We currently are.
Okay, so, and I'm respectfully, Mr. Cisneros, thank you. I do want to hear from the administration. Do we have transit officers working out in the public right now?
Counselor, yes.
So, Mr. President, I mean, I will say, we're hearing we're not training them, we're putting them out on the streets to do a job. That makes no sense to me. And we're putting them, and I will say, at first when I heard the uniform thing, it seemed very menial. But we have heard many times from people that, you know, you mistake something in a certain uniform and people automatically are a little bit more abrasive to police officers sometimes. And why would we set untrained transit officers up for even more failure by not giving them training, having them dress similar, and then putting them in these very different roles? I would love to hear how long the training is going to take, how long it will take before the transit officers are going to be trained. I would love to figure out how we're going to get that done or get somebody else to be a transit officer until that happens. I mean, we're putting the blind out in the field, it sounds like, to try to protect people, and that seems incredibly dangerous for many people and really irresponsible.
Director or Mr. Real, if you have anything further, then we'll go back to this. Okay. Why don't we do this? Director, and I think there'd be more interest in this. Let's find some time on our next agenda. Let's not dawdle on it. Like, let's get an update. It can be a document, a memo, a 2-minute presentation, something about the status of that with deadlines, who's responsible and how that works. I think that's a concern that we've had for some time. So. But that way we can revisit that at a time when we have an opportunity to get better data. I think that would be helpful. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's another issue that we need to find a way to deal with within this bill, and in my opinion, it's fentanyl use. We all know here that fentanyl has a state that it actually is suspended. So if someone smokes fentanyl or has fentanyl in their system and then exhales that fentanyl in the bus, you've just exposed the entire bus to fentanyl, which includes citizens, it includes other riders who are probably involved in using drugs, also includes the bus driver and also the security guards. And as we know, fentanyl is an extremely dangerous drug and can kill with a small dose. So we need to definitely find a way to deal with that issue as well, because we have not been able to stop the use of fentanyl in any public place. And right now, fentanyl is being used at every single bus stop. When you drive up and down the streets in Albuquerque, you see these individuals tenting and using the fentanyl at the bus stops every single day, 3, 4, 10 times a day at the bus stop near me. So that's something that needs to be addressed as well, because we have not addressed that.
Counselor, if I may, we've had 4 officers in the last 2 months exposed. 2 of them needed medical attention. 1 of them had to be Narcaned. Without no written policy and procedure in place on how that's supposed to go, he was taken to the hospital and returned to work and told to go home and take a shower after and he'd feel better.
Mr. Cisneros, thank you. I don't want to cut you off there, but let's include that in our thing coming up in a few weeks. I do
Thank you.
want to remind folks, we do have some other public comment, folks. We are a public comment, by the way. Go ahead, Counselor, anything else? Yep, Mr. Cornelius, I think we have 1, maybe 2 more on this one, and then we're gonna go to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have 1 more, and that is Rosemary Blanchard.
Thank you, members of the council, and I certainly have a sympathy with the concern of the security officers with the bus that they get the training that they're going to need and that they get the backup and support they're going to need. But I ask you not to let these concerns jeopardize keeping free fares on the bus, because the free fares are so valuable to so many categories of people, to our youth trying to get around before they have their own driver's licenses, or even if they have them but don't have a car. I worked for years with people with various disabilities for whom having the money for transit would be a challenge, and having various kinds of paper proof of your being able to travel there would also be a problem. So I'm asking you, please deal with these issues that need to be dealt with so that we can maintain our free fares and serve our people. I do think you'll find that the bus service will be better and less scary, if you will, when we have more people traveling and when we have it as a part of the community. When traveling on the bus is part of the community. I lived for a while in Washington, D.C. Everybody uses the bus. Everybody uses the subway. And that makes it safer for everybody. So please do keep these fares and then do what is necessary to make the system functional. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are going to have 1 more speaker, and that is Christopher Ramirez.
Good evening, Council President, and thank you for allowing me to actually read a public comment for our bus rider organizer, Althea Atherton, who's actually at UNM Hospital, hopefully delivering her baby tonight. President Davis and members of the City Council, as an organizer with Together for Brothers and the Albuquerque Bus Riders Union, as well as the District 6 Coalition Chair on Transportation, I strongly urge you to support O2371 to make the Sunvan and Art line permanently free. There are 2 common sense steps on the road to what I hope will become permanent zero fares for our entire bus system. Sunvan is critical paratransit that serves some of our most vulnerable community members. Keeping Sunvan free permanently is the right justice move. The way the ART bus is designed lends itself best to a zero fare structure. Any other means of collecting fares is cumbersome for drivers, requiring them to take on a dual role of fare enforcer and driver, and causing delays should a conflict of overfares arise. Having selective fare enforcement would also leave too much room for discretion, which, as we learned from our fare collecting days, can lead to targeting marginalized people like the young boys and men of color of our organization serves. By making ART permanently zero fare, we can have effortless entry and departure on buses, a true rapid service that facilitates use for longtime residents and any visitors to our beautiful city. Zero fare is the promise that transit is the easiest option and the first option for getting to business, employment, and recreation. As a regular bus rider and expectant mother, due any hour now, I love the access Zero Fares gives me to the city, and I hope I can take my little one on the bus without having to fumble for fares. Thank you.
Mr. President, that concludes comment.
Thank you. Councilors, we're going to back to council comments. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm listening to this very, very carefully. And I think we have a couple problems here, but I do think we can solve them, but it will not be easy. First and foremost, I do absolutely believe that we need to retain free fares. We will never make money on a bus system. No one ever has, nor will we. But we can provide the affordable and usable transportation that our citizens and our visitors to the city need. Hopefully someday we will even expand it and put in more lines. But number one priority must be today, and I hope you all agree with me, we must get the crime off of the city buses. We should not have a free system to transport citizens and visitors of Albuquerque that they are afraid to use. And I'm not sure how we do it, but I'm going to recommend that the city council gets involved and we start working with APD, Transit, and anyone else who would like to talk with us. And we need to do this, and we need to do it very, very quickly. We can't lose this type of transportation for so many people in Albuquerque to depend on it, but we also can't put our citizens and our visitors at risk. Won't need a vote on that, Mr. President, but I would hope that we will be able to defer this until we at the next meeting, and hopefully we will work diligently to try to come up with something that will do all the things we need to do in order to make our bus transit operable and useful. Thank you for letting me spew all of that out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to clarify, Councilor Jones, were you asking for a deferral or suggesting that we do this tonight and then deal with security at our next meeting?
I would ask for a deferral on this.
I would second that.
So we have a motion and a second till our next meeting on the 17th. We'll go to Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to say, I completely agree with everyone's comments that we need to work on security, and that is what we did in the original bill that this is kind of cleanup for. In that bill, we have many, many, many timelines set forth for transit to get back to us with things like a short-term tactical plan, which was turned in last week. And I reviewed that. I sent questions back. I hope that other counselors will also do that. I think that that is really an important step to making sure that we're doing these things. My questions, I have more now that we've had this conversation tonight, but that is the short-term security or tactical plan. There's also in that bill a long-term tactical plan that is talking about more of this training, more of these issues that we're talking about. This bill that we're hearing tonight, and I'm fine with the deferral if that's the will, but the bill we're hearing tonight does not deal with those issues. The bill we're hearing tonight says that we can have free fares on the Sun Van, which is our paratransit van, where we are giving our most disadvantaged residents free fares, which I think we can all agree to. I think we've already all agreed to this several times, and also that we could make art free. And I just want to go back to the numbers that Director Keener gave, because I think it's important to put this in perspective. The question was, how much does it cost to operate ART? $5.5 million. How much does ART make? If we start charging fares again, how much does ART make? $810,000. The question was, how much does it cost to operate Sunvan? $7.1 million. How much does it make? If we start charging our most disadvantaged neighbors fares again, how much can we possibly bring in? $258,000. So I think we should put this in perspective. What this bill says is that for about $1 million a year, we are giving free transit to our most disadvantaged neighbors. And I think that is something that we've all agreed to. I agree. We all need to work on this transit security. We have the short-term tactical plan. I hope everyone will join me in asking a bunch of questions about that and making it better. We have a long-term tactical plan. We have timelines in that bill that we all passed that are ridiculously detailed because we want to make sure that this issue of security on our transit is covered and that we are doing the right thing so that people can get where they need to go in Albuquerque without being afraid to get on the bus. But again, this bill simply about apparently saving $1 million by charging our most disadvantaged people fares again.
Thank you, councilors. Other discussion on the deferral? On the motion to defer, I just want to say, I agree with Councilor Feeblecourt on this. Look, I think it's important, ART is free now, Sunvan is free now. Let's lock that down. Let's get this dealt with. We've done this for a year now and voted in several different ways, to do that. I think it is more useful for this council to be able to secure that and focus now on security for our officers, for our drivers, for our riders, without trying to conflate the two. And so I would prefer that we not defer, that we move this forward so that at our next meeting, we're going to put it on the agenda to understand this as a presentation on the 17th about the plan and to dig into the things they've delivered in our next deliverables. So I'll be voting against the deferral, but open to other conversation. Councilor Pena.
I'll just reiterate kind of what you both are saying. I think the great thing about this is there's been so many different reiterations. I'm going to go back to Councilor Lewis when he was really working hard to try to address the crime on the bus, and obviously we had some disagreement and dissent here on the council, and we all agreed that we would look at these timelines and let the experts figure out how we address those issues. So as they're stating, we have these timelines where they're going to come back and tell us how we're going to be able to address this. The thing, what's in front of us tonight, which is great, is that it would establish the free fares, but more importantly, we're not tackling the security aspect of this this evening. But what is in this bill is, and I think it was mentioned earlier by Councilor Feeblecourt, is that the Metro security, it would actually enhance and I lost my place, knowing obstructing or resisting or opposing an individual. So it would make it illegal. There would be stiffer penalties for for addressing our security, our officers wrong. I messed that one all up. But my whole point is that there's some important legislation in this in addition to the free fares. So with that, I don't support the deferral, but I can I'll go if that's the will of the council. That's cool.
Seeing no other discussion, the vote on the floor is for a deferral until the 17th. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecourt.
No.
Counselor Grout. Yes. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 4-5 vote.
So councilors, we're back on the bill as proposed and amended 100 times.
Is there a four substitute?
That was last time.
Okay.
Yep. Councilors, any other discussion on the bill or anything else from the administration? On the matter of 071, we'll call the vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecourt.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Congratulations to the sponsors. Next up, councilors, we're going to move it, and for folks in the audience, we're going to move into a different set of bills at this time. 072 and 073 have special rules, so I'm going to read out how this works really quickly for both of those bills. If you've been patient enough to be with us, hang on, because we're going to change up how we do this. 072 is a quasi-judicial request, which requires special procedures allowing the city staff and the public the opportunity to speak under special rules. The agenda item proceeds like this. Our council planning staff will have 5 minutes to present. Then we will hear from public speakers who each have up to 2 minutes. We have a rebuttal by the applicant for up to 5 minutes. And then we have cross-examination by anybody who spoke during public comment, comments by the planning department, if any. The council planning staff may have additional comments, and then the city council will deliberate. I'm not always very good about holding us to this, so I'm going to try to do a better job tonight because we still have some other things to do. City staff who may wish to speak to this agenda item and any member of the public who will speak during public comment have to be sworn in, just like you're in court. If you raise your hand, if you will be speaking to this item as a staff member or a member of the public, and I believe we have one person on Zoom.
Mr. President, I do not see anybody by that name in the Zoom waiting room.
Do you think our commenter's not here? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. That's fine.
If she joins, we'll have to do all this again. But that's great. City staff who may speak on this agenda item will have to be sworn in. If you're speaking tonight, please raise your hand, your right hand. And do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Say yes.
Yes.
I heard yeses and saw hands. Great. Ms. Schultz, welcome. It's good to see you back. You may begin.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. O2372 is a text amendment to the Integrated Development Ordinance related to the North Fourth Character Protection Overlay Zone, also known as the North Fourth CPO. The CPO stretches along 4th Street from approximately Mountain Road to the south up to the city limits to the north. This text amendment to the small mapped area is pretty technical in nature and doesn't deviate from the original intention of the Character Protection Overlay Zone, which sought to create a kind of large, active, accessible pedestrian realm specifically along 4th Street. Within the CPO, there are specific regulations for setbacks and step backs. And the regulations to those setbacks and step backs say that any front facade of a building has to comply with a particular setback or step back. The kind of unintended consequence of the language being drafted that way, which we didn't realize when it was originally drafted, is that if a developer along 4th Street is developing on an entire block or perhaps on a corner, the front of their building may not be oriented towards 4th Street. And so with the intention of those setbacks and step backs always being applicable to the 4th Street facade, there is a chance for a little bit of a loophole to happen there where they could orient the front facade of their building to a side street or to the rear of the block. So the proposed change in the CPO tonight would change the existing language in the IDO from saying front step back or step back, front step back or setback to any setback or step back along 4th Street. So replacing the language to specifically call out the 4th Street corridor. This item is a component of the 2022 IDO annual update and followed the kind of typical adoption process for a text amendment to the IDO. Letters were mailed to nearly 2,000 property owners who own property within the CPO boundary and to the 12 applicable neighborhood associations. Last fall, council staff responded to about a dozen phone calls related to this matter and held 2 pre-application meetings in October of 2022. There was a facilitated meeting report from that pre-application meeting that noted generally that the community appreciated the proposal and the public review and were supportive of the change. The Environmental Planning Commission took public comment at their one hearing on this matter in December of 2022. There was only one member of the public present at that meeting, and they did support the request. At that EPC hearing, the planning department staff recommended approval to the EPC, and the EPC did go on to determine that all of the required criteria for a text amendment to a small mapped area in the IDO, that's criteria 6-7E3, had been adequately justified and recommended approval up to the City Council. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee heard this item at one meeting in March of 2023 and did recommend approval to this body. With that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we're going to go to testimony by public speakers, and we don't have any registered, and so next we'll go to a rebuttal by the applicant. Is there an applicant? I don't think we have anybody, do we? No, this is just a thing, okay. Comments by the planning department? I see the director here, but he says no. So, Ms. Schultz, you're back.
Mr. President, councilors, I have nothing else to offer. This was sponsored by Councilor Benson, who I see has his hand raised.
We're going to get to him next because that starts deliberation by the council and perhaps a motion. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I just wanted to go ahead and move the bill. So I'll move is it a do pass?
It is, yes, sir.
On 072.
And you have a second from Councilor Feeblecorn for the record. Go ahead, sir.
And councilors, just wanted to thank the work done by the staff in the planning department on this CPO update. You know, this shows why, at least by government terms, we're pretty quick on our feet and catching things that need to be updated and within the IDO. And this is sort of an exception that we didn't stick around and wait until the annual update, because we did see an important hole in this particular character protection overlay. And thanks to everyone who's been involved, I think we've come up with a good fix for it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, any other questions or discussion about the item? Councilor Pena.
So I support the bill. You know, I just want to say that with this whole IDO process, you know, when we did away with our original planning plans, you know, we did away with sector plans, and now we're kind of creating that all over again. So it just really is a little frustrating, right? Because the whole idea was that we didn't need the sector plans in some of these historic districts because, you know, we wanted to make sure that we can kind of simplify the process. And then now we're recreating them. And although I support it, it just goes against what I thought we were trying to do originally when we did the IDO.
Councilors, other questions or discussion? Seeing none. Councilor Benton, you have your hand, but it's also your close, sir.
Sure. Just a clarification. I think the original character protection overlay would have had the same glitch in it, if I'm not mistaken, but I'll ask Ms. Schultz about that.
Mr. President, Councilor Benson, yes, the language that we translated from the North Fourth Corridor Plan into the North Fourth Character Protection Overlay Zone had very similar flaws in the language.
Yes, and just for that, in response to Councilor Pena's statement, I mean, we did carry this language over pretty carefully, I think, from that old corridor plan. And unlike that plan, we've got a fairly regular set of eyes on this type of overlay within the IDO. So do urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, please call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Folks, we're going to move on to 073. This is adopting a text amendment to the IDO for the Northwest Mesa Escarpment View Protection Overlay Zone. This is by Councilor Lewis. We're going to use the same quasi-judicial process, and so I'll ask again, for any city staff or any members of the public who are signed up to speak on this item, will you please raise your right hand? I see several here and perhaps one online. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true? Just say
I
yes.
do.
There we go. Perfect. Ms. Schultz, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Councilor Lewis after all this for a motion if there is one. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. 02373 is also an amendment to a small mapped area. This one to the Northwest Mesa Escarpment View Protection Overlay Zone, also known as VPO2, which exists in the northwest part of the city. The particular change proposed to this VPO relates to how the VPO boundary is implemented along a parcel. So the way that it works today, per the definitions in the IDO, is that if you've got a parcel of any size, if a small area boundary covers any portion of that parcel, the entire parcel is subject to the restrictions within that small mapped area. So if you've got a 60-acre parcel, the VPO boundary maybe only covers about 10 acres of it. The whole 60 acres would be subject to the restrictions in that small mapped area. For this particular VPO, the restriction and the boundary that are of interest is the height restriction sub area within the VPO2 that limits building heights to 15 feet. And again, the way that the boundary is applied, that would be applicable to the entire parcel. Because of the size of the parcels within VPO2, they are some of the largest parcels that we have left in the city. Significant portions of this northwest part of town get caught in the 15-foot restriction. So the proposal in O2373 proposes to tweak the language in the IDO only specific to VPO2. So in all of the other small mapped areas that exist in the IDO, that boundary rule would still be applied the same, to say that if any portion of your lot is covered by the boundary, the entire lot is subject to the restrictions within that boundary. But in VPO2, there would be a particular carve out that would specify that only the portions of the lot within that boundary are subject to the restrictions. So it would create kind of a unique application of that boundary within this area. This change would bring the application of the VPO2 boundary much closer to how it would have been applied prior to adoption of the IDO. This boundary was created from the Northwest Mesa Escarpment Area Plan, which was adopted several decades ago. And within that plan, the proposal on the table in O73 tonight and how that boundary line would be measured and actually applied to a parcel would much more closely match how it was implemented prior to adoption of the IDO. A very similar process to the last item I discussed. This had to go through both EPC and LUPS and have some public processes leading up to that. So council staff mailed letters to approximately 12,000 property owners within the VPO boundary last fall and sent notice to about 15 applicable neighborhood associations. Council staff responded to about 17 phone calls last fall from property owners asking questions about what the proposal was and what it meant. I'll note that most callers at that time were not concerned after understanding the proposal and that it wouldn't have any impact on their low density residential parcels. Council staff held 2 pre-application meetings in October of 2022 as required by the IDO. The facilitating meeting report is in your packet, councilors, and that report noted that all attendees opposed the request at that time. In December of 2022, the EPC held 1 hearing on this matter. They took public comments in which several members of the public, most of the attendees from the previous public meeting, again came and expressed opposition to the requests for fear of allowing more density and more height within an area that they perceive to be sensitive that should continue to maintain the 15-foot height restriction. The planning department staff at that December 2022 hearing did recommend denial to the Environmental Planning Commission. The EPC went on to consider the criteria required for this type of request. Again, that is the 6-7E3 criteria in the IDO, and did determine or chose to recommend rather that the request was not adequately justified against those criteria. So the recommendation that came before the LUPS committee was a recommendation of denial. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee heard this matter at 1 hearing in March and took public comment. There were about 10 speakers at that hearing, and it was a pretty mixed bag of both supports and opposition for the request. There was a committee amendment passed at LUPS that swapped out the findings in the bill. When the bill came, Mr. President, if I could have just a minute and a half more, I think I can wrap it up.
I think we should just get it all done, Ms. Schultz. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The one committee amendment that was passed at LUPS replaced findings of denial in the bill with findings of support. that committee amendment, and the bill went on to receive a due pass out of committee. If it's the will of the council to deny this request tonight, we will need to swap those findings back. That would support a request of denial, but where the bill sits today, the findings and the evidence that exists within the ordinance do support the request to say that the request has been adequately justified per the criteria in the IDO. That concludes my presentation, Mr. President. I have visuals and some maps if it's helpful. This one's a little more, a little harder to understand than the previous one, so I'm happy to share any visuals if requested.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. We'll take that note and see if we need it when we get to that portion of debate. Next up, we have testimony by our public speakers. And so, Mr. Cornelius, I'll ask you to call the ones that are here present with us, and if we need to, we will jump into our Zoom ones and be sure they're properly sworn.
First up, we have Jane Bichelet, followed by Nancy Hendricks.
Hey, Mr. President and councilors, I'm Jane Beckley, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am the representative of Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association and a property owner in Santa Fe Village, located within the VPO2. I have individually and as a representative of the SFVNA, which is a recognized neighborhood association, engaged on this proposed amendment since receiving the required notice last fall. We provided our extensive written comments to you March 31st, 2023. The SFNA board strongly opposes the proposed significant changes to view protections for the Northwest Mesa escarpment. Our opposition is based on three main points. One, conflicts with a preponderance of ABC comp plan goals and policies related to protection of the views and the natural and cultural landscape of the entire area, which includes the Petroglyph National Monument, a sacred cultural landscape of immense value to the city of Albuquerque. These conflicts were also cited in the Planning Department report referenced by Ms. Schultz. Second, the creation of a separate standard for the application of the provisions of a protection overlay and the implications of that for protection overlays throughout the city, as well as for effective enforcement of the protections of the VPO2. And third, the inaccurate description of the proposed amendment as merely returning to the protections of the prior sector plan, when that sector plan mandated significantly lower heights within this area than would result with adoption of this amendment. Enactment of O2373 would profoundly and irrevocably damage the natural and cultural landscape of the escarpment and the unique identity of the surrounding neighborhoods and area. We respectfully ask you to follow the recommendations of denial from both city planning staff and the EPC and vote to oppose this amendment. Thank you for your time and attention.
Nancy Hendricks, followed by Renee Horvath.
Superintendent, I want to embarrass you by asking if federal meetings are worse than ours, but we're grateful to have you as late as it is. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Council President and City Councilors, for allowing me to present the perspective of the National Park Service this evening. We also submitted written comments, which I really hope you read, because I'm not reading those tonight.
Thank you.
What I'd like to focus on tonight is legacy. More than 30 years ago, a group of citizens, City of Albuquerque employees, elected officials, and tribal people worked together to protect the area we now know as Petroglyph National Monument. This area of the West Mesa was being destroyed. People were dumping huge quantities of trash, removing and vandalizing rocks containing petroglyphs, using petroglyphs as targets for shooting practice, and building developments adjacent to the fragile escarpment. These supporters were able to push through legislation quickly to designate Petroglyph National Monument in 1990. Petroglyph is a national park unit dedicated to the protection of petroglyphs, archaeological sites and cultural landscapes of the West Mesa, considered sacred by 29 tribes and pueblos in the region. The city of Albuquerque has always been a key supporter of protecting the monument, and because the city is designated through legislation as co-manager of the monument, we are unique among National Park Service sites. Petroglyph adds value to our city. With more than 364,000 visitors in 2021, the benefit to Albuquerque are in the millions of dollars each year. The benefits cross the spectrum of the tourist industry. I ask you this, are we willing to sacrifice the current protection of Petroglyph National Monument, which is one of the premier destinations in Albuquerque, by allowing taller structures to be built on the edge of the monument? The elected officials, community members, city staff, and tribes who supported and worked on the 1990 legislation have left a positive legacy on our community. Many of the previous planning documents supported protective measures, and thanks to everyone who took part in these efforts. I would like to ask our city councilors to please work with us, work together towards measures that better strengthen the protections and values of the monument versus working towards weakening or reversing these protections. Please do not pass proposed amendment to the VPO. Please help us protect Petroglyph National Monument.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Renee Horvath, followed by Kyle Falls.
Good evening. My name is, as you know, Renee Horvath, and I'm with the West Side Coalition and the Taylor Ranch Neighborhood Association. And we do not support this amendment because this overlay zone and the way it's written will do more to protect the area around the petroglyph escarpment by keeping the building heights low. And so you say, well, you can only build to 15 feet? No. It says you can go up to 19 feet. And it says so in our overlay zone right here. So the buildings can go up to 19 feet. Where did they get that from? They got it from the Northwest Mesa Escarpment Plan that was done in 1987. So it says here that building heights to 15 feet and 19 feet with a variance for non-residential to screen the rooftop equipment. So you can go up to 19 feet. But but it also has language in this IDO that if it crosses a lot line, then the entire lot is subject to these standards. Well, this language that when it crosses a lot line and the whole lot applies, the whole standards apply to that lot, this is not the only area that you see these standards. This is across the city. Any place that has an overlay zone has the same language, whether it's Borales, Las Terranas, Desert Hills, Martinez Town, Coors Boulevard, all has the same language. So in a way, you're changing just one area up there that really needs this protection. Yeah, and so anyway, the building heights in the IDO, we're getting up to 38 feet. You know, this said keep the building heights at 40 feet. We're now getting up to 48 feet, 5 feet up there, and that is way too high. This is the only thing that will protect it. So I know some of the property owners that showed up at the LUPS meeting said, well, we can't build anything, you know, on 15 feet. Well, you can build on a 19 foot. And so I don't know if I can show you these pictures, but I had them in my
Ms.
letter.
Horvath, I was going to let you finish that thought, but we're going to cut you off here in about 10 seconds. So
Okay, so this is at Montano Plaza. This building is 18 feet.
okay, thank you, Ms. Horvath.
And McDonald's,
Thank
18
you.
feet.
Ms. Horvath, I'm going to cut you off there because people stayed a little late, so we're giving you a little grace.
But I just want to say, it's not impossible to do a commercial building at the heights that are in this. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
But you will protect it better if you maintain the current language. So I hope you do not change
Cornelius.
it.
Kyle Falls, followed by Billy Wright.
President Davis, members of the council, thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak. I'd like to go back, since we're going into some history, before this petroglyph monument became federal property. My grandfather, D.W. Falls, gifted this property where people hike and enjoy picnics, which is known as the Petroglyph headquarters. Behind that is all these hiking trails. So we do care about the well-being of the development of the west side. This was a gift of property that we did, and we saw importance for the city of Albuquerque. We're asking you to help us develop the west side and keep a healthy balance. What is residential needs to be residential. What is commercial needs to be commercial. And you've got to have a healthy balance of each. So please lift this standard of 15 feet height restriction and allow us to bring in some businesses which benefits the greater Albuquerque area. Thank you.
Billy Wright, followed by James Hoffman on Zoom.
President Davis, councilors, my name is Bill Wright, and I'm president of Volcano Cliffs, Inc., who acquired this property in 1979. That's a long time ago. Then in 1985, the Sonora Group, with 17 partners, acquired a 50% undivided interest in this property. That's also a long time ago. That's 28 years ago. And we've always supported the Petroglyph Park. If you realize that all the park was our property, and we went along with the city and the state and the federal in acquiring that property for the Petroglyph Park. And this IDO does not interfere with the park at all. It instead helps the park. And we just want you to know that we support the change in the height restriction. Our real estate broker tells us that this was probably made the property undevelopable if you don't change this restriction. And so we support the change, and we thank you very much. Good night.
If it's okay, Councilor, let's go ahead, Mr. Cornelius.
James Hoffman, followed by John Edward.
Yes, this is James Hoffman. Can you hear me?
We do. Mr. Hoffman, I just have to check. I think I saw you a minute ago, but there you go. Do me a favor. Do you promise under penalty of perjury to tell the truth?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I urge your support of the text amendments for VPO2. Some of the comments tonight, it was true that there were facilitated meetings where the majority of the respondents were opposed to it. I'm a property owner within the Paradise Hills Civic Organization, and I was never notified of those meetings. That's why I only showed up at LUPS, as well as many other property owners showed up at LUPS, because they were not allowed to, or not notified about those facilitated meetings before EPC. Also, as far as the going back to the past, it's not the sector plan as the Santa Fe Village spokesman said. It's going back to the Northwest Mesa Escarpment Plan. And the zone was clearly defined. In some areas, it was boundaries for lot lines. That's where lots were prematurely platted in the 1960s, not the areas that were not platted, which is the majority of the area under VPO2. And as far as the building heights going up to 19 feet, well, yes, within the boundary, not the extended boundary, which is an artifact of the IDO. The history is the escarpment plan established the boundary, and the boundary was the boundary. It's as simple as that. So, I urge you to approve the text amendments, which will take us back to where we were, and not introducing artifacts that were inadvertent, but are really not desirable for the development of the Northwest Mesa. Thank you very much.
John Edward, followed by Mrs. Ward.
Mr. Edward,
Thank you for having me. I've got a cough, and so I thought.
Yep. Mr. Edward, before you get started, we have to do that whole thing. Can you raise your right hand for us? Thank you. And do you affirm that under penalty of perjury your testimony today will be true?
It will be.
Great. Go ahead.
I want to thank the Mr. Falls family. Wow, what a gift. We're blessed to have somebody as generous as them to do what they did. But I do ask a question, and when it comes to what's happening here, for most people, when they look at a map, a layman would say, if there's a line on the map, something is different on one side of the line versus on the other side of the line, a boundary line. That boundary line means something. And when it doesn't mean something different, then why have it there? It's misleading. People would have come out and they would have protested knowing that, like on our property that's over 2,000 feet from the border escarpment, that if a line crosses our property by 1 inch, the entire 2,000 linear feet is affected by it. We have a 60-acre parcel that is over 2,500 feet from the escarpment edge, for which this rule is diminishing it all down to 15 feet. It's not equitable, it's not fair, it's a taking of property. And I vehemently oppose what they're trying to do. The existence of the Petroglyph Park is because we have enough of an economy that we can support it, for which if we don't have an economy, we can't support the environment or educational or outdoor activities. So you need to have this in place, this new amendment that Councilor Lewis has put forth, and that LUP's passed 4-1. I have nothing else.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Ward.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Will you
Okay.
promise to raise your right hand and affirm that you're under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I actually did it when you did it the first time on 72.
We just can't see you, so that's
Yes.
fine. I trust you. Go ahead.
Mr. President and councilors, apart from the Orwellian nature of removing or reducing view protections in a view protection overlay zone, it is very troubling that someone is trying to undo the standard practice of whole lot application for this area. Further, that the proposed changes would be retroactive sets off all the alarm bells. This very much looks like someone is trying to get out of a self-created mess, or there's a quid pro quo at play. Let me be blunt. This looks sketchy as all get out. It's been reviewed. There's been public testimony. You had an occasion where the city staff and the EPC recommended denial. Please reject the proposed amendment to the Northwest Mesa Escarpment VPO. Vote no on O2273. Thank you.
That concludes our comment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Okay, councilors, before we move any further into this debate, Councilor Sanchez has a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually live on the escarpment, and my home is actually subject to height restrictions, the lot line restrictions. My house borders the actual petroglyphs. Out of an abundance of caution, I think I need to recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you, Councilor. So we'll let you excuse yourself from the chambers, and we'll continue this conversation. All right, there's not really an applicant here, so we'll go back to our planning staff if there's anything else to follow up, and then we'll go to Councilor Lewis for a potential motion on his bill. Anything else, Ms. Schultz, any response?
Mr. President, the only thing that I would note, based on something Councilor Sanchez just said that's worth clarifying, is that this height restriction is only applicable, or this change is only applicable to mixed-use zones and non-residential zones. So any zone district or any parcel with residential zoning would not be impacted by this. Other than that, I will just be available for questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Lewis, it is your bill. Do you have a motion or way forward?
Mr. President, yeah, did we go through all the components of the hearing?
I think we don't technically have an applicant in this case, so we've done our staff presentations and we've done the public comment, so I think we're on council deliberation.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just a comment about how these amendments are, introduced and how we follow. I think this has all been on the record and in previous meetings, but someone makes a request, it goes to the planning department. I mean, in this case, I honestly don't even know who made that request. I mean, it came to my attention from the planning department in the same way it comes to everybody else. So, it's a counselor that wants to, or really, I guess it's a counselor whose district it's in to, carry the bill or carry the amendment forward in that regard. I would say that a lot of great public comment. I think in the LUPS meeting, we heard from a lot of different people and a lot of good discussion. Some of that here tonight as well. But over the years, in my experience, some of the previous sector plans, escarpment plans that were mentioned, we've done a lot to remove, in any kind of the development, from the escarpment. In fact, we've continued to do that. Every sector plan and every plan that's been put in place, I mean, continues to, increase that boundary. And also, I would point out that, as mentioned, some of the, some of the landowners and the people that have really develop those areas out there. A lot of wonderful places to live, wonderful opportunities for jobs and for retail. And but these are people that take care of this park. This is I think it's the the largest. Well, really, I think it's the only federal park quite like this where it's surrounded by an urban area, and so it requires that the surrounding urban area take care of that park and provide for it, and certainly it does. I know my experience in the city council here in previous terms. This city council spent a lot of money along with the administration on removing debris from the monument. Working with the parks in many different ways to improve that park, and so. And I would think that I do think that the parks acknowledges the folks around it that have contributed in many ways to be able to protect it. So, but I would want to point out, and this was said at the beginning, that this is not a reduction of the. This is really not a loosening of restrictions. This is a boundary line that extends far beyond the boundary line because of properties that weren't identified a good while ago. Got a boundary line going through it. The properties are identified as far as the parameters of those properties. And then when the IPO came along, the new restriction was put in place that furthered that height restriction. And so what this is doing is simply, as a gentleman mentioned earlier, it's making the boundary mean something. you could say. Rather than extending the boundary beyond where it extends right now to the, entire parcels that it might cover, it really simply is, the actual boundary. And so, so this is not a lessening of that boundary, that restriction. It's not saying that there's a higher height limit closer to the monument. It's simply, defining that the boundary is the boundary and not beyond it when it comes to certain parcels. And so, so I do support it. I move a due pass.
Okay, councilors, the motion on the floor is for a due pass. Other councilors for discussion. Councilor Grout.
I was just going to second it.
Oh, all right, great. Councilor Grout offers a second. Councilors, other discussion. I'm giving just a second for our councilors of remote. They look okay. Seeing no other, I'll ask the clerk to please call the roll on the motion to a due pass.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That passes on a 6-2 vote.
I'm sorry, what's the vote again, ma'am?
7-2.
6-2.
7-2, I think.
Oh, 6.
Oh, we have 6 because we have a recusal. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Let me go get him.
Yeah, if so, you don't mind. Thank you, ma'am. We're going to bring Counselor Sanchez back, and then we're going to do one of those things where we have 5 minutes left, so we have to do the special motion to give us more time to be here together. I will make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the time until 11 p.m., at least. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second for Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk call us the vote, please?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. So, councilors, next up is going to be Councilor Feeblecorn 076. This is also a quasi-judicial matter. There aren't any public speakers, so we're just going to ask our staff to swear in along with Ms. Naji. Is she here? Hi. Oh, way back here. Hi. Great. Will you both raise your right hand? Do you swear under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
I got a yes and an I do. That's great. Ms. Morris, would you please give us a brief overview here?
Good evening, Mr. President and councilors. Yes, this bill is 076, adopting a Historic Protection Overlay Zone, or HPO, for the East End Addition. The East End Addition is located in the northwest corner of Lomas in Wyoming and contains 12 properties on Virginia Street Northeast. Ms. Naji is here to provide you a little bit more detail from the planning department in terms of the geographic location and the historic context and the need for this proposed historic protection overlay. And with that, I'll hand over to Ms. Naji.
This is a recommendation to create a historic protection overlay for a portion of the East End Addition. It is not a registered historic district, so this is a new way of approaching an HPO, but it is a very small area. We have our little PowerPoint there, if you can go to the next slide. This is mostly to give you an idea of where we're talking about. So I don't know how well you can see that on your screens, but you can see just south of I-40 and west of Wyoming, north of Lomas, there's a little block that still remains. If you can go to the next slide, please. So in 1950, this area, it was part of a much larger area that was owned by a group of black businessmen. And the daughter of one of them had worked to develop this area. There was a large plat for the whole development out there, and it was out in the middle of nowhere. There were tumbleweeds and sand. And so this is the aerial from 1959, which is part of the original development, which was done by Ms. Ballou, who was the one who had inherited the land. She found a Black developer to build it, and it was built largely for African-American families because they couldn't find other places to buy new homes with the GI Bill or whatever was available at the time. So at that time, there were, I think, 16 homes that were built by the original developer. Then her money ran out. And if you can see that little picture over there, shows more of the historic area. And so it went quite extensively to the north, but because of financial limitations, it only got as far as these houses. And over the next 10 years, up until the early 60s, other developers built some of the other lots there. If you can go to the next slide, this is where we were, where we are now, actually. You can see all the red X's. Those are the houses that have been demolished. And that one with the orange circle around it was the last house that was demolished about 2 or 3 years ago. We tried to prevent that, but it didn't work. So part of the reason why we're wanting to get this HPO is, one, is to restrict any further demolitions. We've went house to house. I mean, there's only 10 houses and 12 lots left, so it wasn't a real hard, foot traffic there. But the idea is that we will be working to, with the communities to see what are the things that are important to maintain as far as what they do with their homes, to put a restriction in the terms of review for any future development, in the hopes that we would be able to prevent further demolition. It's a very small area, but it is significant. It's a little piece of Albuquerque history and part of the American experience that it's nice to be able to remember as something more than a footnote in a book. We still have the communities there. There was support by the property owners that we heard from that were in favor of this. If you go to the next slide, you can get a feel for, like, these are the little houses. They're all just, the simple little ranch. Some of them are set up like little Pueblo styles, or some have a little brickwork, like territorial. They're very simple homes. We're not saying that the homes are these historic masterpieces. That's not why we're looking to protect this neighborhood. It's the history that's surrounded it. So with that, I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, councilors. Any questions, or is there a motion from someone?
Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I would move a due pass on 076.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Councilors, debate, discussion. Councilor Fiebelkorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just think this is an amazing opportunity to really pay homage to one of the African-American suburbs that I didn't know existed until this bill came before me. And I think it's really, it's a cool part of our history, and I'd hate to lose it. So I urge your support.
Great. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Hinojosa.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Thank you. Councilors, next up, it's what you've all been waiting for. Committee Sub R100, Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, Committee Sub R100 is approving the programming of funds and projects for the 2023 through 2032 decade plan for capital improvements, including the 2023 two-year capital budget. I move it to pass.
Second.
Second. Oh.
We have a motion and a second, and then Counselor Benton sent me a message that he has I want to let you present, Counselor, but you want to present first, or do you want to hear from Counselor Benton had a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I don't have a.
I hope everyone was listening. I believe that during our last council meeting of public comment, we had a very important statement by our former CIP officer, Barbara Taylor, who's prepared more than her share of capital budgets over the years. And she spoke to us about the unprecedented accelerated process of consideration of this budget. And that right from the start, at the first meeting, there was a very abbreviated discussions with department heads, et cetera. And in fact, we immediately during that meeting went into amendments. And I think it's important to reflect upon that, counselors, and to reflect upon where we are today. I'm very concerned about this budget. It's been moving, and I'm not going to say this doesn't always happen. It's been moving very rapidly here at the end. There hasn't been much room for consideration of the original budget that's at hand. I do support the substitute that's here before us, but even with that, I don't think I don't feel comfortable with where we sit. And I think we've got the time, and I think we ought to take the time of 2 weeks to reconsider where we are and to have more discussions amongst ourselves about what everyone needs in their district, and to be more deliberate about this budget. So, Mr. President, I would like to move a 2-week deferral of this bill.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second from both voices of God. So, so Councilor Bassan, we'll let you come back to this a little bit. I know there have been some different versions and different ideas about how to move forward tonight. Some folks have suggested it's late and that we want to have some more time for a process, but let's see where you want to go.
Mr. President, I know Councilor Lewis wants to say something, but I also want to make sure to say that I did meet with all of the councilors except for one previous, quite a bit in advance of figuring out the committee substitute and tried to work in their priorities. We had several discussions notifying people saying that the committee sub was going to happen at the Cal meeting in which it happened. So I don't think that I surprised anybody, but perhaps maybe there was a misunderstanding and people did not understand what I said when I made that statement. So with that, I know Councilor Lewis wanted
Let me
to
say
something.
that one counselor was me. I didn't have the time to do it. It was my schedule and it's my fault. But I do think that we have a good process. You have a good bill. I think counselors have some amendments floating back and forth. And so I'd be inclined just to continue that process because I think we have time. But Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton said we should reflect on some things. I think there's some other things that we should reflect on here too. The council, I believe, under our policies, the city's code is that we vote, that we do a final vote on the first meeting in April, which is right now, on this bill. We got the initial bill from the administration 45 days late. But in the meantime, we did have several meetings, extensive meetings, where councilors had a lot of opportunities to introduce amendments. So I still can't say that in any way that this process has been rushed in any way. And I think the sponsor, I think Councilor Bassan has had, worked pretty hard to make sure that everybody had input, we had discussion about it. But now, and Councilor Davis, maybe you didn't talk to the sponsor before today, but I understand today was the first conversation about it after a budget, a floor substitute that was presented on Friday with amendments that were submitted before 5 o'clock that looked the same as the floor substitute. And so that looks like we're trying to get around something. Like we submit this Friday committee substitute, and hey, if that doesn't pass, we've got these amendments that we got to get in before 5 o'clock, and they're the exact same thing. So that's what we should reflect upon, And if anything, what we've been discussing for the last, month, several months, if we were to vote on something tonight, we really should vote on that. We should let that be the basis for what we vote on, and then the amendments that were submitted before 5 o'clock, should be considered. But moving a floor sub, and maybe that doesn't pass, and then we got a amendment that does the same thing the floor sub does, which really should be a floor sub, so it shouldn't even be on the agenda tonight as an amendment to the bill, because it drastically changes the entire bill so much. So that's what we should reflect on tonight. And it's late, you got 20 minutes, so I'm not sure if we can get through this whole thing tonight, but maybe, I'd rather us not defer it, but if we do defer, then, I think we should all consider that we all play a role in this, that we all should, sit down and consider in a transparent way, put the proposals forward that we want and make sure that there's plenty of time to discuss.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't support the deferral. I think that the process, and I'd like to ask Mr. Melendez, because I think this was used when I was the committee of the whole chair also, that the process was rushed. And it's my understanding that when we set the committee meetings, we have the committee meetings, and usually what's happened during those committee meetings is that we don't necessarily pass amendments. What we do is we get one report out from half the departments. Then the next meeting, we get a report out from the other half of the departments. And then in the interim, we meet, the committee of the whole chair meets with the counselors, tries to figure out what their items are. And then, so for me, the only thing that we did outside of the process was that we combined the meeting, which was notified that we were going to combine a meeting and not have that second committee meeting. But typically, and Councilor Bassan notified everyone that they should submit their amendments at that time if they had any, and if they chose to. But if not, the opportunity would arise, obviously, as it has this evening. So, Mr. Melendez, can you please kind of just outline the process for us and what historically has happened?
Mr. President and Council, so the CIP bill, as you know, comes twice every 2 years, and consistent with the past, we reserve 2 dates for Committee of the Whole meetings, and the product of the Committee of the Whole should be a committee substitute that generally reflects what the Council will accept with respect to the CIP bill. Sometimes both of those meetings are used. In this year, it was not, but it was because the product was approved by the Council at the first meeting. And so because of that, the Council, by approving that, did not need the second meeting. So that was a little bit of a departure by having the one COW meeting this year, but beyond that, the process has been the same. As was referenced by Councilor Lewis, the CIP bill did come down late, and I think I rattled off 45 days earlier, Councilor Lewis, but I have to correct myself because it was closer to around 20 days late, but it did result in about a 1-month delay in introduction of the CIP to get it before the Council.
So, Mr. President, so another question. So since the committee sub was passed in the previous meeting that we didn't need the second meeting, does that mean that there was opportunity and time and that it wasn't, if you will, rushed in an accelerated process, that we actually had more time this time to actually look at the committee sub?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I think, to be fair, I think there's 2 ways to look at that. On the one hand, you can say you had more time, and on the other hand, you can say you had less time to deliberate it, because once you get out of committee, you don't have an opportunity to redo that sub, and then at Council, it's contemplated that it'd be largely amendments at that point. So, yes, you did have more time to review the sub after the Committee of the Whole, but ultimately you had a little bit less time to deliberate it since you didn't have the intervening 10 days or whatever it was between Committee of the Whole meetings.
And Mr. President, but typically during those 2 committee meetings, we don't necessarily pass amendments. Okay, thank you.
Back to Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I don't support the deferral. We've got, well, we extended another 20 minutes. I mean, we often extend this meeting to midnight if we need to. We already took about a good many hours talking about a lot of other things. Probably, this is equally important or more. And our rules and say that we need to decide on this first week of May or April. And so I think we got the time to do it. I think we should work through the process tonight or get as far as we can go.
Councilor Bassan, then I'll have a comment. We'll see where we go.
Mr. President, while some people are saying that I rushed the process and that the committee sub came out fast, or that there's whatever comments along those lines, maybe not verbatim, I think that it can also be argued the other way around, that the floor sub is being rushed, and that big amendment is something that happened. So I also do not support a deferral. I'm willing to stick it out tonight.
Thank you. And let me add my comment, and then we'll go back around, and then we go back to the deferral sponsor. But I understand. I agree. I don't have a one way or the other. That's the chair's preference as how she wants to manage that process. So it worked, and we have a committee sub. So that's what we have. But I do think as we've taken the time to go through that process, councilors have suggested different ideas as late as 4:30, 4:45 this afternoon. Things were still coming in. Data was still being pulled. People were still adding and subtracting. And I think to me that shows that there's still some work to be done. There's still some interest in looking at projects. Without sort of previewing the whole show and dragging this out, I think there were some transit projects, for example. The administration has worked really hard and found some other sources that might be able to expedite some of those council priorities more quickly, that might be helpful to the community earlier. I think there are some public safety projects that were not considered or included early on that I think could be included, but might need a little more discussion. And so what I feel is that everyone now has their amendments and their ideas out where they need to be, and that there appears to be enough money to accomplish the citywide priorities and council priorities. And I think that is the better goal, to be sure we do that well. So I'd like to see us have that conversation. We did get the bill late. We've had a conversation, staff has had a conversation with bond counsel, who seems to not have a big issue with us doing this to one more meeting as long as we're making some progress. And I think that, to me, seems to be the better option, to be sure everybody gets to participate, that the chair gets the bill that she desires. Like, we do have a floor substitute that folks were working on last week, trying to incorporate all those ideas and some from the administration. And I think we could go through that stack of amendments instead of the floor sub tonight. I just, we don't do our best work at 11 o'clock, ever. We always come back 2 weeks later and have to redo it because we missed something, and the math didn't work well. I'd rather see us do it well, more transparent, with more input from everybody, and continue that excellent process. So that would be I would support the deferral, so we have time to continue, and we're certainly not losing anything. That the election's not till November, so we're fine. But for folks that are thinking they may not have had a chance or want some more details, I think this gives a process. So I'll be supporting the deferral. Councilors, any other discussion on the deferral? Because if we don't do it, we're still going to be here forever. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just the comment about amendments going in at the last minute, that's happens all the time. So,
thanks. Councilor Benton, your motion on deferral was yours. Do you want to close on it? Councilor, I think you're muted. It's also past midnight where you are. While he's working on it, let me say, if we're going to do all these amendments tonight, I'm a little worried about how this is going to work technically. We have two councilors who are remote, and following along is a little harder, and I'd love to have them here, but that's a better process in my opinion. But Councilor Benton, go ahead.
Well, I'm one of those absent, so you can blame me for that aspect. But yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to impugn our chair of Cal at all. I'm pointing out something that was pointed out to us by somebody who knows. And I think more importantly than that, though, is just that yeah, it is 11 o'clock at night, regardless of where anyone is. And where we sit right now, I think our president just said, is very close to getting what everybody's trying to achieve for their own district and for their vision of the betterment of the city from the capital expenditure standpoint. And it sure seems like we could do better than where we sit right now. Perhaps with either the existing committee or the existing committee substitute or this floor substitute. That there seems to be still some room for improvement tonight. And if we have the opportunity to tweak this some more, I think we're going to be miles ahead. That's all I can say, but I urge your support on the deferral.
That being the close, I think,
Mr. President?
I'm sorry, Councilor Jones, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry. We don't have a raise hand signal anymore, so it makes it very difficult. You just got to wave your arms or yell. I'm uncomfortable doing this at this hour. I mean, people like to watch and see what we're doing and listen to our debate. Well, I like to watch and listen and see what we're doing. I don't want to sit here and go to sleep. It's late, and we've had a long day and done a lot of work, and we will do in my opinion, a better job if we get back to it as quickly as we can on our regular schedules and get this over with. But I don't think we should be holding meetings at 11:15 at night or 10 till 11 at night. So I will vote to defer.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion, the question on the floor is for a deferral for 2 weeks. Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sanchez.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That fails on a 3-6 vote.
And so, councilors, we are back on the bill, the committee sub for 0100. Madam Chair.
Mr. President, I don't think it was 3-6, but I do think it failed.
I think it was 4 to 5, but.
Mr. President, Council, yes, the correction on that is that it was failed by 4-5.
Yeah. It failed, that's the big part.
Okay.
Councilor Bassan, do you want to present your bill, or how do you want to proceed?
I mean, Mr. President, I kind of started to say, I think I came up with a pretty good committee sub. I feel confident with it. I knew going into it that there would be some amendments that would happen. I knew that I couldn't make everyone's dreams and wishes come true. So I wasn't in denial about expecting any kind of amendments, but I am disappointed to see that there's a floor substitute. And I didn't hear about it till today, and I spent all weekend trying to work through it, and I tried to make peace with it and figure out if I could support it, but I feel good with my committee substitute. So with that, I know that we have floor substitute, we have amendments, so I will let you lead the way, Mr. President.
Okay, let's do this first. Let's do one more motion to suspend because we only have 10 minutes and there's no way we're getting through this. So let's do these in 30-minute blocks. How about we do a motion to suspend the rules and extend till 11:30?
Mr. President, I would suggest we just do to midnight. If we wrap up before that, great. Let's do it
Great.
one time.
Motion till midnight. Okay, somebody has to second it. Thank you. I know it sucks. Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
Thanks. Okay, so we're going to be back on the bill. let's get the elephant out of the room. Councilor Bassan and I spoke about this earlier today, and unless she objects, I think what we're going to try to do is take, I don't have the amendment list right in front of me, but the big amendment that has all of the amendments that more or less were going to be in the floor sub. So we're going to take these as amendments instead of a floor sub. I'm going to let the staff pull that up the right. Yep, I see Ms. Montoya's got it for us. Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Councilor Lewis.
So this is what, how many amendments that you're
The
presenting?
whole packet, Ms. Montoya? A through P.
And this is from your floor sub?
No, that's all of the possible floor
Okay.
amendments that everybody's put forward.
Gotcha. These are all the ones that were here before 5 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And so Councilor Bassan and I discussed, and we talked to staff a little bit. It's a little out of order, but here's what we think we'll try to do. Since there's one amendment that does include, I think, Councilor Feeblecorn and Benton and myself, that has a number of big pieces in it. Some of them were in the floor sub. We're going to try that, yay or nay, amend it, see what we got to do with it. Because if we pass all the individual amendments and then come to the very end and have one that has like 13 or 14 things in it, it's going to screw all the math up. And so I think we're going to try the big one. Let's see if we can find a way to work through that one. And if that doesn't work, then we'll go line by line from there.
So, Mr. President, here's my question. I mean,
Yep.
this, that floor sub sent our staff just scrambling, all weekend and today, to try to figure out how all these other amendments would fit toward that. And so if you're saying that you're not going to move that floor sub, if we're not going to move the floor sub, but you are going to move an amendment that is similar to that floor sub, again, I think we're kind of admitting that it's kind of a workaround. It's it really should be a floor sub, shouldn't it? I mean, it's a massive amendment. And I guess I would ask our staff, Mr. Melendres, I mean, I think if you want to move that amendment, you should do a suspension of the rules because it really is a committee substitute. And if it, and why wouldn't you move it as a committee substitute?
Councilor, I think it's the rules provide two different routes to get either by amendment or by committee sub, and the council has the option to approve or deny it or amend the amendment. So that's the rules, that's the process. We've done these comprehensive amendments before.
So why won't you move it as a committee sub? I mean, it's a big amendment with a lot of changes.
Yeah.
So I would even argue that if it was just an amendment, then it really shouldn't be an amendment. It should, I mean, you need, if we're going to vote on it tonight. And the reason why is because if we approve that amendment tonight, then there's many other amendments that now we have to, after 5 o'clock, we have to introduce more amendments to be able to make it work. It's such a big change. So I would suggest to you to, to move the committee sub if you want to do that, or don't move any of them.
Councilor, your advice is taken, but it's the sponsor's choice, and the sponsor's chose to move the amendment. And so we're trying to figure out a process that gives the most transparency to what we're trying to do so we don't have to redo all the math. So we're going to move that.
So, Mr. President, the committee sub,
on.
you published it
Councilor Lewis,
on
I was
Friday.
speaking. I wasn't done.
Yep.
So here's what our process is going to be. I intend to call Amendment M, which I discussed with the Cal Chair this afternoon, as a first place to get started. We're going to do public comment, do M. If it passes, or however it is amended by this council, we have a whole packet of individual amendments that councilors can propose from there. If we get to the end of this and people think they have other amendments that they still would like to add with whatever that Frankenstein version of this is at the end, we still have the option to defer for 2 weeks for people to bring more amendments. That's our process. I think it's the sponsor's option. So I'm just laying out what I have our intent to be. Councilor Lewis, I'll go to you, but then we have 2 public commenters that have been here, and I want to be sure we get to them before we do any votes. Councilor.
Mr. President, so the first amendment that you want to move is really the committee sub. But the committee substitute needs a suspension of the rules. So I'm going to ask that in order for us to accept this amendment, which is exactly like the committee sub, which requires a suspension of the rules, that we would call for a suspension of the rules, a move to a suspension of the rules in order to accept that amendment.
Councilor Lewis, that's not the decision of the chair, so we're not going to do that. Councilor Pena, on process, we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back.
I was just raising my hand. I don't know if Counselor Lewis was done or not. Were you?
Well, I just want to know what the difference is. Mr. Melendrez, what is the difference between the committee sub that's been in the packet since Friday, that apparently the sponsors aren't going to move, and what appears to be the exact same thing in an amendment that was submitted at 5 o'clock, that now is an amendment, and one of them requires a suspension of the rules, and the other one doesn't? Or does it? Because also, it also changes the bill so much. I mean, usually when we have an amendment that changes the bill so much that we would, it would either require a deferral, or it would require that there's a suspension of rules vote so that to be submitted. So what is the distinction between the two?
Mr. Melendrez, let's let you respond to that really quickly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Lewis. So to kind of start at the beginning, the council gets bills before it, and it has the prerogative at its meetings to amend or substitute those bills. Several years ago, the city council put a rule of procedure in place that said that if you move a floor substitute bill, that you cannot vote for final action on that bill as substituted at the same meeting. So the floor sub, if a floor sub was submitted tonight, then it would require a supermajority vote in order to get final action on that floor sub tonight. However, there is no voting standard for amendments that have a heightened voting standard or that have any requirement for deferral absent satisfying that heightened voting standard. And so we've been in this murky area before, and we've tried as staff and in conjunction with city legal to try to look at is there a legal distinction between a floor sub and an amendment? And we think we went down a few rabbit holes on that and weren't able to really come up with a workable rule on where that distinction lies. And so where we sit today in the council rules is that there is no written distinction as to X is a floor substitute and Y is a floor amendment. So the way that I've advised on this in the past is that you have your vote and you have you can exercise that vote for a number of reasons, including if you believe an amendment is improperly before you because it should have been presented differently, then I think your remedy is to simply vote against that amendment because there is no rule that is in place that would prevent that amendment from being put forward.
So then let's talk about the distinction then. I mean, if it's murky on what the distinction is between an amendment and a committee substitute, what is the specific distinction between this committee substitute and this amendment?
Mr. President, our review of the amendment and based on information provided to staff is that the Amendment M is effectively accomplishing the same substantive outcome as a substitute would have. The substitute
the exact same thing, which was, I'm sure our staff, recommended to the sponsors that this looks like a committee sub, But a way to get around it would be to submit it as an amendment if you don't want to do a committee sub and have to do a suspension of the rules to do it.
So, okay.
So, I mean, honestly, Mr. President, I would move the sub. I would make a motion to move the sub.
Okay. Sure. We have a motion to move a substitute. Is there a second? I don't hear one. Great. We have a motion and a second, but I don't want to be a sponsor, so how do we change sponsors on this?
Mr. President, just simply noting your withdrawal as sponsor is sufficient, and obviously we can't change it on the paper in front of you, but as it's memorialized in the record, you'll be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. For the record, I think here's the distinction is that we heard from councilors that they would prefer to work through amendments, and so we chose not to introduce the committee sub and chose to work through the process that the councilors asked for, so there would be more opportunity to participate. So I do not wish to pursue the committee sub process. I wish to pursue the amendment process, and so I will withdraw myself as a sponsor from that if Councilor Lewis would like to insert himself as a sponsor of the committee sub that he is proposing to pass.
Mr. President, here's the problem. If you move this as an amendment, then none of us had an opportunity until you had 5 o'clock, you put that amendment in place.
No, sir.
So publicly, right? I mean, when
Counselor, I
when was
talked to
the
you at 4
amendment?
o'clock today, and you told me you were in the car and hadn't had a chance to look at this bill at all since last week. And so it's been available since the details and the
The
information have been
amendment,
available.
the amendment, that it was an amendment. That it was an amendment, the public only knew that at 5 o'clock if they were watching it.
Counselor, we don't need to have this argument. I understand your point.
So
I will, do you
here's the
wish to be
position
a
it puts us
sponsor
in.
of the committee sub?
Here's the position that it puts us in, is that if it's at 5 o'clock as an amendment, and now we're moving the amendment, not the committee sub, then now after the fact, after 5 o'clock, now we have to consider what that massive amendment does and what other amendments we could now introduce that would be illegal according to our rules because it's after 5 o'clock.
So, Counselor, you've made a motion for the committee sub. There is a second. I've withdrawn as a sponsor. Do you want to add on as a sponsor for the committee substitute you have proposed? I'm sorry, Counselor Pena, let's break this up a minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just, want to talk, you talked about going down the rabbit hole, but, it feels that, when you have the opportunity in our rules that say a committee sub and an amendment, and it just kind of erodes at the spirit of what the intent of that is to do. So when you put in an amendment that has all these, because basically then what we should do is then put an amendment, and every time we do this, so that we don't have to go through A through B through G or whatever, and put it in as one full amendment. But what happens is that the reason we do the individual amendments is because there are certain things within the amendment or a floor sub. It's saying that you're really wanting to adopt that floor sub in its totality. And with amendments, it gives us an opportunity when we do it individually so that we can all decide as 9 individual districts to be able to decide on each motion whether we want it or not. So when there's an amendment that has tons of amendments in there, I just don't think that it does anyone justice, right? Any district. So I would prefer that we do it amendment by amendment, and then go from there. And it's just, I mean, reading through this thing, this amendment that's actually a floor sub, once we go through the first amendments, it actually erases some of what's in the large amendment. I mean, so why are we doing that exercise? And I think that's misleading.
Thank you, Counselor, I appreciate it. Let me respond to that and say, look, I know we have public comment that we have to get to, so I want those folks to hang on, and I see Counselor Benton. Let me remind us, and some counselors here have suggested, Counselor Pena, I heard you suggest out loud at some point, that things like the committee sub, for example, had taken money out of the Albuquerque Museum project that I think has fairly common support across this council. But absent this Amendment M, there is no vehicle on the dais today to do that. Like this, is there another amendment in there for that? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Mr. President.
Okay. Counselor Feeble-Corner.
J is my amendment. J does not get us to the same place as the M does. And so I just want to say, I think everybody that I've spoken to on council was pretty clear that they wanted to get as much money back into the Albuquerque Museum as possible, and that is through M. Everyone I've spoken to wanted to make sure that we met our goal of getting to $10 million for affordable housing. That is only available in M. And there's a couple of other ones like that I can go on about. But my point is that we have agreement on these things. We have agreement that Albuquerque Museum needs to be funded to the maximum amount possible. We have agreement that we want affordable housing to be at least to the $10 million that we said we were going to do in our original bill. And those changes are only available in Amendment M that is available in front of us tonight.
Thank you. And I want to go to Counselor.
Respond to that, Mr.
Yep, Counselor Pena, then we'll go to Benton. Go ahead.
So just to respond to that is that you're exactly right. I mean, that's why they should have been in amendments.
That's why they should have all been in amendments. And we had the opportunity to provide those amendments, and whoever didn't. And then now we're having to digest this series of amendments that I couldn't agree with many of them, but I can't agree with all of them.
Sure.
And we're put in a position where we're having to do that. And I don't think that that's fair to this body to do that.
That makes sense, and I will say, I'm going to Councilor Benton and say, look, I think maybe this gets us back to the deferral thing. I think there's general agreement on what we were trying to accomplish, but if people don't like either of the processes available to them tonight, we have an escape valve that allows us to go back and rewrite each one of these as an amendment, let folks add others and continue to work on that, and everybody's made their point, except Councilor Benton, who's been waiting patiently, and whomever is waiting on public comment. So Councilor Benton?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any brilliant point, but I do find this debate, rather frustrating, because it's not about what we prefer to have happened or what we might want to be or that this should have been. It's not about that. It's what is allowable according to our rules, and we can suspend our rules, but we can't rewrite them on the fly here tonight. And that's the part of the reason I felt like we needed a deferral. So, I think this is pretty clear to all of us where we stand right now. And there's a path through this large amendment, which is not a floor sub. And I did not raise a point of order on that yet, but I will if necessary. But that is not a floor sub. That is an amendment, and it was put in appropriately and was available on the dais at the beginning of the meeting. And that's that. So, this is where we sit right now. And I really agree with some of the discussion that there are good things in all of these amendments. And in fact, this is not the same as the floor sub because there are multiple amendments from other counselors that we need to talk about tonight as well. And I support many of them, or most of them. It doesn't matter what I support. But I think what seems pretty clear to me is that we're in an impasse and that we need to take a step back. And that was the only reason for my proposing a deferral. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, councilors. Let's take a breath, and hopefully our public speakers have some insight and wisdom for us. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Carrie Eaton, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Eaton, and I am speaking tonight on behalf of the Albuquerque Museum Foundation Board about the capital budget bill, R100. There are several other board members and other museum representatives here with me tonight as well. The Museum Foundation's sole purpose is to raise funds and advocate for the Albuquerque Museum. We are proud to help support the Albuquerque Museum, which sees over 100,000 visitors each year, including more than 10,000 students annually, who receive free admission and bus transportation provided through the Foundation's donors. In addition to being a wife, a mom, and a community volunteer, I have been a librarian in APS for almost 20 years. Too often in my career, I have seen libraries dismissed as just books. And the Museum Foundation has concerns that this latest GEO bond plan implies that the museum is just pretty pictures. The proposed budget cut eliminated 80% of the museum's capital project funding, including eliminating funding for an education center expansion, which we've already heard from a previous speaker how important that will be, landscaping, signage, lighting, an improved collection storage facility, repairs to Casa San Isidro. These projects have been in the works for years, in some cases decades, and funding will allow the museum to continue to grow and operate at the highest level. Nearly $3 million in non-city funding has been raised for the Education Center through the public-private partnership with money raised from donors, companies, and the state government. We think more is possible, but funding must be reinstated in this bond cycle for that to happen. The Museum Foundation knows that the counselors value the important role that the Albuquerque Museum plays for our citizens, and we appreciate the willingness to find ways to restore this critical funding for the museum. We hope that each of you will accept our invitation to visit at a future date and learn more about the museum and see the city's resources being put to a very good use. Thank you.
Andrea Calderon.
Welcome back. You stuck it out.
It's a little bit better than White Lotus, not too much. It's good. So I just want to congratulate the administration, everyone at the city for making it close to the finish line with the CIP budget cycle. I know it's quite a process. It requires a lot of work from different counselors, department staff, CIP division, and DMD in particular, all of the staff that is there to support every single element of the process. I'm here to encourage counselors to consider conducting a CIP spend analysis over time that evaluates per capita allocation using a standardized geography, such as zip code, a community planning area assessment, or city council district or neighborhood level, and have that disaggregated by demographic characteristics, as well as other elements such as market rate improvements or stability. Evaluating the CIP spend per geographic area or per cycle, and publishing these findings in a digestible way would allow residents of Albuquerque to understand the city's investments in their particular neighborhoods. I think it's important to also note not all neighborhoods are created equal. There are geographies in Albuquerque that have experienced this investment over generations and are thus starting at a different baseline than neighborhoods who have had historic investments in place. Due to the numerous plans, reports, goals, et cetera, that exist across the city and its numerous bodies, I would also suggest a standardization, if possible, within such an analysis, which includes, but are not limited to, a per capita analysis, distinction between mappable and unmappable projects, and the mapping against areas that have disproportionately high ACEs and show poor social determinants of health outcomes. Many of these standards have been shared by St. Paul, Minnesota, Baltimore, Maryland, and other cities engaged in the National Neighborhood Indicators Partnership. I have one more thought. Is that okay? Okay, cool, because it's like, I really appreciate that. I should also mention that investments can be evaluated in a number of different ways, including contractual investments through construction, as well as allocation of program establishments, procedural access and representation of the historic changes that have occurred in those areas. I also want to mention interests of the projects, in particular those that are related to housing developments and intersecting with sustainability, that are of interest to national funders, such as the ones that I work with through the Opportunity Accelerator. The Opportunity Accelerator works with Blue Meridian Partners. And if you listened to my comment earlier, I mentioned that we have 5 cities that we're working with: San Antonio, Bexar County, Oakland, Alameda, Memphis, Shelby County, and now we have Tulsa and Albuquerque. San Antonio, Memphis, and Oakland have recently each received a $50 million investment with 100% required local match of non-public dollars, which means that if funders like Blue Meridian Partners, Kellogg, Annie Casey, et cetera, are watching investments happening in place in Albuquerque that are aligned or not aligned with Justice 40 and the entire moves towards improving infrastructure, and they're not moving in a way that are strategic and considering equity, which I know are not on all of your agendas, then you are going to be missing out on hundreds of millions of dollars. So I just want to be really honest about what the funding landscape looks like at a national level and the kind of attention that not just residents, but national partners are really considering when you're making your CIP allocations. Thank you.
Just a quick question. Is there any way that, I know Richard Moore is part of the Justice 40, I think he's the chair, as a matter of fact. I know that, I'm very interested in how sometimes we fight over these dollars during capital, but I know that, if we really have a really strong grant program and how we access federal dollars, but they're being leveraged through this equity lens, and this Justice 40 is part of it. So what I'm wondering is that at some point, maybe not today, but another day down the road, that we can look at having a presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
We'll make note of that. Thank you. Councilor Lewis, your motion was for the floor sub. I think, I think there's no good option here. I wonder if you would be.
Thank you, but withdrew that, Mr. President, but I'm not ready to make any other kind of motion.
I'm going to try my hand here one more time, then we're going to get to amendments. I think we've had some conversation. Let's make a motion for a deferral for 2 weeks here. I think we've had some conversation. I think nobody likes the two options on the table, but we definitely agree that we need to move an amendment process for all the pieces that we agree on individually. I would like to entertain that motion and take comment really quickly from councilors to see if we can get that, but because we haven't accomplished anything in an hour and we got a long way to go. Councilor Bassan?
Mr.
So
President.
the motion is for a 2-week deferral. If we have a second, go ahead.
Mr. President, I stand by my, I don't want to defer it, and I say that because in the last 4 days, there's been a whole bunch of what I believe is chaos. Otherwise, I really wanted to use the word games, but I'm trying not to be mean, and I really don't want to go through that for another 2 weeks. I want us to handle what we have come to the conclusion of tonight. And since I'm speaking, I do want to say, Councilor Fiebelkorn, I don't think that everyone is in agreement fully totally about the museum and affordable housing. I don't think that's a fair statement to speak on behalf of the full council, because that was not priorities that were listed. And affordable housing, yes. But the museum was not something that came up in discussion, and although I support it, that's why I took it out, though. It was not listed by any counselor as a priority at the time when I had these meetings, and so that's where I ended up taking it. I see that there's another amendment in here that I hope we start hearing soon, and we can start going through them one by one. We said we were going to do this, let's do it.
Okay, Councilor Grout.
Mr. President, if we are going to do this big amendment, then the other ones aren't going to work.
Well, I think
If we do
Councilor,
that one first.
either way, we're going to have to make some changes to amendments, as
Can
we
we
always
do it
do.
on the
Within the rules, we can change sourcing, we can
have
adjust,
discussions?
tweak dollars and have discussions, but we'll do it line by line.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we don't have a second on the motion for deferral, so we're going to go into, how do we want to handle this? We want to try for Amendment M?
Mr. President?
Oh, go ahead.
Second the motion for deferral.
I'm sorry, Councilor Benton, we could barely hear you.
I'll second the motion for deferral.
Okay, we're back to that again, so. Councilors, any other discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for another deferral for 2 weeks. Ms. Hinojosa?
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sanchez.
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. Okay, councilors, we're back on whatever we're going to do here. So Counselor Lewis withdrew his motion on the sub. And so we're going to I'll move floor amendment M, like Mary, which we'll call floor amendment number 1. We have a second from Counselor Fiebelkorn. Councilors, this is the much discussed sort of master amendment to try to accommodate a number of smaller amendments that different folks had suggested. I think we've had a lot of time to look at it, or at least today we've had a lot of time to talk about it, so clearly everybody's looked at it. That said, I guess we have a motion. Is there any other discussion on M that we haven't already covered? I don't see any. I think everybody knows where they are. Ms. Hinojosa, would you try us for floor amendment 1?
Counselor Bassan.
No.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Fiebelkorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
No.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
No.
Counselor Peña,
No.
Counselor Sanchez,
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That fails on a 4-5 vote.
So councilors, is there another proposal for Counselor? Otherwise, we'll just take them in order. Counselor Grout, you are A, so we'll call you floor amendment number 2.
Mr. President, floor amendment number 2 is on page 7, line 13, change the title from 3% open space land acquisition to 2% open space land acquisition and reduce the amount by $500,000. On page 4, line 29, entitled Harris Arroyo Biozone Education Center, increase the amount by $500,000 and insert the following. $2 million shall be available for land acquisition in the Harris Arroyo Biozone or an education center in the Harris Arroyo Biozone. This explanation, this amendment adds to Amendment G from the approved Committee Sub R23-100. Amendment G added the line to Harris Arroyo Biozone project and provided $1,500,000. This amendment adds another $500,000. The amendment changes the mandated language for open space land acquisition from 3% to 2% as required per 0-16-9. Per the administration's request, it allows 1% of the original appropriated 3% for open space acquisition to be used for either land acquisition in the Harris Arroyo Biozone or the refurbishment or construction of an education building in the Harris Arroyo Biozone to be used by community groups and other visitors as an education center for the city and the county's open space program, the Sandia National Wilderness area, and the Harris Arroyo Cultural Corridor. I move it to pass.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for Counselor, I think I heard Bassan. Thank you. And you have a comment. Go ahead, Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, I believe, and I would like to confirm with staff, but I believe that the number 1 should read on page 7, line 13, change the title from 2.25% because it was in the committee sub, it was amended. And so I think that to be technically correct, it's not from 3%.
Go ahead and.
President Davis, Councilor Bassan, the only reason it shows 3% on the amendment is the changes that were made during the committee sub weren't incorporated into the bill. And so we were going off of your committee substitute. So in that bill, it says 3%.
Mr. President, Mr. Muniz, in the committee substitute, we amended something and it ended up saying 2.25. So am I misunderstanding?
President Davis, Councilor Bassan, I don't think that came out right. Yes, we did amend it to say 2.25%. But when we're making the amendment for Councilor Grout, we're referencing the bill showing what it looked like before that amendment was passed. So yes, you are correct with that, but just based off the bill we were looking at, those changes had not been incorporated.
Okay, and that makes sense, Mr. President. Mr. Muniz, though, if you're going from 3% to 2%, the math of 500,000 doesn't add up unless you're using the amended amount that happened. So either one or the other has to change on this amendment, I believe.
President Davis, Councilor Bassan, so the first amendment in the committee sub did bring it down to 2.25%, which left the amount at $4.5 million. This amendment takes the remaining 0.25% of $500,000 to get us to the $400,000 at the end of this amendment passes.
Mr. President, I still don't think that, I don't think you can pull, because it's my understanding that what I'm hearing is that we're saying we have to keep the original language from the committee substitute before it was amended. But then also we're saying the 500,000, which does not equal a full 1%. So I don't see how it's half and half.
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, I'm going to try to maybe help a little bit. That reference on that paragraph 1 of this amendment to the 3% is for purposes of reference to the bill, and that's it. And so the important thing is that the end outcome will be a 2%. And so that'll be reduced from the 2.25, and the bill will reference 2%, and that 3% is for place, we can find our place in the bill, but it's not changing it
Okay, as, Mr. President, as long as we're all clear on the final outcome to make sure that there's not a devil in that detail that bites us later.
I'm not clear at all, but I trust the math people. So I have Counselor Benton on the bad phone, and then we'll come to Counselor Court. Counselor Benton.
Yeah, I had a question for staff or for the sponsor. I know that the Open Space Advisory Board, I believe they voted in support of the Biozone Visitor Center, but as far as a land purchase, isn't that a process where there's a list of priorities, and have they talked about additional land purchases as well as the visitor center?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, let's see, Director Simon actually called me and asked if I would do this. So I'm doing this at his request, and then I'll defer to staff for any other answers.
Okay, yeah, just,
And Barbara Taylor.
Is that a question for the admin? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Counselor.
That's okay. I'm sorry about that. Barbara Taylor also did talk about land purchases. So I'm trying to work with them as well.
So Counselor Benton, is that a question for the admin or?
Yeah, I guess it's a question for the admin. I mean, or anyone who was, or perhaps our staff who might have been at the open space meetings where this was discussed. I'm in support of the visitor center, but I was surprised to see land acquisition in here.
Director Simon, you're being summoned.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, sorry. All of the properties within the Tijeras Arroyo Biozone constitute one of the priorities that's been adopted by the council for priority open space acquisition. So there is a list of properties that the council has sort of vetted and added to that priority list. And as I understand the amendment, this would allow the Open Space Division or our department to use the funds either for the previously approved properties for acquisition or for the project. So I think in direct answer to your question, Councilor Benton, the priorities for acquisition have been identified. There are many within the Tijeras Biozone, but they have been identified and approved to add to our priority list. I hope I answered the question.
I think you answered it to the best of your ability, Mr. Director. I just, I guess another question is there a design for the construction project as well? I mean, there are many other priority properties as well throughout the city outside of this biozone as well.
Yeah, Mr. President, Councilor Benton, there I believe 10 properties that constitute our priority acquisition list now. It's a little misleading since the Tijeras Biozone is one of those, but includes almost 30 individual properties. So we do have priority ranking within the Tijeras Biozone. So if we were to expend funds on additional acquisition, we would try to stick to that priority within the biozone. And then in answer to your other question, we have a contractor in place who is beginning the planning and analysis of the education center project. So it is not fully designed, but we have the contractor on board who's begun that work.
So would this fully fund that project?
Mr. President, Councilor, that of course will depend on two things. One, what the final best recommended design and approach would be, and then of course what the market will tell us about how expensive that would be. But I think this is a very significant amount toward the project, and will produce some excellent outcomes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Councilor Grau, we're back on your bill.
I urge your support.
Two. Number two of only two.
Yep.
Counselor, go ahead, Mandy. Macy Noss.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselors, next up, item B, Counselor Grout. This will be floor amendment number 3.
Mr. President, for amendment number 3, on page 4, line 2, reduce the amount for District 9 Transit Station by 1.5 million. On page 2, line 6, increase the amount for major paving rehab by 1.5 million. After line 6 on page 2, insert the following. 1.5 million is designed for major paving rehabilitation projects in District 9. And the explanation here is the transit station in District 9 is fully funded through the CMAQ and STPU grant program. Several streets in District 9 are in need of pavement rehabilitation. And I urge your support.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second from Counselor Bassan. Mr. Real, does the administration have sufficient funding in the CMAQ and the other grants to fund the transit station as we had previously discussed, or what's the administration's preference?
Mr. President and councilors, there are enough funds in the CMAQ program to construct this transit center that was identified in this bill.
Mr. Real, if we also in the future take that other 1.5 for hypothetically the museum, for example, would the administration be supportive of us taking that, or would that leave that project with a gap? Like, in other words, can you do it all with CMAQ, and does that free up that other 1.5?
Mr. President, the CMAQ funds have a local match, and we have that match already. So we could.
I understand. Councilor Benton, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess this is also a question for Mr. Montoya or the administration. I mean, we have a major street rehab project in District 2 as well that's been planned since the early 2000s, as far as I understand from the neighborhood who has advocated for it for years. Is this, I believe we've already allocated some of this money towards a specific project on the west side. So is this a priority of the department? Do we know what these projects are in Councilor Grout's district that are ready to go?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton. Thank you, sir. So we have numerous projects in Council District 9 that can use these funds both for rehab, major rehab, both on our collector streets, our residential streets, and our arterial streets. This will not have any impact on any of the projects on the west side of the river, especially in Councilor Lewis's district or even in Councilor Bassan's district. So we can use this money for ongoing projects. Even though we have the quarter-cent tax, this would only enhance the projects in that area.
But the original figure, let me see if I've got that. The original figure for this line item was what? Help me out here.
$3 million.
$3 million.
$3 million. And none of that has been changed by the committee substitute.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, so if I understand the amendment number 3 and amendment number 4 go hand in hand. So Councilor Grout had allocated $3 million for the transit stop. What this amendment does, and the amendment right after it, is just redistributes that amount of money within her district for road projects. That's simply what it does.
Right, but it is using that generic line item that typically we've had every year, right? It's allocating that.
Mr. President and Councilor Benton, that is absolutely correct. It's using the generic line item that we use in that category, but it's specifying it for District 9.
I see. Thank you.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just not clear on when there's supposed to be a line item that is allocated to a specific project and when we're supposed to take some of the generic fund money and allocate it to a district. Can somebody explain the difference? Because we do both in this bill, which seems a little confusing, and I just don't get the difference.
Mr. President and Council Feeblecorn, I would suggest that maybe Mr. Melendez or just Mr. Martinez might answer that question, or the sponsor of the bill.
We'll go to the sponsor because she's willing.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, so in the meetings that I had, Councilor Grout had a $3 million request for the transit station as one of her topmost priorities, so I put it in the committee substitute. Since the committee substitute was passed, she has solidified funding from elsewhere. So she's reallocating something that was given kind of to her district through the vote of approval for the committee sub. And this is something that I will say Mr. Rael cautioned us about earlier on, that as soon as people start line iteming and dibbing projects, it's going to become more of a mess. But at the same time, that was open, the gate was open, the cat was out of the bag. So at this point, you know, I mean, I think that that's how I would end up phrasing it, is that, you know, it's probably not good practice, and that's what Mr. Rael had mentioned before. But at the same time, Councilor Grout was able to secure $3 million, you know, and I did put it in the committee sub. We voted for it, we approved it, and so now she wants to make sure that she takes away from that project and gives it to something else. And in my opinion, I will be supportive of that so that she can keep something in her district for her district.
Mr. President, may I address council?
Go ahead, then we'll come back to Councilor.
Okay, thank you. We have two traffic studies going on in our district right now. And one of them is the Wandabo Hills study, and it addresses going on to Kirtland Air Force Base. And there's going to be some significant changes there. We also we're in real need of roads up against the mountain. There's a lot of shifting, and there's a lot of places that have been identified. And so there's a strong need for these roads. So
thank you, Mr. President. Let me restate my question, because my question was not about whether these projects are needed. I agree that they are. My question is, why are we having some pieces of this bill that say specifically things like Paseo del Norte and Unser roadway widening project, and it has its own line item? And then in other instances, we go under something that says major paving rehab, and we allocate funds specifically to a district under that broader topic. That is my question, not about whether these are good projects or not. I know that every counselor knows what's needed in their district. I'm just trying to understand the rationale for specific line items that call out a project, or taking from that overall generic topic.
Mr. Rael, you look ready for that, and then we have Councilor Benton behind you.
Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn and members of the council, let me back up sort of, as my wife would say, begin with the end in mind. The end really is that there are 11 bond questions that go to the voters. They're under broad categories that are everywhere from parks and recreation or parks and community programs, et cetera. They're very broad. That's what this is really all about, is allocating the funds to those 11 categories so that the voters can approve the bonds, or at least have. However, the way the CIP has always been done is that we present certain projects within each of those categories so that when voters and others ask, what are you actually funding in this bond package, if you will? Where I had talked to, and to some of you, including Councilor Bassan, is that when we go to earmarking the funds for specific council districts, that process normally takes place after the voters have approved the bonds in totality, and then we come back to the council with a cleanup bill or a CIP allocation bill, then allocates the money approved by the voters. And that's where these broad categories are then dissected into specific programs like the one that's in this amendment. That's just the way normally it's, or not normally, when it's done usually. However, given the fact that this is a political process, if you will, that you all are advocating on behalf of your own districts and your own projects, I'm not going to be a purist about it. It's happened before. But this is why I cautioned the Councilor Bassan, because we'll get to the point now tonight where we're arguing with each other over specific projects that the voters will not see in a real sense when they're voting for this, because they're just these broad categories of bond questions. It's important, I would suspect, for all of us to be able to go to our respective constituents and say, you know, I've got some money in there for this project, but really that doesn't happen until after the voters weigh in, and then we come back with a bill that actually starts allocating those funds. So that's, in a nutshell, how it works.
And let us not forget that when we come back to do appropriations, somebody always tries to rescope something and move stuff around again anyway, so we do this whole process all over again. And will be grateful to be at home watching you online. Councilor Benton.
Well, I think this line of questioning, you know, it reinforces my point. I mean, I've always tried to have a project that was in design, shovel ready. We had an estimate for it. We know what it is. And then at that point, perhaps the administration would see that it would be appropriate to use this type of fund for it, or use part of those funds for it, as opposed to us all sitting at the dais, or me in my mother's living room here, trying to make a grab for the money. And as Councilor Bassan said, well, we found some other money for one of her projects, so yeah, let's keep it in this district. I mean, I think it's the wrong way to go about this kind of thing, and I've never liked it when it has occurred. I'm not saying it hasn't occurred in the past. Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you. I have to say something now. You know, that's actually not accurate, because this isn't the process. I mean, the process is a process because, yes, every counselor, it's important for the voters to have a handful of projects that they know that they support, either citywide or for each of their districts. And yes, when it does go out to reappropriation, but when we're talking about, then we shouldn't be fighting over this money. I'm just going to go back to what was proposed earlier. And some counselors ended up even receiving additional money and advocating for additional monies that weren't necessarily shovel ready. So I just want to, since that was said publicly, I think I needed to say that publicly. So thank you.
Councilor Benton, you still have your hand up. Do you have anything further there?
No, thanks. I'm just used to having it drop down automatically when I'm finished. Thank you.
Councilors, any other discussion on floor amendment number 3? Seeing none. Missy Knowles.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton. Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8-1 vote.
On an 8-1 vote, Counselor Grout, you have floor amendment number 4, which is item C.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 4, which is C, on page 4, line 2, reduce the amount for District 9 Transit Station by $1.5 million. On page 2, after line 28, insert the following: street infrastructure improvements, $1.5 million. $1.5 million is designated for roadway safety, traffic engineering, maintenance, and infrastructure improvements in District 9. And again, the transit station in D9 is fully funded through the grant programs. Several streets in District 9 are in need of infrastructure safety improvements. This is really where we're hitting with those traffic studies, so I urge your support.
Second from Counselor Bassan. Counselors, any questions on this item? Anything from the administration? Will the clerk call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Lewis, floor amendment number 5, item D.
Mr. President, I move floor amendment number 5 on page 2 after line 5, add the following language from the committee amendment number 8. After Unser Boulevard and McMahon Boulevard located in City Council District 5. And it shows you how the line should read, so I move. Do you pass on that?
We have a motion and a second.
Mr. President, this is, it started off with just Unser Boulevard, and the department reminded me of some need for, to finish out McMahon there as well. So I would ask real quick, Mr. Montoya, does this reflect what I know what you suggested as far as directing these funds to McMahon?
Mr. President and Councilor Lewis, that's absolutely correct. For the council members, I did reach out to Councilor Lewis and asked if he would amend his amendment, and that's exactly what this does.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Montoya, if I may ask, it's my understanding of and Councilor, you may know this, the McMahon project is about $1 million shy, so does this make it whole, or is there other funding that's needed?
I believe it's going to make one section of it whole, correct?
Mr. President, that's absolutely correct. We're also looking at additional funding in the 2024 legislative session and then in the 2025 bond program to make it complete.
So, Mr. Montoya, why, if McMahon is the priority, why would we not just strike Paseo and Unser and insert McMahon for this $1 million? This kind of leaves it flexible. Like, is there a reason to leave that flexibility in there?
Mr. President, so what we asked, the original request to Councilor Lewis was to make Paseo a little more broad in the scope.
Right.
Which would allow us for either, if we needed additional funding for McMahon, the scope was broad enough to reflect west side projects in District 5, west side. That's not what is reflected here. However, the $1 million here does go towards that project. So on the Paseo project, we're fully funded for phase 1, and that's the reason I had reached out to the councilor for additional funding to make this one whole.
Mr. President, I'm fine with it just saying McMahon. There's no problem with that. I mean, it's just this, but this does allow it. You know, it does allow and do the same thing.
Yeah, I understand. I think it's just whether that flexibility and if that changes for some reason. But I kind of defer to DMD on how they want to do it. I don't care, I guess.
Mr. President, we're comfortable with the amendment as it reads.
Thanks. Councilor Lewis, anything, or other councilors? Seeing none, will the clerk call a vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Councilor Lewis, number 6, item E.
Mr. President, floor amendment number 6. Should I read these?
I think they're available, but if you want to read the summary, however you'd like to do it, Counselor.
I mean, really, this takes, there's several different sources there, and it puts, adds $2 million to the $1 million that was already in the committee substitute, brings the total for the multi-gen center to $3 million.
Thank you, Counselor Lewis. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Grout and Counselor Feeblecorn with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on this one, I have concerns about the source of some of the funding. Park irrigation system renovation. Our parks are, I believe, the largest water user in the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority district. And so I really do believe that we need to be doing all we can to make sure that we are having irrigation systems in our parks that work well. And so I just wanted to hear from the administration on what taking this money from that line item results in.
Mr. President, if I could address, I know that the administration is going to answer that, but if I could address it real quick. These are not unrelated. I mean, they certainly, I mean, the CBL Multi-Generational Center, we're building on a property that the city owns, and so it's going to require, it includes park and playground, it includes new park development, it includes an irrigation portion of it. So I just wanted to make the point that these are not just unrelated. This is where, certain parts of this project would come from anyways and similar to that, so anyway.
So, Mr. Real, but the funding for that one project would come from citywide balances, which are not that big to start with, right?
Mr. President, that's correct. Mr. Simon here is here. He can give you more information related to Councilor Feeblecorn's request.
Mr. Simon, people like taking all your money.
So that, we'll get the best for the city out of everyone's work. In this case, I don't have all the numbers of that amendment in front of me, but my understanding was that it was $500,000 from one source, right? And then the total from thank you very much. That's very helpful. So the reduction to park irrigation renovation is substantial. That I'm a broken record on the subject. It is the #1 priority, I think, from an environmental and conservation standpoint for our city. And we have to squeeze more water conservation out of what my department is doing. So there's a reason why I put it at the top of my list every 2 years to my bosses. This year, we have a very, very robust number there that will mean, we'll not be able to do a major conservation project if we lose $500,000. The park and playground renovation reduction takes about 25% away from that line. We have 173 playgrounds. And the most important thing in those is children's and the public safety. And when we, God forbid, there's ever a problem or an accident at a playground, it's really not something we can defend. And we need to bring these playgrounds up to code. New park development, that would take that entire amount, I think, Mr. President. So any new park project that any of you are interested in, I will just have to tell you, sorry, because we won't have a line for it. And with respect, and all due respect, to Councilor Lewis, because I'm a fan of the Seaboard Loop project, and I think our city needs it eventually. The park benefits that would come from the Seaboard Loop project are going to be many, many years down the road. That's not the first phase of that project by any means. So I think it'll be quite a long time before we'd see those dollars used for a park or a grass or anything at Seaboard Loop.
Thank you, sir. Council Feeblecorn, all that was in response to your question.
Yes, thank you. So, again, my concern is that we are a huge water user, that we need to be doing all we can to minimize our water use at our parks. It is the environmental thing to do. It is the socially responsible thing to do. Many of the parks in District 7 are well overdue for an upgrade, and I had been anticipating that some of that would come to District 7. Also on the park and playground renovations, this is in the top 5 of the things that my folks asked me about in my district. And I would like to make sure that there are funds available for park and playground renovations for all the districts, not just one. And so, while I don't have any new park development happening in my district, it does make me incredibly nervous to take that line item to 0 so that we can have no new parks over the next 2 years. That seems slightly irresponsible as well. So for those reasons, I'm not going to be able to support this one. I do support the multi-generation center, but again, we need to take care of the parks that we have and make sure that we're being socially responsible.
Thank you, Director Simon. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to Councilor Benton and me. But first, you thought you were going to get away with it, but I make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting till 1 a.m. because we're on F of P.
Second.
So hang on.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Hinojos, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That passes on a 5-4 vote.
We're getting closer. Director Simon, thanks for staying around. Looks like we'll be here a little longer together. Could you remind me before I go to Councilor Benton, I think in the last CIP budget, I recall that we had about $19 million worth of, $19 or $20 million worth of maintenance backlogs on irrigation in our parks. Your department was working through a decent chunk of that for a while, particularly in our older parks in Southeast downtown and Councilor Grout's district, I recall. But ballpark, what's our backlog right now?
Mr. President, we have, I believe, 40 parks whose irrigation systems are over 50 years old. So that kind of tells, that's the height of the hill. And we have chipped away, and we did a really good thing for the first time and won over $1.5 million from the state in some water conservation grants. And that's another reason why a robust number, even at 3.4 million, is, it's a nice number, more than we've ever had. But one of the nice things it gives us is the ability to match grants like that from the state. And those, that really extended the money that you gave us. And I would like to continue to pursue that, to leverage these irrigation funds. But we make progress, yes, but we have a long way to go even with this higher number.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Uh-oh.
We're reviewing the vote on the rule suspension, and it was a 5-4 vote. So the vote to extend the meeting failed. So we're sitting at midnight now. Don't know if somebody wants to make another motion real quick, and we'll call it good till 12:01. But if the
It's real close. My clock says like 11:59 up here.
we'll use your clock then.
But does someone want to make a new motion? Because I'm not doing it.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to extend the rules in our meeting until 12:30.
There's a motion until 12:30. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll before midnight?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
No.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
No.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Mr. Melendez, remind me what happens if we just run out of time. Yeah, the meeting's adjourned. What happens to the bill? It just
Mr. President, the meeting's adjourned. The meeting will be adjourned with the bill on the table. You'll pick it up at your next meeting as a continuation. We would have to structure the agenda to pick up old business.
Yeah. No. Let's pick this up in a couple of weeks, folks. We're not getting anything useful done. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thanks, Mark.